This guy is the #1 player on the server. In the game, he's a hero, praised by all with absolute power, wealth, and beautiful women at his disposal. But in real life, it's the complete opposite. He's a pathetic mess because he borrowed 1 billion won from loan sharks to buy a virtual reality gaming machine. And his job writing game guides doesn't even pay much. You should know he wasn't always a nobody. With an IQ of 200, he once stood at the pinnacle of glory. Talk about a fall from grace. Addiction is a terrible thing. Today, he continued on his heroic path. But the moment he logged in, some little loli suddenly appeared before his eyes, introducing herself as the game manager. Her name was Aquila. He thought she was just spewing nonsense, but with a single snap of her fingers, every character suddenly froze in place. Seeing that Ju-won got a little spooked, maybe she wasn't bluffing after all. She started telling him about a new event celebrating the game's 7th anniversary. A new open world has opened up, and he must become the first person to clear it with a new character. And perhaps there he would find the true ending of the game. Hearing this, he got pissed off. I haven't even managed to beat the game with this character. But after hearing about the 25 billion won reward, his eyes practically caught fire. Aquila then directly transferred 30 million won into his account, causing Ju to scream in delirious joy. He himself hadn't even realized he was the server's top spender, having shelled out over 500 million. Ju accepted the quest instantly. She sprouted large wings with the power to rip through time and space. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on another planet. Before them stood a wooden door. Aquila pointed to it and said that was the gate to the new world. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for it. Before going in, he didn't forget to remind her, "Hey, don't forget about the prize money." This time it's in the bag. Just as he stepped through the gate, she announced that if he dies in the game, he'll die in the real world too. Ah shit, I got played again. That was followed by Jaegwon's blood-curdling scream as he landed with a thud in the newbie forest. He struggled to crawl to his feet. "What is this pain?" "Don't tell me that little brat was telling the truth. Damn it!" "That little lolly? Just you wait." He roared with rage. Just then, the system display sent a notification. The former and future savior of humanity begins the game after abruptly falling into this forest. Jaegwon had to find his way on foot. After half a day, his entire body was trembling. He had to use a stick for support, his face growing haggard. Realizing how thirsty he was, he trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, "Aquila, that damn brat. I'll never forgive her." He looked at his stats on the status screen. The hatred in his heart swelled. Of course she'd stick me with this piece of crap character. Max health is only 20, not to mention I've only got 3 mana. His eyes were bloodshot red veins clearly visible. I've only been walking for half a day and I'm already dehydrated. How am I supposed to get the happy ending with a character like this? Suddenly, the sound of water echoed from a distance. Jaehoon's ears perked up instantly. He whipped around as if he'd discovered something. That was it. A moment later, he found a stream with crystal clear water so clean you could see the bottom. He burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, "Thank God I happened to read that survival book by—" Bear Grylls screw Aquila, but thank heavens this game is so realistic. Right after that, Jaegwon leaned down and began drinking greedily. Suddenly, another sound echoed from nearby. The figure of a young woman appeared. Jaegwon had heard that sound. He looked up to see what it was. A young woman wrapped in a towel was standing in his line of sight. Jaegwon was instantly dumbstruck. The girl's figure was absolutely gorgeous. The beautiful scenery was laid bare right before him. As Jaegwon stared at the view, he didn't even notice when his nose started bleeding, and the water in his mouth began drooling to the ground like a waterfall. The system immediately sent a notification. "You are excited. You have lost health." In his head, Jaegwon wondered, "Oh my God, who is that?" The young woman, seemingly oblivious, calmly continued to wash herself. Jaegwon's eyes practically lit up. He was completely captivated by her, paying no mind to his surroundings. The next second, a display popped up. "Please pay to unlock the DLC." Seeing this, Jaegwon flew into a rage and shouted, "What, you're making a top-tier VIP like me pay for DLC? I thought this was the full version of the game." Just then, a group of 4 witches snuck up right behind him. One of them spoke up, "Hey kid, you gotta pay if you want to see the next part." Seeing them, John didn't think twice and immediately asked, "How much?" A moment later, his hands were bound tightly, and he was thrown tumbling across the ground. Jaegwon was in so much pain he wanted to cry. He gritted his teeth and stared forward. The young woman from the stream was also a witch. She and the other 4 were a group. A contemptuous voice rang out, "Shut up, you little pervert." The system conveniently warned Jaegwon, "You are losing health." The witch leaned down close to his face, stuck out her tongue tauntingly, and said, "If you behave, I might even let you keep your pants on." With that, she stood up straight, turned around, and let out a triumphant laugh. He wasn't the only one captured. There was another man there, too. The man asked with concern, "Are you all right?" But Jae-hoon paid no attention to his words. Instead, he gritted his teeth and asked the witches, "At least tell me how much it costs." Hearing this, the other man asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that?" Jae-hoon forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing." The man looked at him and then introduced himself. "I see. My name is Lud. I'm a monster hunter." He politely introduced himself in return. "I'm Valor State." "Valor, how did you end up here?" Lud recalled what had just happened and recounted his story. Just bad luck, I guess. While chasing his prey, he got lost near the witch's forest. After hearing what the man said, Jaegwon thought to himself, "This sounds like really bad luck." After that, Lud turned and asked Jaegwon, "So why did you come here?" He answered awkwardly and vaguely, "It's kind of like your story." In his head, he thought, "I fell down here." "There's nothing to be done, then." Lud sighed helplessly. "I don't know what you've been through, but that's really terrible. You still look so young." Just then, Jaegwon spotted a sharp object nearby. He smirked, thinking it could cut the ropes. "Oh, it's fine," he replied. He looked towards the group of witches and continued confidently, "This kind of situation is my specialty." Hearing this, Lud seemed to find it incredibly hard to believe and asked quietly, You have a way out?" Jaegwon didn't answer, but inside he was absolutely certain. "Of course there is." His gaze was glued to the group of witches. "Because I'm the one who wrote the guide on how to beat these witches." Jaegwon remembered how he had frantically ground out the game guide for the company. "I spent a full 3 days writing it. The 5 Witches of Harvard. They were called that because they appeared in the Harvard forest. Their names were Gunda, Kandura, Andada, Fugun, and finally Hajuju. Although they were an early game boss, that players were forced to overcome thousands had died at their hands, so they were famous for that reason as well." A cunning and calculating smile suddenly appeared on Jaegwon's face. But if you look closely, they don't actually get along at all. He licked his lips like a hungry predator. Lud, standing behind him, was a bit alarmed. "Hey, what's with that look on your face?" Jaegwon didn't hesitate another second and spoke up. "Now that I think about it, Miss Fugun, you're still alive." Fugun immediately whipped her head around with a shocked expression. "Huh, a system notification arrived. You have provoked Fugun." Jaegwon smiled as he drove a wedge between them. "I clearly remember Miss Hajuju saying she was going to kill you. I told you to shut up." Hearing him say that, Fugun's expression changed instantly. "Wait!" She gritted her teeth in anger. "Who's killing who?" "System notification. You have successfully provoked Fugun. Fugun's memo hates Hajuju." Jaegwon seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "I'm certain I heard her say she'd kill you to take all your assets." Lud from behind asked in a low voice, "Are you serious?" The rage inside Fugun exploded. "Really?" Hajuju, however, asked calmly, "Do you really believe him?" Jaegwon's expression was incredibly tense. "That's not all." Hajuju held out her hand, a greedy glint in her eye. "It's not like you use all that money anyway. Why not give me some—" The system sent another notification. "You have successfully provoked Hajuju. Hajuju's memo covets Fugun's assets." After reading it, Jaegwon thought to himself, "Perfect." Andita, standing to one side, clapped his hands happily and said, "So that's why Juju is making an acid bomb." Andita's memo doesn't understand the atmosphere. Gunda, on the other hand, was only concerned with food. Whatever. "Is the rice ready yet?" Gunda's memo, very gluttonous. Kandura, meanwhile, shouted excitedly, "What's this? Is there a fight?" "I want to fight too." Kandura's memo loves to fight. The Harvard witches were thrown into complete chaos by Jaegwon. Each one said something that didn't match the others at all. It was more chaotic than a marketplace brawl. "The food. So that's why you've been acting so cocky lately. Let go of my hair, you psycho. Juju is always cocky. Fight, fight." The latest notification from the system. "You have successfully provoked the 5 Witches of Harvard." Seeing the dog-eat-dog scene before him, Jaegwon laughed with delight. Yes, it's all going according to plan. People might think they have good teamwork because of their title, but this coven has 0 coordination. People just fight them without realizing that. That's why they can kill thousands of people as easily as breathing. When he wanted to make them fight, he just had to. Seeing that the time was right, Jaegwon turned and said to Lud, "Lud, we should take this chance to retreat." The man looked at him and remarked, "You're really something else, aren't you?" Jaguan quickly untied them both, but instead of leaving right away, he grabbed the edge of the rug the Harvard witches were standing on. But his face was filled with a clear rage, a scheme already hatched in his mind. Immediately after, he yanked the rug hard, sending the entire group of witches flying high into the air. All 5 of them landed squarely in a bubbling cauldron, screaming in agony. His revenge complete, Jaguan pointed ahead and said with a laugh, "The exit is over there, Lud." The man looked at him with a wary gaze and replied, "All right." Right after that, Jaguan also made a quick escape. New notifications popped up one after another. Andita receives 100 damage. Hajuju receives 100 damage. In his head, Jaguan sneered at the Harvard witches. Stupid witches. They were really dumb, but they gave a lot of EXP. Suddenly, a snake lunged towards him. It coiled tightly around Jaguan's leg, preventing him from escaping. The display also warned, "Fugu's snake has wrapped around you. Your movement is restricted." Fugu was still struggling in the cauldron, but she wanted to drag him down with her to die. "You treacherous bastard. I'm not dying alone." The snake under Fugun's control began to attack Jaguan. Seeing him in a dangerous situation, the system repeatedly sent out warnings. Jaguan lay on the ground, struggling with the snake while shouting, "Damn it, let go of me, get off!" He gritted his teeth, cursing internally. "Damn it, I forgot this character of mine is pathetically weak." At that critical moment, Lud turned back to save Jaguan. "Let me help." He drew his sword and swung it forcefully. Lud's decisive slash sent the head of Fugun's snake flying. With the danger dealt with, he turned to Jaguan and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Jaguan was still a bit shaken, but answered strongly, "I'm fine, thanks." He then immediately regained his composure and proposed, "Lud, can I borrow your bow for a second?" Hearing that, Lud seemed quite surprised. "You know how to use a bow." Although he didn't answer, the man handed him a bow. As soon as he received it, the system immediately updated with its information. Rut's bow, attack 15, range 30. Jaguan drew the bow, aiming straight at the group of Harvard witches. His voice was incredibly cold. "Just a little more." He didn't shoot at them, but aimed straight for the large jar on the shelf right above their heads. The jar instantly shattered with a crash. The whole group of witches looked up in astonishment. Juju was the first to realize the problem. Her whole body began to tremble. "Wait, this isn't good." Fugun, not understanding what was happening, immediately shouted, "What the hell is this?" Juju screamed in terror, "It's an acid bomb!" Fugun finally realized and roared in panic, "What?" The acid spilled out of the jar and the entire group of witches trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the acid was about to come into contact with something. A second later, a massive explosion erupted. Crimson flames shot high into the air. The Harvard witch's house was now just a pile of ruins. A piece of shrapnel happened to fall and hit Jaguan on the head. The system immediately announced, "You have been hit by shrapnel. You lose 1 health." Rut, standing nearby, muttered with concern, "Did we get them?" Jaguan, with a lump on his head and a dark expression, yelled, "Don't jinx it." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of notifications appeared on the display. "You have achieved. The witches were nothing. You have defeated Heijuju, a witch of Harvard Forest. You have defeated Fugun, a witch of Harvard Forest. You have defeated Kandura, a witch of Harvard Forest. You have defeated Andita, a witch of Harvard Forest. You have defeated Guna, a witch of Harvard Forest. You have received a total of 323,760 experience points. You have received 5,000 achievement points." After reading, Jaguan shouted, "We got them!" Rut exclaimed in response. "That's great." Looking at the numbers on the display, Jaguan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "Awesome, getting this much at a low level is super lucky. Now I just need to get that thing." Rut, just now remembering his contribution, expressed his gratitude. "I thought I was a goner. You saved me." He took out something that immediately caught Jaguan's attention. "It's not much." Rut smiled as he prepared to hand him a pouch. "But would you accept this as a thank you gift?" A system notification chimed almost instantly. "You have received red dragon fruit." Jaguan's eyes lit up. "This is unexpected. Are you really giving these to me? I don't remember this happening in my previous playthrough." Rut laughed and explained, "They seemed valuable, so I took them from the witch's place." The moment he finished speaking, Jaguan snatched the pouch from his hand. "Thanks." Without hesitation, he emptied the entire pouch into his mouth. His sudden action left Rut stunned and unable to react. Jaguan's muscular strength instantly increased. "You are now a dragonoid possessing great power." He greedily chewed the remaining red dragon fruits in his mouth. I can feel my stats skyrocketing. Strength plus 100, agility plus 120, stamina plus 150. They've all increased. A regular player like me could never have dreamed of something like this. This is really my lucky day. Seeing this, Rut just smiled faintly, looking at him with interest. Rut then held out his hand and proposed, "Are you interested in hunting monsters?" However, Ju just gave him a cold look, his mouth still chewing greedily. Then he swallowed everything down in one gulp, leaving the other man speechless. Only after he finished eating did Ju wave his hand and reply, "Sorry, but I have things to do." Hearing this, Rut remarked, "Quite the busy young man, aren't you?" In turn, Jaguan suddenly realized something. Wait, isn't this an opportunity? He quickly pieced the information together. I don't have a class yet, so there's no way to use this huge amount of experience. If I just leave it, it'll disappear after a month. Meanwhile, Rut had turned his back and was about to leave. Well, I'm off. But Ju unexpectedly held up 3 fingers. 3 months. His tone was full of confidence as he declared to the man, "Is 3 months enough?" As for Rut, that arrogance made him scoff. "You don't mean 3 years?" And so the two of them headed deeper into the forest where lush green canopies grew close together, obscuring the path. When they found a suitable spot, he said, "First go into the forest and hide wherever you want." Rut leaned one hand against a tree, looking completely at ease. "I'll find you in 30 minutes. His request surprised Jaguan a little. Monster tracking skill from the hunter skill tree, huh? You catch on fast? And so Rut stayed by the waterfall while Ju quickly ran off to hide. I've explored this forest countless times. His arm even twitched slightly with excitement. I could walk through this forest with my eyes closed. This was all he was waiting for. Ju shot off like a flash. I remember every single twig. First, he easily leaped over the small branches. The dense canopy makes it easy to lose your way. Poisonous spores from toxic mushrooms are scattered everywhere. Dangerous scenes from his memories flashed before his eyes, and ferocious beasts even more dangerous than those witches. Ju continued to swing on vines. Most of this is already etched into my mind. Plus, thanks to the red dragon fruit, my stamina is nearly maxed out. Even now, he was still smirking smugly to himself. He won't find me easily. But a moment later, Ju's expression froze in shock. Huh! Rut's intimidating face appeared. Peekaboo! Jaguan was thrown into a panic. Wait, what? Then the man began his evaluation. 50 points, try harder, but for your enthusiasm and effort. I'll add a 10-point bonus. Ju, still stunned, hurriedly asked, "How did you find me?" That reaction only amused him more. You have such a curious look on your face. Then Rut stroked his chin and muttered cheerfully, "It's been a while since I've had such an interesting student." And after that opening act, he continued to lead them elsewhere. Come on, let's give it our all. The system immediately stamped its approval, recognizing you have completed the Hunter's Initiation Ceremony quest. A new quest has been updated, the Hunter's Challenge. Dip bull. And then countless achievements flooded in. You have obtained the Monster Hunter class. You have learned the Herbalism skill. You have learned the Intermediate Swordsmanship skill. You have learned the Survival skill. You have learned the Flintlock Marksmanship skill. All of this, Ju witnessed on the system window with a satisfied smile. But gradually that smile twisted into something more distorted and cunning, and so the training went smoothly, taking place in that deserted forest. I look forward to working with you. Before long, 3 months had passed. To Ruth's astonishment, you've learned all of that already. Ju then pointed towards the forest and mountains. You don't believe me, do you? In that case, you go hide, master. Honoring his wish, the old man quickly stood up and said, I've always admired your passion. All right then, I'll go hide. Before leaving, Ruth didn't forget to whisper, but if you can't find me within an hour, then you're making dinner tonight. Without a hint of fear, he immediately replied, Of course, master. The moment Ruth's figure vanished, that terrifying face reappeared. I've been looking forward to this. As for Ruth, he was now clinging to a high cliff face. I'm so glad I found such a talented disciple at the end of my life. His palm tightened its grip on his handhold. Still, maybe I should lower the difficulty a bit for him, huh? At the same time, Ruth confidently told himself, if I hide on the edge of this cliff, there's no way he'll find me in an hour. However, he had barely finished his thought when Ju's hand grabbed him by the ankle. Caught completely by surprise, Ruth could only turn around and unconsciously let out a gasp. Right below him, Ju flashed a devilish grin. Peekaboo! This left Ruth completely stunned. What? The next time he tried, he was found just as easily. So you were here. At that moment, he silently thought to himself, it's only been 3 months. After that, he tried his best, but was only met with a face-whitening fright. So you were here. That's why Ruth's thoughts grew more muddled. He's already mastered this. The longer the game of chase went on, the more it looked like Ju was just taking a stroll. Found you. Meanwhile, his mind was in absolute chaos. But it took me 5 years to learn this. This continued until Ruth hid in a pitch-black cave. He trembled and said to himself, there's no way he can track me all the way here. Right. Probably not. Meanwhile, behind him, a giant creature was sound asleep. This is a hellhound's lair after all, but that fantasy was shattered when Ju spoke up. Tip number 1 from a human guardian. Appearing out of nowhere, he made Ruth jump. Even an earthquake won't wake a sleeping hellhound. After scaring Ruth to his heart's content, he smugly asked, did I pass? The response was Ruth's stubborn, sweat-drenched face. Yeah. By the time they got outside, he started praising him. That was incredible, to think you've mastered all those skills, and in just 3 months. Ju humbly replied, it's all thanks to your teachings, Master. However, Ruth denied it. No, it's because of your talent. Actually, I just used my 5-hit combo skill. Come on, Master, it was all thanks to you. Hearing that, Ruth burst out laughing. Is that so? While Ju thought to himself, I maxed out all my skills using the massive XP from the witch hunt. In the end, Ruth was still full of praise. You're truly skilled. You even remember the monster ecology tips I taught you. Did I teach you about hellhounds, though? In response to that question, Ju just gave a practiced smile. That's because I'm the actual author of that monster ecology guide. Then Ruth awkwardly admitted to him, I've never met anyone like you before. You're definitely destined for great things. Very quickly after that, he grew a bit curious. What do you plan to do now? Is it that quest you mentioned before? Ju answered bluntly. First, I'm going to make money. Everything starts with money. That ideal intrigued Ruth. Excellent, I have a close friend who works as a mercenary. How about it want to try being a mercenary? At his suggestion, Ju fell into deep thought. Oh ho, that sounds like an attractive offer. Being a mercenary is the best way to make money at the start. Gradually, Ju began to speculate gleefully. Most importantly, it's freelance and flexible. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to meet the other guardians of this game. And with that, Ju enthusiastically shook Ruth's hand. I'll become a mercenary. He also agreed very quickly. Is that so? Following that, he held out a shiny object. In that case, take this. It's my old mercenary insignia. With it, my friend will recognize you right away. At the same time, Ruth sincerely said, good luck, Valos. Ju immediately responded with vigor. Yes, Master Ruth. And with that, the two of them went their separate ways, each with their own ideals. Perfect. Defeating the witch and getting a starting class like this is more than good enough. Ju looked at the insignia again and thought with certainty, at this rate, even a happy ending isn't far off. Don't you want to see the ending? Right then, the mysterious Aquila held a block of wood in his hand. Perhaps it does exist. There are still clues leading to the true ending. Meanwhile, Ju was ready to press the log out button. Right. You never know when you're going to die. That's what makes this game of life and death so great. Ju also told himself that he had to use this tension to his advantage. To steel his resolve, he even slapped his own face hard. After that, Ju confidently took his first steps. Wait for me, Aquila. I swear I'll reach the Chu engine. At the same time, a system message appeared. You have completed the hidden mission, Hunter's Trial. New mission updated, join the Mercenary Guild. The scene then shifts to Aquila, who can't stop laughing. She's so amused, she has to quickly wipe tears from her face. That was hilarious. To think he tricked those witches, that was brilliant, Aquila said cheerfully. Good thing I was still watching him. Suddenly, a pair of slender legs landed behind her, accompanied by a majestic aura. Van Fuga slowly began to speak. So it's him. He's definitely no ordinary person. Noticing her presence, Aquila started to tease, well, what's this? You like him, don't you? Gradually, Van Fuga's beautiful face appeared right behind her. Van Fuga gently brushed her hair aside and replied, Aquila, I am a god. How could I possibly look at a human I'm meant to protect in that way? Hearing that, she chuckled. Why not? He's cute. But in response to that playful remark was her stern gaze. Aquila, however, just said cheerfully, You're always so serious. You used to be much more fun, you know, but let's put that aside. She gently placed her hand on the chair and changed the subject. That was a long time ago. Hey, did you really pay off all his debt? She quickly shot back. That was taken care of ages ago. Van Fuga glanced at her, questioning. So he's still working to pay off a debt he doesn't even know has been settled. Aquila just laughed nonchalantly. That's right. This made Van Fuga exclaim, "You're cruel." Despite that, Aquila continued watching the screen, thoroughly amused. Why wouldn't I be? It's amusing. Just look at him. On the screen, Ju was chatting amicably with Root, full of life. Van Fuga slowly nodded. You're a terrible person. Her playful voice rang out in reply, thank you. Then she brought up something else. So Aquila, Van Fuga asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Is he part of your plan this time, or just a toy? In return, Aquila simply crossed her legs, lost in thought for a moment. But she quickly found her answer. Let's just say he's a promising talent. At the same time, her eyes began to glow pink with excitement. Ju was on his way to the next location. Keep observing him. After his arduous journey, Ju collapsed from exhaustion. Ugh, my legs hurt so much. At the same time, the system announced, you are in a state of exhaustion. In his despair, he couldn't help but complain, this damn forest. Why is it so brutal? Even so, Ju struggled to push himself up. It's only thanks to this body that I was able to get out of the forest in half a day. Time to get moving again. Then a large city came into view. The mercenary guild is right in front of me. Ju quickly entered the city walls and ducked into a tavern. A bell chimed as he walked in. A woman named Sudan immediately came out with a bright smile. Welcome to Franco's Frankfurt's Best Tavern. How can I help you? The system immediately updated, you have entered Franco's Tavern. As for Ju, her beauty left him completely flustered. Actually, I'm looking for someone. She replied cheerfully. Oh, I see. First, let me show you to a seat. As she led him, he took in the atmosphere. Just as I expected, a tavern is the best place to gather information. Good wine, cheerful people, and the fragrant smell of food. If there's any place I can find information about mercenaries, this is it. Ju's eyes quickly scanned the young men. People talk more when they're in high spirits. Then, as his thoughts wandered, his face suddenly flushed red. And most of all, the waitresses are incredibly cute. Carried away by his happy thoughts, Ju said, Yep, this is definitely the place. By the way, do you know someone named Reyes, chat? The moment he spoke, the entire tavern fell silent. The waitress beside him trembled with fear. Sir, that name is forbidden here. Hearing this, Ju was even more surprised. Huh, why? His answer came from Sudan's terrified expression. He's very dangerous. My boyfriend got involved with him once. Her next halting words were even more horrifying, and he came back looking like a mummy. Sudan added that other people here had also suffered at his hands. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Tavern morale has decreased. Meanwhile, the men in the tavern started talking nervously amongst themselves. Heard you caught another rat. Nice one. Nah, I just barely managed to kill a slime. Ju was still completely overwhelmed by the sight, thinking to himself, Ruth, what the hell did you get me into? But before he could even process it, Claire was already pushing him away. Sir, run. He's coming. The situation threw him into utter confusion. Suddenly Ju's face collided with someone's solid figure. The pain made him groan, clutching his head. Who is that? Meanwhile, the person in front of him came closer and answered, It's me. Then the stern and equally terrifying face of Reeves appeared. My name is Reeves Chat. Then, in a fleeting second, the man spotted the insignia on his hip. Rebus casually grabbed it. What's this? Isn't this Ruth's mercenary insignia? Then you must be the guy. Ju, on the other hand, was stunned. Since when did he... As for Reeves, he burst into a cheerful laugh. Perfect. I was just looking for a teammate. A companion. By now, however, Ju was terrified. What did you just say? What kind of teammate? Something sounds off about that. Ruth, you bastard. In stark contrast to him, the man flashed a wicked smile. Just kidding. It was at that moment he silently vowed, You just wait, Ruth. The next time I see you, you're dead meat. The two of them then moved outside, and that's how I ended up becoming a reluctant teammate. Companion dragged into the war between the Elector and the Pajamas faction. Rebaz nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. You catch on quick. You've got a sharp mind. He then let out a loud laugh, making Ju suspicious, even though this feels like I'm being forcibly conscripted into some country's army. But in reality, this is a great opportunity. In his head, however, he was carefully calculating, the Elector is one of the guardian gods of this game, one of the major powers in this region. Ju silently stroked his chin and smiled. Through him, I can find clues about the other guardian gods. Suddenly, a horn blew. A horn blared right next to them. Reeves immediately threw an arm around his shoulder. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. However, that action accidentally triggered the system. You have been ambushed. HP decreased by 30. Right after a squad of heavily armored soldiers marched majestically down the road. That's the Elector's entire escort. Reeves watched the scene full of self-admiration. Heavens, look at me. I'd fit right in with that group, wouldn't I? Jew beside him was also in awe. This is a little different than I imagined. I used to be on the opposing side. Following that thought, he quickly spotted Philip. Is that the Elector over there? He looks just like a villain. At the same time, the system announced, you have just seen the Elector, a guardian god. But it didn't stop there. Jew's expression changed even more dramatically. The clearer his view became, the more his jaw dropped in disbelief. She's here. Jew's eyes were fixed on long, flowing hair. The person's hand gripped the reins tightly, and the sword at their hip gleamed. From that appearance alone, he instantly recognized her. Van Fugus is here, too. At that moment, Philip slowly glanced towards her. Then he asked in a low voice, is something wrong? Van Fugus seemed startled for a moment, but she quickly denied it, lowering her head. It's nothing, my lord. And just like that, the procession moved further away from Zhu. The battle awaits. Philip's voice answered softly. Indeed. Back with Zhu, he was recalling old memories. She was my companion in my previous playthroughs, but what followed was a brutal memory. I could never save her in any of my attempts. In each of those lifetimes, all Zhu could do was grit his teeth and endure. The outcome was always the same. Suddenly, Rebus asked curiously, something wrong? Out loud, he quietly answered no, but inside Zhu thought otherwise. This time, even if it costs me my life. With that resolute thought, he began to walk. I will create an ending where she lives. The next place the two of them headed to was the mercenaries' training grounds. Everyone was sectioned off, competing relentlessly against one another. The atmosphere made Zhu laugh nervously. Damn, this is intense. Are these the Navy SEALs or something? Rebus came up beside him. Getting started already. The system promptly updated. You have entered the training grounds of the Reeves Chat Mercenary Corps. Then he added cheerfully, perfect timing. We're choosing a team leader through one-on-one duels. There's prize money, too. At Rebus' words, Zhu watched how they were all fighting. Pride and money, huh? Even so, Zhu calmly thought to himself, but I'm only here to get close to the Elector, that's all. It's best to just keep quiet for now. Meanwhile, Reeves gripped his shoulder firmly. You're participating too. And just like that, he shoved his terrifying face right up close to Zhu's. Of course you are. Ruth wouldn't send some clueless rookie over now, would he? His words made Zhu tremble uncontrollably. Did anyone even ask me? As for Reeves, after making his declaration, he bellowed out to the entire area. Anyone want to test their skills against the new blood? He was immediately met with a chorus of excited shouts from countless people. Fresh meat, huh? I'm first. Then continuous arguments broke out. Amidst the chaos, he could only smile helplessly. I can't even object. This feeling is so familiar. Well, I guess I'll have to make a bit of an impression first. But very quickly after, someone had been chosen and was now facing Zhu. First, he politely introduced himself. I'm Max. It's a pleasure to meet you. At the same time, the system window appeared. Mercenary Max has challenged you to a duel. His next words were suddenly filled with contempt. Look at that body of yours. I bet you'd snap in two with just one hit. In return, he was silently assessing his opponent. I'm Valor Step Valor. So rude. If I posted a picture of myself on StarPic, I'd get 1,000 likes, you know. The lengthy introductions were quickly cut short when Reyes spoke up. Are both sides ready? At that prompt, both of them immediately became serious and got into their fighting stances. Good. Begin. Just a second after the command, Max charged forward at high speed. The price for his recklessness was having his sword knocked right back. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers, including Reyes, instantly turned to shock. As for the battle, Max was already knocked out on the ground, along with the notification, you have defeated Mercenary Max. Fame plus 15. And just like that, countless shouts rang out. What just happened? Max went down in just one hit. Meanwhile, Zhu was sneering inwardly. Well, of course. After eating the red dragon fruit, my strength is now on par with an ogre's. But before he could even rest, countless people were already swarming him. I have to know what you're using. Fight me. Me too. Me too. Faced with this chaos, he started sweating profusely out of fear. One at a time, please. And so Ju proceeded to take down another person with intermediate swordsmanship. Fame plus 15. The next person was tightly bound by his monster binding technique. Fame plus 15. And it didn't stop there. Ju even used monster headbutt on his next opponent's face. Fame plus 15. After many had been defeated, a confident voice suddenly rang out. "What is this nonsense?" "You're all embarrassing yourselves in front of a rookie." An updated info panel appeared right next to him. "Mercenary Sharklot is taunting you." Meanwhile, Sharklot was striding forward aggressively. "I'll be your opponent." In stark contrast, Ju was terrified. What is that thing? He's so huge, is he even human? Because of that, he hurriedly opened the settings screen. This is too much, I have to log out. However, the log out button just stayed there unresponsive. What the hell? I can't even log out. Helpless in his current predicament, Ju wearily raised a finger. "Thanks again, Aquila. Just let me rest for a bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit." In return, he was met with Sharklot's massive body pouncing at him. No way. Ju was completely helpless, so he just stood there motionless. What a rotten fate. But then he slowly closed his eyes. All right, then. If it's come to this, I'll just have to settle this once and for all. The next second, Ju's eyes shot wide open. "Let's settle this!" His small but powerful hand immediately gripped his opponent's wrist. With his other hand, he grabbed onto the shirt Sharklot was wearing. From there, he gained momentum and slammed him down with a monster slam. Just like that, Sharklot crashed stunningly onto the floor, cracking the ground beneath him. He was knocked unconscious. What the hell was that monster slam? Meanwhile, Ju was panting, exhausted. "You have defeated Mercenary Sharklot. Fame plus 30. Even Blake and Reyes were amazed. "Captain, where on earth did you find this guy?" "Unbelievable. Even Sharklot lost." At that moment, Bruce and Ken suddenly rushed towards him. "No way did you really beat Sharklot. You really are a monster. Skinny as a rail, but strong as a demon." Then they roughly shook Ju's shoulders. "Let me fight you too." But he himself had practically given up. "Just let me rest, you damn bastards." Suddenly Reyes appeared with a fiercely intimidating aura. "Everyone step aside." That action inadvertently made Ju happy. "I'm so touched. He's showing concern for me like that. Is it because I'm Vu's disciple?" But his joy was short-lived. The man decisively pointed at him. "Very good. You're chosen. I want you to be the team leader for this battle." The moment he heard that, his whole body immediately froze. Valor step. Valor. However, Ju couldn't utter another word as he was immediately dragged onto the battlefield. Amidst a formation of brawny, muscular men, he trembled as he took the lead dagger in hand. Just then, a seal was stamped. Hidden quest, join the Mercenary Guild, completed. A new mission was updated, retake Hap Hill. The battlefield was now swarming with soldiers as the wind kicked up clouds of dust and smoke blanketing everything. Waiting for the right moment, Reeves decisively yelled, "Charge!" The human army roared in response, raising their weapons high as the sharp points of their spears aimed directly at the orcs. To surround them, Ju on this side had already taken one down with his dagger. As he struck, he kept reminding himself, right now we're fighting alongside the Marquise's faction. Suddenly time flashed back to when Reeves was explaining the strategy. "We will directly confront the Demon King's goblin army, the Pessimus faction." He then clenched his fist with determination. "And our mission is simple. Seize the enemy commander's war banner." Rebs further explained the plan. "Once our forces break their tight formation, we will slip through that opening and collapse their entire formation." Then he slowly reminded them, "But remember, these are proud goblin warriors. They're not just strong, their coordination is among the best on the continent." Finally, Rex forcefully pointed directly at Ju. "Now then, Valo, step Valo." And that's why he was now facing 2 orcs alone. "Your job as the squad leader is to hold them back." Countless spears stabbed down, tearing his clothes, but they couldn't touch him. Seizing the opportunity, Ju charged forward. "What my job as squad leader?" In the blink of an eye, he had sent all their weapons flying. "Don't give me that crap. I was just planning to..." Then Ju muttered in frustration, "Earn some merits and then get the hell out of here." Meanwhile, Drake was rushing to report, "Captain, bad news, our spearmen are falling apart." Hearing this, the captain furrowed his brow. Impossible. My elite spearmen wouldn't just collapse. With that thought, he violently snatched the spyglass. "Give that to me!" Then Dean immediately put it to his eye and observed the situation from afar. After watching for just a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh!" Gradually, Dean became even more shocked. "What the hell is that?" Over on this side, Ju's soldiers were fighting with absolute frenzy. "Smash them all for me!" It was their unusual morale that made him break out in a panicked sweat. Dean frantically gave the order, "Form a line, riflemen fire," his comrades, and he quickly raised their shields. Shield durability has decreased by 1,220 out of 2,300. Ju was even a little smug. "Rifles are too damn weak. You guys know what a K2 is, huh?" Without rapid-fire mode, rifles have to fire in alternating rows. Meanwhile, the enemy was making their move. The first row finished firing. The second row prepared to take aim. And at that very moment, he knew. Now's the time. The next second, Ju single-handedly used his shield to push the horde of orcs into one spot. Thanks to the path he cleared, the others advanced with ease. "Charge, tear them to pieces." But Drake on the opposing side was stunned. No way. They were all sent flying by that little shrimp of a kid. Now he had to face the crowd alone. "These bastards. They're not human, but I absolutely cannot let them take this." The more he thought, the tighter Drake gripped the wooden shaft. "This banner carries the glorious history of my people." And until the very last moment, he was helpless against their combined attack. "I will never!" A blood-curdling scream followed along with the celebration of the entire squad. They immediately cheered, "Squad leader Valo has captured the enemy banner." The system also congratulated him instantly. "You have successfully seized the war banner. Leadership plus 30. Achievement plus 20. Ju himself thought gleefully, "That's right. Now I just need to hold out a little longer and the merits will be all mine." The thought had barely formed when it was cut off by the sound of a horn. Mark, who was nearby, suddenly reported in a panic, "Squad leader, more bad news." At that moment, their army had split into two separate parts. "Our allies are retreating." Hearing that, Ju only had time to exclaim, "What?" At the same time, Mark added, "Goblin reinforcements have arrived." He could see them too, which made him panic even more. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" Accordingly, the thoughts in Ju's head began to spiral. Victory was just within reach. Why would they run away at a time like this? Suddenly, Mark, trembling all over, stammered to him, "Squad leader, what do we do now? Should we drop the banner and run for it?" That suggestion was immediately shot down by him. "What the hell did you just say?" Faced with that harsh reaction, he slowly looked around. "But there are only 4 of us left, and we're surrounded by orcs. We're trapped." Hidden Boss Goblin. Great General Callion appeared at the same time with a powerful aura. "It's over." With bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes, his mouth full of sharp teeth, slowly opened to speak. "Brave human warriors." He stood right before them and said, "Surrender and retreat. These are my proud elite soldiers. If you agree to retreat now and leave the banner behind, I will acknowledge your courage and spare your lives." However, Ju suddenly pulled out the banner threateningly. "In your dreams, take one more step, and this precious banner of yours will end up right in Zaklot's underwear drawer." As soon as he heard that, Callion gritted his teeth in fury. "You dare our sacred war banner! You intend to put it in such a filthy place!" His response was pure mockery from Ju. "You think there are rules in war for victory? I'll wipe this banner of yours all over the place, just you watch." Nearby, the system also commented enthusiastically, "You have attempted to threaten Callion." This time, an orc couldn't hold back and roared, "Captain!" Even he was agitated now. "What? Damn it!" Callion suddenly paused for a moment longer with an unreadable expression. In the end, he still gave a decisive order, "All units prepare to fire." The sudden change in the situation left Ju stunned. Huh. As for Callion, he directly pointed at the target with a short command. "Fire." The moment the word was spoken, countless cannonballs rained down upon their bodies. The system also began to announce, "Your threat failed." Ju himself was bewildered. In previous playthroughs, they had never given up their beloved flag so easily. In the midst of that dire situation, his eyes darted around and he quickly saw the mercenaries struggling to hold their ground. Some were trying their best while others were screaming in fear. Damn it. They brought out a great general that's cheating, and that's not all. The situation for the other military units wasn't any better. With my current reputation and rank, there's no way I can fight that monster. And with that, Ju's world went dark. What should I do? What do I do now? Suddenly, a memory unintentionally flooded back to him. He was enjoying the view with his comrades, a happy look on his face as he took in the atmosphere. But then, Aquila's mysterious laugh shattered the space, followed by the cold words she uttered, "You die in real life too, you know." It was that cruel truth that shocked Ju back to his senses. Behind him, Max was relentlessly urging him, "Leader, you have to give an order, or we'll really get wiped out," he stammered in response. "Right, of course." Just like that, the corners of Zhu's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. Right after that, he threw his head back and laughed out loud, startling his comrades. "Has he really gone mad?" Before they could understand, he violently snatched the horn. "Give me that horn!" His action left the other man completely bewildered. "There are no reinforcements left." On the other hand, he confidently retorted, "Shut your mouth and watch, you pighead." Next, Zhu took a deep breath before blowing the horn, and in the very next moment, the sound of the horn echoed across the entire battlefield full of orcs. This was very confusing for Mark. "Leader, our troops aren't in that direction." Zhu's curt reply came back, "I know, damn it, shut up and cover me." Next he even let out a smirk. "Now we're even, you know. Aquila, if you have any conscience left, you won't abandon me, right?" In this critical moment, Zhu still roared defiantly, "After all, I'm still a VIP customer." Callion's command rang out at the same time. "Spearmen, charge!" Just like that, Drake gripped his spear tightly and prepared to strike. Before making his move, the man shouted in anger. The sworn enemy of our people, Zhu, had no escape route left and had to face the sharp point head-on. Suddenly, the situation before him changed as Drake was struck by an arrow. Following his fall was the silhouette of a knight leaping through the air. All the orcs there were drawn to it, looking up at Valpurgis with stunned expressions, and very quickly her horse's hooves landed safely on the ground. Valpurgis continued to pull on the reins, then reassured our troops, "Don't give up." Finally, she pointed her sword straight at the enemy to rally the soldiers' spirits. "Raise your swords, soldiers!" Just then, Callion declared aggressively, "All units do not interfere. This battle is between me and—" Facing him, Valpurgis calmly drew her sword. "The Countess of Nidayan. This is a duel between nobles." Hearing his words, she whispered, "So you do appreciate a bit of romance." Then Valpurgis suddenly swung her sword first, but he managed to dodge in time. The clash of swords rang out once more. As they both parried and countered simultaneously, Zhu watched the scene with admiration. Amazing. A perfectly matched fight. Valpurgis is still in the early stages of her storyline, and yet she's already this strong. At that moment, she and Callion had just knocked each other's swords away to counterattack. In that instant, the man's face suddenly contorted in surprise. The reason for his astonishment was that Valpurgis had leaped straight in front of him. Then she delivered a powerful kick to his head, stunning him. Callion staggered back, his hand unconsciously touching his wound. Then he suddenly exclaimed, "As expected, you are impressive, not just your swordsmanship, but your close-quarters combat is on another level, too." With that, Callion added his speculation, "You belong to the Vampire Abbey, don't you? A military order like that would make sense." In response, Valpurgis replied coldly that she simply revered the holy gods with a pious heart. Her explanation made him chuckle inwardly. "Is that so?" As for Valpurgis, she quickly tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. "It seems night has fallen." With those words, her nimble feet swiftly leaped off the ground. The two blades clashed again in a powerful blow. Callion didn't yield an inch, gritting his teeth and putting more strength into it. With his robust physique, he easily gained the upper hand in the struggle, but in return his carelessness left a huge opening, allowing Valpurgis to jump high. In the next second, she executed a precise slash, drawing a line down his body from above. And after that fatal blow, Callion began to sway, his last words being, "That was a good fight." And with his defeat, the atmosphere became breathtakingly silent. Gradually, the panicked screams of the orc troops began to ring out. "The commander has been taken down. All units retreat." Meanwhile, Zhu was still in awe. That terrifying-looking general was defeated in a single blow. His eyes were fixed on her back. Just as expected from the knight nun Valpurgis, right now, the enemy forces were scattering in chaos to retreat. As for Valpurgis, she suddenly struck up a conversation with him. "You must be the leader of this mercenary group." She also offered a polite greeting. "I could feel your courage from afar. My name is Valpurgis." Zhu also quickly shook her hand. "It's a great pleasure to meet you. I am Valo State." Upon hearing that name, Valpurgis replied cheerfully, "Valo! It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Valo." He in turn was feeling very grateful. "Valpurgis." He bowed his head. "If it weren't for you, Lady Valpurgis, all of us would be dead by now." But inside, Zhu couldn't stop blaming himself. "I'm not who I used to be. I should have been more careful." Suddenly, the mercenary troops quickly approached them. As one of them got closer, a flag in his hand, he smiled brightly and said, Why are you staring at the ground, Sir Valo? Then, with a voice full of confidence, he continued, Take this. Right after he said that a system notification appeared, the mercenaries' trust in you has increased. Ju was utterly confused. I'm getting credit for that. Stunned, he suddenly recalled their life-or-death struggle. The bullets striking their shields, the determined faces of the men holding their ground, it all flashed before his eyes. Finally, he thought of his own unyielding will during that moment. Then Ju's entire body started to tremble uncontrollably. I get it now. And with that, he burst into a hearty laugh. He was overcome with joy. He immediately snatched the flag and shouted, This victory flag is mine! But his outburst frightened many of the others. Captain, get a hold of yourself. Did the captain get shot in the head or something? And so the fierce battle came to an end. However, everything returned to the familiar Frank Showa tavern. That day, a very rough customer burst through the door. This brother Baptist was panting as he frantically looked around, startling Charlie, who had been stuffing his face. Noticing the commotion, he was startled and rushed over. Were you in another battle? Are you hurt? In contrast, the other replied awkwardly, I'm fine. Uncle Jiu, who was nearby, quietly wondered, Who's that girl? Is that his daughter? His daughter. Reyes immediately shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. Charlie's only 15 years old. Hearing that, he firmly denied it, but the man insisted again, much to his surprise. That's Charlie's little sister. Suddenly, she grabbed Ju by the shirt. It's your fault my brother ended up like this. Pay his hospital bills. Charlie then rushed to intervene, but the doctor immediately shouted, Brother, stay out of this! At the same time, a system notification popped up. You have entered the confused state. Rex, despite being at the same table, simply ordered calmly, I'll have another one of these, please. Sujan replied softly, All right. Finally, Charlie hesitantly explained, Hey, stop. It's thanks to Captain Valo that I made it back safely. Hearing that, his sister paused. What did you say? And that wasn't all. Others in the tavern started to chime in. That's right. If it weren't for the captain, we'd be the main course at a goblin feast by now. We're only alive thanks to the captain. Hooray for Valo! The cheerful shouts continued to ring out. Hooray for Valo! The more Ju heard, the more embarrassed he got. Just eat, you little pigs. This is so embarrassing. And of course, they teased him for that moment, too. Look, Captain Valo is blushing. He's so cute. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Vanpergus appeared once again in front of the tavern. Valo, his face still in a wide, embarrassed grin, saw her. He unconsciously glanced over his tone, turning to surprise at her rushed appearance. Countess Vanpergus. A short while later, the two of them were walking down a road in the middle of the garrison. As they walked, Vanpergus explained, His Highness the Elector wishes to see you. He most likely wants to reward you for your distinguished service in the battle. He nodded in understanding. Oh, is that so? Noticing his lukewarm reaction, she asked, Is that not something to be pleased about? It's the highest honor a mercenary can receive. Even so, he thought to himself, This feels a bit strange. Isn't she a little too pleased about this? Then Ju commented, I have to say, Countess, you seem more excited about this than I am. At this, she suddenly requested, Call me Vanpergus, not Countess. Hearing this, Ju readily agreed. All right, Vanpergus. Then Vanpergus gestured to the people around them. Look, Sir Valo, if not for your courage, all of those people would have lost their lives. Those soldiers owe you their lives. But her next heartfelt words stunned him even more. They are also citizens of this empire. You saved every single one of them. What more reason do you need to be happy? Familiar memories suddenly came flooding back to him. That's right. Ever since that day, only Vanpergus had stood up to protect him, her arms outstretched and a brilliant smile on her face. Vanpergus, she hasn't changed at all. Slowly, he began to accept it. The only thing that has changed is our relationship. Because now I'm just a mercenary. The two of them soon stopped in front of a deserted tent. She stepped inside to announce their arrival. Your Highness, I have brought Valo, a voice echoed from inside. Excellent. Well done. As Ju looked closer, his eyes were drawn to a brilliant gemstone. So you are the one they call Valo. Phillips, along with his retainers, was waiting for him at a work table. It is a great pleasure to meet you. I am the Steel Elector, he said before stating his name. He paused, intentionally trying to appear mysterious. Phillips. Valo responded to him cautiously. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Highness. So this is the renowned warrior. I can feel the pressure just by standing near him. Then Philip continued cheerfully, Valo the grass cutter. Praise flowed endlessly from his lips. Your courage is truly impressive. You fight as fiercely as a lion. Hearing this, Ju responded humbly, "You flatter me, Your Highness." Even so, he gave a cunning smirk. "Not at all. A man who renders service on the battlefield must be rewarded accordingly. Reward his comrades with 100 florins, and reward him with 300 florins." At that generous offer, he immediately bowed to express his gratitude. "I will remember the grace Your Highness has bestowed upon me." Philip was very pleased. "Good. Is there anything else you require?" His tone was a bit hesitant now. "There is one thing I wish to ask." He readily agreed. "Go on, speak." And so he got straight to the point. "I wish to be reunited with my comrades in Wittenbachs." After hearing that request, Philip agreed. "Wittenbachs, eh? It's quite deep behind our lines, but I'll allow it. I will have a carriage prepared for you." Ju replied cautiously. "Thank you, Your Highness." Then he paused for a moment before asking again, "Is there anything else?" In response, Ju did not speak right away. I should have just stopped there. Slowly, his metallic eyes glanced to the side. Van Pergus, who was standing there, offered a small, encouraging smile. Thanks to that, Ju found the spirit to smile as well. Now the attendants and Philip himself were all watching him. "Your Highness, I have a question." Philip, who seemed to have been waiting for this, excitedly replied, "What is it?" But as for Ju, despite his lingering hesitation, he still voiced it. "What are your thoughts on this war?" A pensive silence fell over the room. Philip rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Van Pergus stood stiffly, her flushed cheeks beaded with sweat. Ju forced a smile, thinking to himself, "Just as I expected, everyone's flustered. It's only natural. I'm still just a lowly mercenary." His face darkened as he looked down and asked, "So what are your thoughts?" He looked straight at him and replied without hesitation, "From my limited perspective, I cannot yet see the whole picture. But there is one thing that worries me right now." Sun burst out laughing, interrupting him. "Oh, and what absurdity is worrying you? Don't think you're qualified to advise the elector? Just because you achieved one small feat." Vi, who was discussing strategy, also chimed in jokingly. "That's right, Your Highness, he must have just heard some scrap of gossip somewhere." Suddenly a soft voice spoke up. Van Pergus now joined the discussion. "Your Highness, it wouldn't hurt to listen for a moment. Why not hear what he has to say?" Frederick, his displeasure obvious, shot back. "A lowly countess dares to speak up, in front of the elector, no less." She paid him no mind, listening silently as Philip advised him, "Uncle, she is the daughter of the elector of Bayern. Show some respect." Ju, enjoying the drama, thought to himself, "Oh, that's Van Pergus for you. Even the steel elector can't ignore her." He resumed his pompous demeanor. "Very well, continue." Hearing the question from Philip, "Tell me what you think of this war." "Well..." Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Ju took a slow, deep breath. His words made both Frederick and Philip's eyes widen in shock. "There's an ambush, Your Highness!" He murmured the word, his voice low and somber. "An ambush? What are you basing this on?" Ju bowed calmly and replied, "Yes. The Demon Lord Pizarud's primary strategies always revolve around ambushes and betrayal. The images of monster hordes descending upon the towns and wreaking havoc. Even an Han couldn't defeat them easily. Based on the war with the Toe Kingdom 15 years ago, Pizarud's sinister smile appeared, and in the battle against Marquis on Han 6 years ago, we can see that ambush tactics played a decisive role in both conflicts." Here his eyes hardened. Even so, Philip and his men listened intently. "We also cannot overlook his other tactic, betrayal," he slowly concluded. "Are you saying," Philip said, his expression unreadable, "that there is a traitor among us right now?" Ju wasn't entirely certain. "I am merely presenting the possibility." His lips curled into a satisfied smirk at this answer. "Caution is never a bad thing." Philip crossed his legs and continued, "That's right, caution." Then he suddenly grew angry, leaning forward aggressively. "You have some nerve." Van Pergus and Ju felt an immense pressure. "Listen closely. The only reason your head is still on your shoulders is because I allow it. Do you understand? Know your place." She urgently tried to speak, "Your Highness." He cut her off, replying, "I understand." Van Pergus quietly watched Ju, who was bowing his head beside her. She was sweating, her lips pressed tightly together. He stood up to take the blame. "Please forgive me for overstepping my bounds." Ju turned sharply and left. "Then I shall take my leave." Leaving with doubts, he thought, "He's really suspicious. In previous attempts, the steel elector was usually more cautious. This time, he's far too arrogant." Ju gazed into the distance, pondering to himself, "Yes, something is clearly different this time." He startled, connecting things that had seemed unrelated. First, the red dragon fruits appeared unusually early, and then Vanpergus, who shouldn't have appeared at this point in time. Everything is different from my hundreds of previous attempts. Ju, deep in thought, accidentally muttered aloud, "Could it be?" Suddenly a voice called out, "Sir Valois!" He instinctively turned his head. Vanpergus appeared, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. She said cheerfully, "I finally caught up to you." Before Ju could process what was happening, the knight Vanpergus quickly spoke up. "You walk so fast." He ventured a guess. "Did you run all this way because you were worried about me?" Vanpergus replied innocently, "Of course." Ju felt a little happy, thinking, "Oh my God, she's so adorable." She stepped forward to apologize for her superior. "Please allow me to apologize on behalf of Elector Philip for his words and actions. If there is anything else you desire, I will make it happen." Vampirus boldly declared, "Just say the word, whatever it may be." The red-eyed man began to have wicked thoughts. "Anything I want." With his imagination running wild, Ju began to come up with all sorts of scenarios. "Aren't you being a little too confident? What if I ask for something completely unreasonable?" She replied firmly, "Do not underestimate me. My family is one of the wealthiest noble houses in the empire." He grew more and more excited. "Money, that's not an issue. In that case, you must have a lot of clothes, right?" Something made Ju pause. He suddenly curled his lip into a suggestive smirk. Ju thought of something he wanted. "Give me a feather pen and a handgun if you would." "The Vampire King, huh?" She stepped closer and asked again, "Is that all?" "Valo, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He remained calm and composed. "It's all right, Knightess Vanpergus." She hesitated, her expression unreadable. "But..." Suddenly tears streamed down Ju's face like rain. "My dream is to become a cavalryman." "I was planning to use this opportunity to learn how to ride a horse, and the handgun is also part of my dream." Vanpergus quickly ruined the mood. "Then what are the tears for?" He trembled with anger. "These are the tears of a man," she exclaimed in admiration. "I've never seen anyone live for others so much." Ju clenched his fists, trying to hold back his emotions. I've given up so many things, Knightess Vanpergus." Vanpergus readily agreed. "All right. This is no place for a heart-to-heart." She smiled, taking his hand and pulling him along. "Follow me." Ju quietly watched the smiling girl in front of him. Knightess Vanpergus. His cheeks turned bright red. He was at a loss for words. Time passed. Sometime later, on a large field, two opposing sides appeared. The battle to retake Hap Hill Elector Steel Philip versus the Demon Lord Pijamut. Riding his horse, Philip aggressively declared, "Today will be the day I end you, Pijamut!" Pijamut looked utterly disgusted, pinching his nose. "Good heavens, can someone shut his mouth? His breath is so foul I can smell it from here." Vincent approached from behind and announced, "Sir, everything is ready for the battle." The man was pleased. "Excellent." He looked concernedly at his master. "My lord, are you really planning to use that woman Heja?" Pijamut replied impatiently. "Are you asking about that again?" Vincent recalled his previous trauma and stammered, But she's too ruthless. If we capture the Elector, he'll be a valuable hostage if we hand him over to that madwoman." The man took his point. "I know, I'll handle her myself, just trust me." Pijamut watched the stone on his ring glow. "Speak of the devil?" A familiar voice rang out. "It is I, greetings, my lord." A dark figure with a flowing cloak walked over the backs of its minions. "I am ready." The man frowned and reminded her, "Right. Good work. Be careful, all right?" The person on the other side replied curtly, "Yes." Pijamut narrowed his eyes and hesitated. About that. Could you maybe go a little easy on him?" Heya put power into her legs and asked back, "What was that? I'm never rough." He gathered all his strength and yelled, "You're always rough." She gave a mischievous grin and looked from side to side. "Oh, come on." Heya's expression suddenly changed. "I'm very gentle, you know." A crafty, amused look appeared in her eyes. "When have I ever been hot-headed?" On Pijamut's side, a sense of unease filled the air. "I'm always gentle," she says. Vincent screamed frantically, "Sir!" The scene changed. Ju was riding a horse at full gallop through the night. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, "I can't believe it. This horse is named Philly. Its speed is beyond imagination." Looking at the black horse he was riding, Ju couldn't help but be amazed. "And this is just a spare horse. This is truly the style of a Bavarian noble." An information panel appeared, full recovery potion. Completely heals all wounds. Price 1,000 florins. He looked at the potion vial and smirked, thinking, she even gave me this expensive medicine. A single bottle costs 1,000 florins. That's as much as a building. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion right behind Zhu. Startled, he immediately understood the situation. Damn it! It's already started. I have to hurry. Remembering Philip's triumphant face didn't reassure Zhu at all. That arrogant steel elector has no chance of winning this battle. He's definitely going to charge in completely unprepared. There's a high chance he'll be so badly wounded on the battlefield that he won't be able to get up. But Frederick had betrayed them to join Pijamut's forces. They laughed boisterously, their two pairs of deadly eyes staring at Philip, who was kneeling before them. Just as Zhu had predicted, he was being utterly crushed. His voice filled with disbelief as he asked, "You still don't realize your situation. Uncle, why would you betray us like this?" The man rubbed his chin judgmentally. "And you still dare to call yourself a knight of the Empire?" Frederick explained the whole story. The truth was revealed. "Listen closely, Philip. You are now committing treason against Emperor Pizarute. He and I have joined forces. We are arresting you for betrayal." He moved closer to Philip, making a provocative gesture. "How does this feel?" Frederick's face revealed a vile expression. "Can you feel it now?" He was still stunned and confused. "What the hell is this? Who would believe such ridiculous nonsense?" A second later, Philip was kicked in the face. "Do you think you're a 12-year-old child? Stop dreaming and open your eyes. Look closely at what's happening in front of you." Bismuth leaned down with a cold smile. "You really are a hopeless fool." He glanced back, snapped his fingers, and commanded, "Tie him up now!" "Yes, sir." The subordinates quickly ran to carry out the order. He backed away in fear. "Don't touch me!" Philip's face turned pale and his whole body trembled. I am a Grand Elector, a nobleman, you bunch of fools." Bismuth, annoyed, gave an order just as a vampire appeared from the sky. "Hey, gag him, he's too loud." She landed a powerful kick to the man's face. The vampire landed safely. Bismuth ground his teeth in pain. She gave an urgent order. "Quick, use this chance to escort His Highness away now." The soldiers behind her responded, "Yes, understood." From the canyon behind them, more figures continued to appear. Galloping toward Bismuth, a voice called out, "At this rate, that Philip fellow is going to escape." The man snarled in frustration, "Shut your mouth, you're giving me a headache." Bismuth sent a telepathic message, "Hera, he's heading your way." Her tone sounded like she was thoroughly enjoying herself. "Oh, so soon?" he asked with confusion. "Why haven't you acted yet?" Hera was using a person as a chair to gaze at the night sky. "I'm just having a little fun." Pijamut, growing uneasy, repeated himself several times. "I'm telling you, stop messing around, damn it." The man became serious. "Begin the operation for me now," she replied. "As you command, my lord." Hera smiled brightly, delighted like a seductive demon. All right. It's feeding time, my darlings." Hera summoned a pack of carnivorous beasts, their target Philip. "You must be very hungry, right? Go on, tear him apart to your heart's content." They sped through this forest. Along the way, they met Zhu. He fired a single shot, easily taking one down. Zhu glanced to the side, thinking to himself, "I knew it, zombie dogs." Seeing the drooling dogs, he immediately understood her plan. She uses this pack to exhaust her target, then slowly finishes them off. Suddenly, one appeared behind Zhu. It flew to attack him. He swung his arm contemptuously to counter. What a disgusting tactic. With his weapon, Zhu easily sliced it in two. "I know your dirty little tricks all too well, Hera." According to his calculations, there were almost none of them here. The rest must have all gone to pursue Philip. Riding his horse, Zhu worried about the battlefield. "I don't give a damn about that bastard. The one who's important is Vanpergus." Zhu spurred his horse, riding off at top speed. "I have to hurry." Deep in the forest, the pack of zombie dogs had already picked up the scent. Philip rode ahead to block them. No, Philip ignored everything, determined to ride headfirst into escape. His face turned purple with fear as he thought, "My magical power isn't flowing properly." Could this be Bismut's doing? Unable to do anything else, Philip reined in his horse. "Damn you!" While he was distracted, a zombie dog with its tongue hanging out leaped forward. "Your Highness, watch out!" Philip couldn't react in time. He could only blink as Vanpergus swiftly rode up, swung her sword, and cut the dog in two, saving him while her horse was still at a full gallop. She bravely stood up. Vanpergus performed a series of clean movements, switching over to the horse next to Philip. "Are you all right, sir?" Vanpergus remained on high alert, reminding him, "This is uncharted land that no one has ever explored or set foot in. We must be extremely vigilant." He stammered, I understand, Vanpergus. Philip's attention was caught by a shrill cry from behind. "Your Highness!" The female knight accompanying them was surrounded by the pack of dogs. "Please save me." He was stunned, his face ashen as he heard the desperate screams. "Your Highness!" Vanpergus tried to shout to calm her. "Try to hold on a little longer, I'm on my way." Philip suddenly cut her off. He yelled her name, "Vanpergus!" Philip trembled all over, forcing a smile. "Just leave that girl behind." She cried out in disbelief. "What do you mean, that girl, Your Highness?" He decisively rode away. "Isn't it obvious? Her life and mine are on completely different levels." Vanpergus was thrown into a state of confusion. Is this the duty of a ruler? She gritted her teeth, blaming herself. I should have listened back then. Recalling the scene at the camp, Vanpergus thought to herself, if only I had listened to Valor's words then. Remembering Philip's arrogance, perhaps things could have been resolved differently. She remembered that other face. It was all because we ignored him. A rope wrapped around Vanpergus's neck, cutting off her thoughts. You all look so pathetic. Hera was here, and she was forcefully taking her down. Vanpergus reached out a hand, pleading for help. Your Highness! Her eyes widened in horror. Vanpergus seemed stunned as she looked at the man before her. Philip, drenched in sweat, glanced back at her, but still chose to turn and ride away, leaving her to be dragged off and abandoned. Vanpergus lost her balance and fell hard to the ground. Her hand clutched the dirt. I put my trust in the wrong person. Looking at his terrified, self-serving face, Vanpergus was speechless. To think a man like that, she struggled to stand up, is called a Grand Elector. Hera tightened the rope, joining the conversation. No, she spoke suggestively, but that's precisely what makes a true Grand Elector. Hera touched her lips. You see it that way too, don't you, big sister? Just accept it. Vanpergus shouted in defiance. Take that back. For generations, the title of Grand Elector has held the right to choose the Empire's next emperor. Every single one of them is essentially a monarch in their own territory. She was determined to make it clear once again that it was hers and hers alone. Haja sighed, turning back to give an order. Keep watching Philip. Her subordinates immediately complied. Understood? Holding a whip, she slowly walked over. Now that I think about it, you carry the blood of the 9 branches too right. Haja's gaze was ice cold. Seeing that the vampire girl didn't answer, she grew even more smug. Hit a nerve, have I? She finally couldn't hold back anymore and lunged at her opponent. You bitch! But it had no effect on Haja, who easily dodged the attack. Vanpergus couldn't help but be stunned by this turn of events. Before she could even react, Haja struck her with a painful lash of the whip across her back. Haja laughed like a madwoman, full of smug satisfaction. Go on, scream more. Excellent, excellent. Now I want to play with you even more. Vanpergus was completely powerless against Haja's assault. She finally couldn't take it anymore. After one final blow, she collapsed onto the floor. Vanpergus suddenly seemed so weak, tears streaming down her cheeks. Servalo, if it were you, I'm sure you would find a way to get through this. But I think this is as far as I go. However, Haja had no intention of letting Vanpergus off. Oh, we're not done yet, dear? She raised her whip to strike again, but something caught her attention. Haja's face was utterly baffled. There was a strange object near her. Turns out it was just the corpse of a dog. Haja was still staring blankly in that direction, failing to notice a figure appearing behind her. What the hell? It's a dog's corpse. Without a shred of hesitation, Ju threw a punch straight into her face. Caught completely by surprise, Haja lost control of her body and fell flat on the ground. Vanpergus carefully turned around, her body trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't believe her eyes. After a long moment, Vanpergus whispered his name, Gyu. She couldn't contain her own joy and broke into a radiant smile. You really are a hero. However, just as she finished speaking, Vanpergus collapsed to the ground. Without a word, Ju picked her up. Then he simply walked away, ignoring Haja's presence. She sat there watching their retreating figures and thought to herself, he killed an undead dog and got behind. Ah, me before I even realized it. He's no ordinary person. Just then, Ju turned back, a gun in his hand. Still as strange as ever, aren't you, Haja? Haja was extremely suspicious. Big brother, you know me? But Ju's attitude was utterly disdainful. Don't call me brother with that look on your face. It's disgusting. Even with a gun pointed at her, Haja showed no fear whatsoever. A gun, huh? I suppose it has a longer range than my whip. You'd better aim carefully, big brother. My whip is faster than any bullet. Ju didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Haja, not one to sit and wait for death, lunged at him before he could even do anything. Her whip was already wrapped tightly around Ju. He couldn't hide his surprise as it tightened around his neck. Heja laughed like a maniac, pulling relentlessly on the whip. "Come over here, Jew." Now he could do nothing but stand still and take the punishment. She used all her strength to headbutt him in the face, then pressed her advantage with a punch to his jaw. Heja then used all her might to throw Jiu away. But it wasn't over yet. She controlled her whip once more. "I'm not finished with you." But this time, Zhu was more agile and dodged Heja's attack. Then he charged forward with all his might. This time, Zhu was filled with determination. Heja, however, wasn't worried at all. In fact, she laughed with delight. "Trying to close the distance, are you?" Although she unleashed a continuous barrage of whip strikes, Zhu perfectly dodged every single one. Now Heja's expression turned ugly. "Impossible! Even within my unit, my skill with the whip is considered top tier, and yet he dodged all of it." Zhu was now getting closer and closer. Heja, however, was determined to fight to the end. "Did you really think I would go easy on you?" But just as she lunged forward, Zhu somehow appeared behind her. This time it was Zhu's turn to laugh at his opponent. Heja seemed to sense it as well. She trembled as she turned around, and just like that, Dieu slashed her with a knife. Holding the blade, he gave a smug smirk. "How do you like that? Pretty thrilling, isn't it? I've always been more of a close-quarters combat type, you see." Just like that, he sliced one of her eyes, making her scream in agony. The bitch spread her wide wings trying to escape, but his gun had already been loaded. A bang, a direct hit. A flask lay on the ground. Zhu stared pensively at the object before him, a full bottle of antidote. He carefully read the information from the system panel. Effect: completely heals any and all wounds or illnesses. Note: apply directly to the affected area. It will fully restore the target's physical condition. As Zhu read these lines, his body couldn't help but tremble. Directly to the affected area. Does that mean I have to apply it? Directly on her under the armor? His face flushed uncontrollably. Zhu tried to calm himself. "Get a hold of yourself. This is just a medical procedure. I can't be having any perverted thoughts right now." "Right, of course not." At that moment, Zhu recalled memories from his past. "My real name, the one most people have already forgotten, is Hanju. When I was a child, my father passed away from an illness. My mother collapsed from exhaustion. At 58 years old, I was completely alone." At that moment, a blue-haired person was sitting dejectedly on the ground, cursing nonstop. "Damn it! Are you pissed off because you got scammed? Is that why you're chasing us now?" Zhu showed no interest whatsoever. "What's this? Are you new to the game? I just do the job I'm hired to do. The fixer of Hanam Dong Han Gyu." At this, Li Kang approached him gratefully. "Thanks, man. I've got a little something for you as thanks." Dieu stood there counting the money he received. 1 million confirmed. He didn't forget to turn back and ask, "This is just a temporary fix, you know. If you have this kind of money, why don't you just pay off your debt?" The guy was so tense he was sweating buckets. "This week, I have a mission." Zhu's face contorted with contempt. Li Kang turned pale and began to tremble. "Quit explaining and stop looking at me like that. If I finish this mission, I'll get around 10 million won. It seems Zhu was also captivated by this amount. 10 million won for one mission. That's right. It's a really important one. What kind of game even has rewards like that? Li Kang suddenly asked, "You've never heard of Protect Humanity?" Zhu was a little annoyed. "What the hell is that, you nerd?" That's when he formally introduced it. "You've really never heard of Protect Humanity. It's this huge world with ultimate freedom, beautiful anime girls, and globally famous character designs. And there are tons of players in this RPG. Whoever's at the top of the rankings can easily make a few 10 million won. The mission I'm planning to do today is also..." After hearing that, Zhu was still skeptical. "You're telling me people can earn 10 million won from this game?" Li Kang asserted with complete confidence. "Of course they can. Do you want to give it a try?" But just then, Zhu's phone rang. "Nah, I'm busy today." He took out his phone to check, and there was a text on the screen. "Hey, let's cancel for today. We made up." Zhu hesitated for a moment. "So, I guess I'm free now, huh?" And just like that, Zhu logged into the game. Standing before a strange new landscape, he couldn't help but marvel, "I can't believe I logged in just on a whim. This is some advanced technology. The sky looks completely real. Even the streets and the people seem truly alive. Is this really a game?" Then Zhu noticed the people on the side of the street. He couldn't help but think in amazement, "They look so alive. It's so realistic you can even see their individual pores. It's too real." Just then, the shopkeeper yelled, "Aren't you going to pay for that?" Ju realized he'd gotten so immersed that he'd done something stupid. "Oh, crap." The man scornfully shoved his hand away. "If you don't have money, then get out of here. I have other customers to serve." Just as Ju was starting to worry, a system window popped up in front of him. "Money, huh?" Text appeared on the screen. "Current balance 10 florins." "Florin? That must be the currency here. I'd better save this." Ju said to the shopkeeper, "Sorry, I don't have—" Suddenly, a boy named Denis appeared beside him. "That looks so good." Ju quickly noticed the child. But then Dennis's mother walked over. "Come on, son, let's go." The little boy looked reluctant to leave, but then Ju spoke up. "How much for 1 apple?" The shopkeeper immediately gave him the price. "Just 1 florin." He handed the apple to Denny. The little boy was overjoyed. "Here, you can have this." The mother, standing nearby, bowed her head repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, sir. You used your precious coin for my son." Ju politely waved his hand. "It's nothing. Besides, it's just game money." Meanwhile, Dennis was thrilled to have his favorite treat. "It looks so yummy." "Thank you so much, mister." The boy's mother then told him still 1 florin is enough to live on for a whole day here. Ju scratched his head, unsure how to respond. "Oh, well." As the mother and son were leaving, they didn't forget to thank him again. "We really can't thank you enough, sir." "Thanks, mister. See you again." Ju waved back in reply. "Make sure you listen to your mom, kid." He thought to himself, this brings back memories. Back when it was just me and my mom. I was such a stubborn brat, always whining for fried chicken. Thinking of this, Ju smirked. He looked at the surrounding scenery and thought, this game really is captivating. After that, I started logging in to protect humanity more often. Whenever real life got stressful, playing the game made me feel better. In the game, I was loved by everyone. "Thank you, young man, you've completed the quest." And so I started logging in more and more. All the pressure built up in the real world, I vented it all in the game. After recharging my batteries, I would go back to living my life, only to return again, exhausted and overwhelmed. And just like that, 5 years had passed in the game. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "So you're the one they call Hanju?" She introduced herself. "I am Vampire Gis. I hear your skills are quite impressive." She made an offer. "How about helping me take care of the rampaging wild boar in Harvard Forest?" But upon hearing this, Ju hesitated. "A wild boar?" Van Pergus immediately shot back. "What's the matter? Are you scared?" He quickly waved his hands with confidence. "Perfect timing. Me, I was just thinking about having wild boar for dinner tonight. Let's see if your skills are as good as the rumors say." Vampirgus was overjoyed. "Incredible! You took that monster down in a single blow." But Ju just sniped back at her, "And you didn't even lift a finger." She wasn't upset by his comment. "You were so strong there was no opening for me. So, do you want to form a party with me?" At that moment, a system window appeared. "The Knight Van Pergus has sent you a party invitation. Accept/decline." Ju asked with suspicion, "Isn't this just an excuse to have me carry you through everything today?" But Van Pergus's retort immediately left him speechless. "You've got some serious trust issues, don't you?" After a moment, he replied, "I guess you could say that." Hearing that, she couldn't help but laugh. "You're a really interesting guy. All right, if you accept, I will recommend you as a Knight of the Empire." And just like that, the two of them formed a team holding up in some castle. The calls kept echoing. A moment later, she finally woke up, her face slightly flushed, as if she knew that guy had taken advantage of her. But when he turned around, his face was swollen from a punch. No good deed goes unpunished. How bitter. And to top it off, the girl saw it and even had the nerve to giggle. The two of them then returned to town. They went back to the convent to rest, but were opposed by a nun. Van Paris was trying her best to explain, "Sister, what are you saying, Sister Angela? Lord Valor is an honored guest of our convent." However, the other woman still refused to listen. "We have no other choice. The convent is currently in a state of emergency, so Sir Valor is not allowed to enter." Meanwhile, at an inn near Linfielton, the hallway outside was completely empty. Zu lay inside, thinking non-stop, well, everything's a mess. I was even planning to go to the convent to ask for the Angel's Heart. The Angel's Heart, a holy relic passed down through generations at the Vanperga convent for centuries. An S-class artifact filled with holy blessings. It can call souls back from the dead. In other words, a second life. Zu sighed. He was deeply troubled. "I really need that item for what's coming." Just then, Vanpergus suddenly approached. "Lord Valo, it is I." Her appearance surprised him. Lady Vanpergus bowed with remorse. I sincerely apologize for letting an esteemed guest such as yourself stay in such a humble place like this. But when she saw him hanging upside down, she was a bit surprised. What are you doing, my lord? Zhu gave a short, direct answer for his actions. Valpurgis lowered her voice and whispered, Lord Valo, this is very serious. It's a secret. But Zhu knew what she was worried about and offered his assurance. I swear I'll take it to my grave. She nodded in agreement. Yes, I trust you. However, Valpurgis still had to take a deep breath to gather her courage. Only then did she truly speak. The head abbess has been corrupted by the darkness. But I just spoke with head abbess Angela a moment ago. That means there is a traitor in our ranks. Hearing this news, Zhu was completely overwhelmed. Troubled? Wait a minute. Is she saying the current head abbess is Margarita Valpurgis? Not noticing his reaction, she continued to vent her feelings. It must be because of that bastard Pijamut Zhu. Hearing this was giving him a headache. I can't believe it that she's still alive. Margarita is still alive. Valo. So all this time I just assumed she was dead, so I never bothered to think about her again. Valpurgis then noticed his unusual state and asked with concern, You don't look well, Valo. But by now Zhu was lost in thought. She is the strongest woman in the history of the Empire, a living symbol of power who can crush mid-level demons with ease. She was the one who turned the Valpurga convent into an army. There is no world in which we can afford to lose her. Suddenly, Zhu shot to his feet, startling Valpurgis. She shrank back in fear. Why did you suddenly? Zhu exclaimed with joy. You said the head abbess was attacked by the darkness. After hearing him, Valpurgis nodded in confirmation. That's right. He couldn't wait any longer and urged, We have to go now. Valpurgis, I have sufficient knowledge of the darkness. They set off for the Valpurga convent headquarters. Meanwhile, somewhere else. He said he has knowledge of the darkness. The informant immediately confirmed, Yes, that's right. Valo is someone we can trust. A man of iron faith from a powerful background, Giki. Why don't you try putting your trust in him just this once? Sister Vice Abbess Angela looked very displeased. It seems you've already revealed quite a lot to him. Zhu could clearly sense this as well. The atmosphere was tense. The sound of a hand slamming on the table made them jump. Angela's face was now very grim. Valpurgis, you know, that this incident was caused by a traitor, and yet you suggest we trust an outsider. She coldly dismissed them. This isn't worth discussing further. Leave at once. Valpurgis still wouldn't give up. But Vice Abbess... Her words were cut off by Zhu. When she turned back, she saw his confident smile. Zhu spoke up. I hear the head abbess is in critical condition. Angela was still very annoyed. That is not a matter for an outsider like you to interfere in. But he didn't give up. Please just hear me out. Believe it or not, I have read the 7 Holy Scriptures. Upon hearing this, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. You've read them, the scriptures written by Saint Antoio himself. Zhu became even more confident. So you have heard of them. The scriptures said to contain all the details about the darkness. The 7 Holy Scriptures, which vanished from the world after the great army of darkness known as the Struggling Death, was sealed away. Angela was sweating profusely, the tension clear on her face. Unbelievable. Tell us now, how do you know of such a thing? Even mentioning their name brings a curse. It cannot be done lightly. Zhu continued to persuade her. But please believe me, I know every method of resisting the darkness. Then he gave a confident smile while Valpurgis's jaw dropped in astonishment. Angela tried to control her trembling. All right. In return, you must swear not to breathe a word of this until you die. If you dare speak half a word. She gently crushed an object in her hand. Angela didn't forget to add a warning. I will bury you under the river Lai. At this moment, Zhu and Valpurgis were standing among a crowd of nuns. He thought to himself with annoyance, this bunch of muscle-bound fanatics. She's crushing the edge of the table with her bare hands. And what's with this overpowering smell of sweat? Margarita, I've never even seen her face, but she must be able to lift 2 tons 3 times over. Valpurgis, standing behind him, noticed something was wrong and asked, Sir Valo, you look awfully pale. Zhu tried to hide his own anxiety. No, I'm fine. By the way, Miss Valpurgis, is a body like that your ideal, perhaps? I dream of it, but my uncle disapproves, so I'm trying to restrain myself. To be honest, I'm relieved. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious place. We're here. Angela didn't forget to give a warning beforehand. As you can see, the evil aura here is overwhelming. If you don't concentrate, you could easily lose yourself. Ju nodded immediately. Got it. She turned back and ordered her subordinates, all of you wait here. The group responded in unison, yes, sister. The moment he stepped inside, a powerful darkness radiated out, stunning him. The archabbess was lying there unconscious, being eaten away by the dark energy. Ju immediately instructed Angela, use the convent's holy relic on the archabbess. Angela gazed thoughtfully at Margarita, gently stroking her cheek. So the holy relic here, it's the angel's heart, isn't it? I understand. You plan to draw the curse from the archabbess, transfer it to someone else, and seal it inside them. However, Angela had her concerns. But holy power and curses are fundamentally opposed. During the transfer process, the archabbess's death is all but guaranteed. Ju nodded, confirming it. And that is precisely why the angel's heart is essential. For any member of the clergy, a curse like this is nothing short of a death sentence. That's why no one in the convent can do it. But now you have me, a mere mercenary soul, which means I am the perfect vessel for the curse. Sounds tempting, doesn't it? Angela nodded in agreement. That's true. However, Servallo, that plan is not an option. Archabbess Margarita left a message. She repeated the words. This is my darkness. No one is permitted to sacrifice themselves in my place. If that were to happen, the Empire would lose everything. Besides, this is a curse born from pure darkness. Angela questioned Ju. Its origin and symptoms are completely unknown, a mystery wrapped in shadows. Do you truly believe you can survive this? She slowly walked towards Ju, step by step. Angela didn't fail to add another warning. This curse will cling to you for the rest of your life. Valpurgis at his side also spoke up. The sister is right, Servallo. But Ju ignored them all. You have no reason to get involved in this. Valpurgis, I'll be fine. Angela. I am the best candidate. I know darkness intimately from the Great Holy War. I'm not a cleric, so it can't easily corrupt me. And admittedly, I'm just an outsider who only appeared today. Angela remained silent, waiting for Ju to continue. He stated confidently, to put it bluntly, I'm the ideal pawn. She let out a weary sigh. Angela was now in an impossible position. If the archabbess wakes up, she'll tear me to shreds for this. Sister Angela, please do what you believe is right. Servallo. Just then, information appeared on the system screen. Angel's heart revives the user's soul once upon death. Ju took the angel's heart and put it on. Normally, the wise thing to do would be to save this for later, but this may be my only chance to make Margarita an ally. Valpurgis, still worried, tried to dissuade him. Servallo, are you certain you want to go through with this? It's not too late to... Angela quickly stopped her. Valpurgis, he is a man. Let him make his own decision. Just then, Ju announced, preparations are complete. Now then, let the ritual begin. He began chanting strange, unintelligible words, then gently placed his hand on Margarita's forehead. Streams of evil energy began to course into Ju's body. Angela and the others nearby could only stare, their mouths agape in astonishment. Immediately after, a tear in space ripped open, and just like that, Ju was teleported to an unfamiliar place. He looked around the surroundings in bewilderment. Is this the shadow domain? It's as dark as an abyss. He couldn't tell up from down. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed out. I am the one who lurks beneath the deep tombs. Who dares to summon me? Ju shouted his own demand. My name is Valo State. Lift the curse that has been cast upon Margarita. But the other being merely laughed in contempt. A mere mortal. You cannot even perceive my true form. And you dare set foot in this place, having shed your own mortal coil, no less. Ju silently observed the being. This must be its final form. The being continued to speak. You are not the one I seek. Get out of my sight. The mysterious being's shout shook the very heavens. The system immediately activated its protection mode. Player's soul is protected. Just then, the being began to notice something was off. Wait, you're immune to soul siphon? Ju roared in anger. Shut up! Break Margarita's curse and transfer it to me. It didn't back down in the slightest. Silence. If you do not tell me who you are, I will rip out the souls of every last one of your comrades. Hearing this, Ju was stunned. Damn it! Using hostages to threaten me, huh? In that case, I can play dirty too. Ju didn't hesitate to reveal, I've read the 7 forbidden tomes. The Gravekeeper King was stunned. What did you say? Ju started making faces, taunting him relentlessly. I made a deal with death while he was thrashing about, and I got that little mutt he used to own in return. It was driven into a fury by Ju's taunts. You insolent whelp! But that didn't stop him for a second. He's probably selling duplicates by now. Selling these scriptures to other sages for a dirt-cheap price. Don't you think so? If you keep dragging this out, I might just let it slip what color your underwear is. The Gravekeeper King finally relented. Fine, I will accept your request. Zhu smirked to himself. You walked right into this yourself. But then he continued, in exchange, I have a condition. Zhu replied without hesitation, that's exactly what I was waiting for. He got into a ready stance. A holy light quickly enveloped his entire body. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he woke up, he realized he was still in the monastery, the green ring still on his finger. His whole body trembled with joy. The system announced that he had acquired the S-rank skill Necromancer, Summon Undead. He had a satisfied smirk on his face, though it did look a little perverted. Just then, his girl brought him some medicine, which made him a bit awkward in his moment of self-satisfaction. She was crying with joy. Are you out of your mind? Why would you do something so reckless? She recounted what had happened earlier. After performing the ritual, you passed out, and she was the one who brought you here. She scolded him, don't you ever risk your life like that again. He could only scratch his head in confusion. Her hands were still clenched tightly as she pouted, do you have any idea how worried I was? Valo had to reach out and comfort her. I promise I won't do it again. I promise. His face grew shy. Just as the two were sharing an intimate moment, a warning sound came from outside. Boom, boom! The two of them immediately ran over, asking in alarm, are we under attack? Before them, ancient trees were broken. A tremor came from behind. From above, a voice called out, oh, so you're awake. She was carrying a large tree on her shoulder and continued, I was just warming up while waiting for you to wake up, that's all. My savior. She introduced herself loudly. I am the Archabbess of the Vampire Ga Monastery. Seeing her display of power, he felt a little intimidated. She looks so small, but she's a total beast. The girl threw down the log and shouted her name. Just call me Marie Margaret. We see a group led by her skipping through a tunnel. Zhu walked along, scratching his chin in silent thought. By now, Philip must have already left that deep forest. He couldn't help but think about the power he had received last time. I've finally obtained it. The highest rank in the Necromancer system, the Emotionless Warrior. With this power, I was planning to kill Philip in secret. As he thought of this, Philip's face appeared in Zhu's mind. But since he's a guardian without the angel's heart, the chances are very low. I can't let my guard down until the very end. While he was lost in thought, the Archabbess suddenly shouted, it's adventure time! Seeing Margaret act like this. Angela sighed and reminded her, Margaret, please maintain some dignity. The Archabbess glared and retorted at her. Dignity, Angela, that's the true evil of the aristocracy. You're just an old woman who's always nagging. Being criticized, Angela trembled, her face darkening. Please don't say that. Zhu couldn't help but lean in and whisper to the person next to him. Vanpergus, is she always this dramatic? Or is she just naturally this energetic? Being so close? Vanpergus blushed and stammered. Forgive me, Sir Valo. She's always like this. Meanwhile, Margaret's eyes were sparkling. What's this? Are you two secretly flirting? Caught in the act, she panicked. Lady Margaret. Only Zhu was exasperated on the inside. Do we really look like that? His gaze suddenly landed on a large door. That must be Vanpergus's underground warehouse. The Archabbess also quickly approached it. We were so busy talking I didn't even realize we'd arrived. Margaret couldn't help but excitedly boast to Zhu about the heavy weaponry. Valo, this place is filled with magical artifacts the monastery could never even imagine. They're perfect for a cursed one such as yourself. He felt a bit awkward at her words. Is that so? Thank you for bringing me to a place like this. She took this chance to flirt with Zhu again. Don't be a stranger. If I had the chance, I'd even want to go on a date with you. Before she could finish, an angry roar from behind cut Margaret off. Margarita Vanpergus, radiating a fiery aura, enunciated every syllable of her name, Mar-ga-ret. Frightened by that anger, Margaret's face turned pale. So scary, don't worry, someone's about to lose it. And so I won't do anything. Right after she hugged the door, patting it excitedly. Anyway, let's hurry inside, I'm so excited. Seeing her expression, he felt a bit helpless. Yeah, this is a mess. Very quickly, the door opened, revealing a blinding light. Seeing that ray of light, Zhu felt relieved and sighed. So far, everything's going smoothly. From now on, I'll speed things up. And then, the hunt for Philip will begin. The scene changes to a rooftop under a clear blue sky. Philly breathed heavily, her face flushing at the words of the person before her. So, Philly, what do you think? My new gear looks cool, doesn't it? He appeared in a new set of gear provided by the system, S-rank cursed set. Nullifies curses of a lower rank. Equipment skill, darkness critical strike. Ju excitedly swung the dagger in his hand. This is second to none, huh? It was a high-grade weapon rewarded to him by the system. Kaka Monster's Gamma Dagger, A rank. Increases the power of the user's undead skills. Just as Ju was admiring his new prize, a female voice reached his ears. You're leaving already? Ju looked toward this masked person in complete surprise. Vanpergus. Vanpergus stood with her arms crossed, feigning a complaint. You're just going to leave like that without saying a word. This is a little sad. How about we take one last walk together? At her suggestion, the two of them quickly made their way to a new land. Vanpergus, wanting to break the silent atmosphere, spoke first. Even though we only met recently, it feels like I've known you for a long time. He replied reservedly, just to say something. Is that so? She, however, chattered on endlessly next to Ju. Perhaps it's because you've helped me so much. Vanpergus unconsciously recalled the time he risked his life to help her in the battle against the 7 orcs. The moment Ju appeared in the forest was also deeply etched in her memory, as was the final duel with Haja. You were so wonderful and dependable back then. He humbly praised Vanpergus in return. Your help was also invaluable. Vanpergus replied, Thank you for saying that. After this exchange, neither of them dared to look at each other to speak their hearts. Finally, she started the conversation again. You don't seem very curious, do you? Ju glanced away, stammering. Curious about what? Vanpergus, as if she understood him completely, chuckled to herself. Don't pretend. She touched her helmet as if to signal about my real face under this helm. Ju could only scratch his face awkwardly. Ah, your helmet. I figured there must be a reason. Vanpergus fell silent for a moment at his words, so he didn't ask further. Then she smiled lightly and began to explain, I understand. Actually, under this helmet is a large scar. It's the mark of a curse. Vanpergus's great secret was finally revealed by she herself. Even I don't know what kind of curse it is. My uncle tried to hide it at all costs, always saying that no one could ever know about it. Ju, a little shaken, nodded. I see. Hearing this, Vanpergus continued to speak of the malicious faces in her subconscious. Because of it, people started calling me the Ugly Knight. That's a nickname given to me by those who know nothing of my circumstances. Now she had gathered all her courage to show him. And would you be willing to see my face? Vanpergus reached for her helmet, then hesitated slightly. I'm a little nervous. But if it's you, I feel like you'll see the real me. But before she could finish her sentence, Ju's cheeks were already flushed, and he was completely stunned. Vanpergus had no idea just how captivating her sculpted face was. How do I look? Do you think I'm ugly? When he didn't answer, she grew even more embarrassed and covered her face. Only Ju knew that he was mesmerized by her beauty. Vanpergus clenched her fists slightly, pleading, Say something. As if realizing his rudeness, he frantically praised her. I'm sorry, you're truly beautiful. Hearing this, she sighed in relief. Really, what a relief. At that moment, Ju still couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Vanpergus took off her helmet. As for Vanpergus, she covered her mouth shyly. Come to think of it. And Ju was still lost in her beauty. I've always looked at Vanpergus, but I never imagined it would be like this. Vanpergus, a bit embarrassed, suddenly shouted, I have something to give you. Startled, Ju stammered, What is it? She quickly took out the pendant. This is a treasure of the Bayan family passed down by my uncle. He watched her movements, full of questions. Why would you give something so precious to me? Vanpergus proactively took Ju's hand as if confessing her love. This is a token, proof that I will always be by your side. His heart suddenly skipped a beat as he looked at the shining gem. It was so dazzling that it made Ju repeat her words. A token to remind me that you will always be by my side. He immediately placed it on his chest as his answer. I'll treasure it. Vanpergus, a little emotional, looked up at him sweetly. You promised, okay? Ju, too shy to respond, turned directly to look at Philly. All right, it's time for me to go. She was a bit regretful, but still wished him well. Yes, may good fortune always be with you. Yes. Ju awkwardly held out his hand. Yes, well after you. Vanpergus became even shyer and refused. No, you go first, no. They went back and forth like this while his horse stood to the side looking bored. No, vampire girl, you go ahead. No, I want you to go first. Oh, come on. It's fine, vampire girl, you first. No, 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 Valo, please you first. At the same time, a new notification popped up from the system. Hidden storyline bloodline of the Bayan electors has been unlocked. Vanpergus's affection route has been unlocked. Night began to fall quickly along with the sound of light-hearted laughter. Philly felt a bit down listening to the monologue in his ear. Oh man, what's a guy like me supposed to do? He looked at the system, then thought of her and blushed again. An affection route with that stoic vampire girl at this rate? Aren't we just missing a wedding chapel? While he was reveling in his happiness, Zhu suddenly smelled something strange. At his horse's feet lay a multitude of corpses. What is this, damn it? Just when everything was starting to go smoothly, Zhu looked at the faces, their eyes wide open. Assessing the situation, it seemed that Philip and Pizarud had fought a fierce battle. Both men and horses were strewn across the ground looking miserable. It seemed neither had the strength to continue. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword. Zhu swung it once, then took off at a run. I have to search this area. His gaze flicked towards the familiar system interface. A smile appeared on Zhu's lips. Interesting. He tightened his grip on his sword, which emanated a potent, bloodthirsty aura, and activated a skill. Very quickly, Vig II had led an army of vampires forward as Zhu spoke the words, "O blood-soaked believers, become my minions, summon vampire." He turned and loudly commanded the vampire leader, "Your first task is to search this entire area and hunt down Philip. Glory to our Lord." Then Zhu pointed to Anna. "And you?" She bowed respectfully, replying, "Yes, master." He glanced at the nearby corpses with a sinister smile. "Gather all the military uniforms scattered around here. They'll be useful." The scene changes to a gloomy, abandoned block of houses. Philip, along with Zing and Juice, managed to hide inside one of them. Only then did he dare to breathe freely. He grew even more furious as he recalled Friedrich's face. Damn it! For me, a master of the steel limb style, to end up like this? I never imagined it. One of Philip's subordinates, seeing his state, worriedly offered him a bag. "Your Highness, this is for emergencies." But Philip, showing no gratitude, snatched it from him. "Give it here!" He immediately shoved the strange medicine into his mouth. Outside, Zhu was wandering about, calling out, "Prince Philip, I've come for you. Prince Philip, I'm the mercenary you met before." He even shouted his own name, "Valo! Steph Valo!" Hearing Zhu's voice, Philip lit up as if he'd found a lifeline. "Oh, Valo! Of course I remember you." However, his companion was more clear-headed and advised, "Your Highness, it's too dangerous. We should observe the situation first." That's right. However, Philip slapped Zing right across the face. "Shut up, useless fools!" He pointed outside, demanding, "He's here to save me. What the hell are you two doing?" The two men were stunned by Philip's heartless words. A bunch of insects not even worth stepping on, he thought with a sly smile, already deciding their fate. "You will all be demoted to serve under that mercenary after this is over." The moment he finished speaking, the door behind Philip was kicked open. He was overjoyed to see the man. "Valo, I'm here." Valo Zhu calmly walked in, leading his vampires. "Your Highness Philip, I've missed you so much. I came through that deep forest just to get here." Hearing this, Philip was even more grateful, praising him. "Thank you, Valo. And thank you for bringing such reliable reinforcements." In the background, his subordinate was still weakly calling for Philip. "Your Highness, wait for us." But he paid them no mind. His bright eyes fixed on Zhu. "You're the only one I can trust. I'll make sure you're rewarded handsomely." He gave a wide smile and feigned politeness. "Oh my, there's no need for that." Immediately, Zhu's forces charged on his command. Blood sprayed, leaving Philip stunned. He scratched his head, concealing the sinister smile blooming on his face. "Because I won't be needing you anymore, Your Highness." Zhu and his men took the upper hand. With his sword at the ready, Philip didn't forget to taunt him. A mangy dog daring to bare its fangs at a tiger. Philip's face grew uglier with rage. "Did I raise a dog just so it could turn around and bite its master?" But Zhu was fearless, even mocking him enthusiastically in return. "That's right. I am a filthy dog, and I'm going to bite a man like you, Philip." Philip's brilliant blue eyes shot wide open as his sword flashed into action. With just 2 swings of the Moon Shadow Sword style's first form, New Moon, Philip took down nearly all the vampires. The more they advanced, the harder he struck. Zhu watched the scene, a little displeased. "Guess it's useless to just send in minions, huh?" He glanced at the fallen vampires on the ground, unable to hide his disgust. Fighting like this is just a waste of mana. With that thought, Zhu ordered the forces behind him, "All of you retreat." They obeyed in unison. "Yes, Your Majesty." Philip couldn't help but look smug. What a shame watching your pathetic underlings die right before your eyes. But Ju's reply was just as sharp. Ju circled for a moment before drawing a knife. My heart is like a vast, endless plain. Just then, Philip seized the chance to slash a piece of wood, sending the splinters flying towards him. Ju dodged expertly, flashing a provocative smile. Philip stepped back, his eyes wide with fury. Then Ju placed a hand on the wooden fence beside him and hurled it forward, giving Philip something to slash at. With just a few slashes, Philip destroyed all the wood around them. As Ju parried a blow, he thought, so this is the power of the steel limb style. How ironic. This was the swordsmanship I once held so dear. At a glance, it's elegant and refined, but hidden behind that beauty is a fatal counterattack. Ju immediately lowered his head, silent for a few seconds. Philip was slightly tired, but still stood with the majestic air of a master counter-striker from the grand steel limb style. Philip stopped his attack and attempted to negotiate. Do you think that after betraying me, Ati, you can possibly survive here? Valo, Steph, Valo. Far from being grateful, Ju just scoffed. As it turns out, I'm quite close with the sisters at the convent. Hearing this, Philip roared with laughter. So you have powerful friends, do you? But why should I be afraid of some armed cult? With that, Philip spun once more. A second crescent moon appeared. Moon Shadow Sword style, second form. He channeled a massive flow of power into his blade. But just as quickly, Philip's gaze turned to one of utter shock. Ju's small blade had stopped his attack. Philip pushed with all his might, his body trembling from the strain, but it didn't faze him. Then a fear of the golden dog and Pijamut suddenly arose within Philip, the internal wound he'd tried so hard to endure. Sensing he'd found Philip's weakness, Ju burst out laughing, triumphantly. This pathetic melodrama ends now. Ju sent him flying with a single kick. As Philip fell, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. In his vision, Ju's foot flashed. Sorry, but the one you should be afraid of isn't the convent. It's me. Philip clutched his battered body, seething with rage. If only my body were normal, I would have crushed you long ago. He quickly screamed out in desperation, questioning him. Why? Why do you want to kill me? I admired your talent and... I showered you with so many favors, you should have been loyal to me. Ju cracked his neck and growled coldly. Do you really still not know what you did wrong? Fine. Let me spell it out for you. Ju stepped forward as he spoke. First, you ignored everything I said and betrayed me. He stabbed his knife into the ground right in front of Philip's groin. Philip flinched. Second, you heartlessly threw away Valpurgis, who worked so hard for your sake. Ju lifted his knife again, his voice relentless. Third, how many people do you think have died because of you? Ju's face darkened, his demonic eyes glaring. And you still dare to call yourself an elector? Still trying to cling to some shred of pity, Philip began to beg pathetically. Think again, Philip cried pitifully, trying to win sympathy. Everything I did, it was for the people. If I die, who will feed and protect them then? He spat out the filthy words, saliva flying. My absence will only make the other electors happy. Won't they just rush in to devour this place the moment I'm gone? Ju's lips parted slightly in response to Philip's tirade. You have a point. Ju pretended to look behind him. Not forgetting to show some magnanimity, he said, All right, I'll give you one chance. Ju quickly dangled a precious potion in his hand to tempt him. This is a full recovery potion. If you accept my condition, I'll let you use it. Philip, desperate to live, immediately accepted Ju's demand. What do you want? I'll agree to anything. Just say it. Ju acted a little surprised by his eagerness. Oh, really? That's just what I was waiting to hear. Ju immediately got close to him and ordered, Then kneel down and beg Valpurgis for forgiveness, on both your hands and knees properly. In order to save his own life, Philip was willing to pay the price. She's still alive. All right. And as an apology, I will offer the Bayan family 10,000 florins. Ju was very satisfied with this display and quickly handed him the potion. Excellent, Spirit. In that case, you can have the whole bottle. Seeing it, Philip lunged like a starving tiger. Thank you. He downed the rare potion in one go, his eyes wide. But before he could drink much, the glistening liquid fell to the ground along with the glass bottle. Ju watched Philip struggle to hold his mouth shut to keep the potion in, thrilled. How is it delicious? Then he looked at the stains on the floor and spoke of them. That's the venom of the Fukuma venom dragon. Only then did he become so stunned that he began to cry. You bastard! Philip rubbed his throbbing throat, questioning Ju. You dare mock me like this? Ju lifted the potion bottle, pretending to cherish it. This poison, you ask? Even the Demon King once died from it. I got it from Haza. Seizing the opportunity while Ju was distracted, Philip lunged for a sneak attack. You'll die, Valor! But a dark figure shot out in front of Ju. Bip II ruthlessly ran Philip through with his sword. Stabbed through the chest, Philip cried out, his eyes rolling back. Before he could speak, he let out a scream as he dry-heaved, staring at his attacker in utter shock. You're Bip Benham. Why are you still alive? Weren't you torn apart by those zombie dogs that day? Bip II turned back, giving Philip a look of pure hatred as he recalled his own tragic fate. Yes, that day you abandoned me to die, but then Lord Valor and Step Valor gave me a second life. He had officially joined Ju's vampire group. I no longer serve you. I serve Lord Valor now. Bip II slowly approached him, adding, because of your arrogance, you constantly dragged everyone into danger. He didn't hesitate to press his sword against his former master's throat, threatening him. And now it's time for you to pay the price for that, with your own life. Philip silently watched his own pathetic reflection in the sword's blade, unable to accept his fate. Meanwhile, Ju suddenly received a system notification. Warning! Do you authorize Pippenham to kill the Protector? Killing a Protector may affect game progress. Continue with killing the Protector. Ju stared at the words, a little curious. It'll mess up the game, huh? He started to watch Philip in his pathetic begging state. Ju's face unconsciously twisted in disgust at the thought. Just for that bastard, forget it. I wouldn't take him even if you gave him to me. With that thought, he waved his hand, ordering Bip II, and turned away. Bip Benham, kill him. He was very obedient, responding quickly. Yes, my lord. With permission granted, Bip II raised his sword high. At the same time, a red notification appeared in Ju's system. Error, 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 error. The Protector has been eliminated. Error, error. A few seconds later, the system reset. Hidden scenario, kill the Protector has been activated. Kill all Protectors to unlock the Transcendent rank. You have interfered with the will of the world. The game's difficulty has increased. Ju glanced back for a moment, feeling a surge of excitement. A sudden difficulty spike, huh? The corner of Ju's mouth immediately curved into a provocative smirk. He shot up into the sky full of pride. Even she hadn't seen this coming. Right? From high above, Ju's eyes flashed like a bright star. At the same time, the in-moon shone down on where he stood. Aquila watched him like a sailor on the moon looking down at the earth. Her eyes couldn't help but light up with excitement. Aquila turned on the TV, letting out a comment full of hidden meaning. So he really broke the seal, huh? And what a mischievous one he is. Seeing Ju dancing around in joy, she let out a chuckle. Look at that smug face, how exciting. Then Aquila stood up and pressed a button on the remote. Now then, let's see what you can do. The screen, which had just lit up, went dark again as she turned away. Because this was only the beginning. The system continuously released glowing notification screens. You have received the S-rank skill Moonshadow Sword style. You have received the A-rank skill Princess in Quran. You have received the SS rank skill Imperial Incitement. You have received the SS rank skill Mephistopheles' Acting. You have received the SS rank skill The Great Leader's Dignity. Ju looked at the white text, thrilled. As expected from someone at the voter level, the rewards are insane. 3 SS rank skills, 1 S rank, and 1 A rank. His eyes quickly locked onto the topmost message. You have received the SS rank skill Undead Revival. Ju was very pleased with that skill. On top of that, I got 2 more exclusive SS rank skills from the Level Up reward. It's perfect, but the system didn't stop there and continued to give out rewards. Additionally, you have received the SS rank skill Blood Tear Absorption. After taking in the series of skills, he focused on the golden wallet in his hand. Is this the only thing that dropped? Annoyed, Ju reached out to open it. It looked just like a regular magic zipper wallet, but what he touched was a lightning barrier. Ju winced, his face twisting from the pain in his hand. A barrier, huh? The system immediately appeared, confirming his thoughts. You have been blocked by a barrier. In the end, Ju could only put it away helplessly. I'll have to ask Margaret to open this later. But as he was about to turn away, the next notification caught his eye. You have received the essence of a guardian. Collect 5 of them to ascend to a transcendent being. However, each time a guardian is killed, the seal protecting the world from darkness will weaken. Ju processed the new information directly. A transcendent being. A world seal. He began to reconsider the motionless figures behind him. In other words, I have to be extremely careful when hunting them. A new future for himself quickly formed in Ju's mind. A vision of having many comrades immediately flashed through his mind. Or should he stay with the other guardians? Or would he find a completely different path? Just as Ju was lost in thought, Pippin II ran over holding something. "Master, I found it." He held up a rolled-up piece of paper. Reporting. "Just as you said, we searched the ruins left by Philip's men and found this." Seeing it, Ju's eyes lit up. "Well done." Ju excitedly unrolled the paper and shouted, "This thing! This is definitely the main reward for this quest. Look how it shines. It's on a completely different level. Pippin II, by the way, have you finished the side mission I gave you?" He bowed with a slight smile. "Yes, master." Pippin II quickly brought Zing and Juice, who were in disguise before Ju. "As you commanded, we dressed Philip's subordinate in Piziamut faction clothing and disguised him as a perfect demon." Watching this scene, Ju clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Excellent. It looks perfect." In another corner, a rotten piece of wood snapped in two with a single strike. Brow was currently intimidating a surviving soldier. "Please spare me, I'll do anything you ask." Ju curiously walked over to ask who he was. Brow quickly interjected with an explanation. "He's one of Philip's subordinates who was trying to hide. Master, how should we deal with him?" He was momentarily stumped, unsure how to handle the situation. But a second later, an idea flashed in Ju's mind. Loser was still sobbing, his hands clasped, begging. "I'll do anything. Please spare me." Thanks to these words, Ju could relax and give a mysterious smile. He looked at his clenching fist, unable to hide his excitement. "My dear Piziamut, I hope you'll like the gift I'm sending." At a camp by the forest road, Lauren, captain of the Royal Guard under Jolin's command, was leading his troops on patrol. Lauren's eyes scanned the area constantly, finally stopping at one point. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Seeing the people lying on the ground, Lauren quickly raised his hand to give a signal. "All troops halt!" His subordinate looked up at the scene and assessed, "Sir Lauren, it seems there was a battle with Piziamut forces here." Lauren glanced at him briefly and gave a cursory reply. "Seems so." Immediately after, another man brought someone before him. "Sir, we found a survivor." Lauren gave him a single glance and gave a quick order. "Good. Handle him with care. I'll need to have a chat with him later." The other man immediately acknowledged the order. "Sir." In the camp, a red fire flared up again. Lauren rested his chin on his hand and questioned Loser. "So you're saying that thing was stolen?" He could only answer obediently and truthfully, word for word. Yes." Loser clutched a cup of water with a sad expression. "After that, we were surrounded by Piziamut troops, and in a desperate attempt to save Prince Philip." "Yes." Before he could finish, Lauren cut him off. "So, you're saying you abandoned your comrades to die while you ran away?" Loser looked at his own reflection in the cup of water and timidly confirmed, "Yes." The sword in Lauren's hand immediately stabbed into the ground, making him jump. He wasn't angry at Loser, but rather grimaced with regret. "If only we'd arrived a little sooner." Lauren rushed towards him and shook Loser by the shoulders. "Just think, you risked your life to protect your superior. What an exemplary knight." Then he pushed him into the middle of the crowd and shouted, "All troops listen up." At Lauren's command, all eyes focused on Loser. The man who had risked his life to protect his commander was left stunned and speechless by his words. "Even if we lose the battle, the spirit of a knight must never waver. All of you follow this man's example. Begin the search for Prince Philip immediately." "Yes, my lord." Loser could only stammer a few words. "That's enough." As the scene quickly shifted to the palace, the sun-drenched, breezy rose palace, rays of light shone through the glass panes and into Jolin's flower garden. Lauren's sudden appearance ruined her peaceful mood. "My lady, it is Lauren." He gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "As you commanded, we pursued Pizarud's forces and we found traces of Sir Philip. But he escaped, so his current whereabouts are unknown." Jolin fell silent for a moment. "Is that so?" She continued walking into the garden, not forgetting to question him. "And what about that thing? I am certain Prince Philip has it." At this, Lauren hesitantly recounted what happened. "Those bastards from Pizarud. They took the finger." Jolin's fist clenched tighter upon hearing this. "Pizarud! That name is starting to truly irritate me." Thinking he had failed, he proactively took the blame. "Forgive me, my lady. If you wish it, please punish me." But she wasn't angry at all and instead comforted Lauren. "There's no need for that. Right now, that thing is what's most important. It's the only way to return Prince Philip to his position as an elector." He couldn't help but slam his hand on the floor. "But Prince Philip, he..." Jolin narrowed her eyes and reminded Lauren in a cold voice, "The prince is not someone who dies so easily." She rested her chin on her hand and said casually, "Go to Pizzarud and deliver this message to him for me." "Hand that thing over." Jolin smiled a smile befitting the Rose Demon King. "Or else things won't be very pleasant." The scene changes to Pizzarud's base, which is covered in dust and smoke. Pizzarud's face was contorting in anger. "What did you just say?" "That crazy bitch has been resurrected." Vincent tilted his head as if to confirm. "That's right, sir." Seeing this, the man panicked even more. "Impossible." Pizzarud turned pale with fear as he remembered Margaret's monstrous face. "That monster of a woman, she's back." "But my trap was perfect." But he couldn't resist cutting him off. "But she's still just human, isn't she?" Meanwhile, Pizzarud's face had turned an ugly shade of purple. "You don't understand." His voice couldn't hide his fear as he recalled the time she walked alone into that unbalanced fight. "I still can't forget how she single-handedly charged into AU's territory and slaughtered all of his subordinates, especially the sight of Margaret strangling her opponent, which is seared into my mind, and beheading him." He started hugging himself in fear. "Do you know what triggered that massacre?" Vincent, still not sympathizing, asked further, "What was it?" He immediately recalled the image of a crumbled snack in front of her. One of Ao's subordinates stepped on her snack. "That sharp gaze." Pizzarud's voice couldn't help but tremble. "Since then, all the Demon Kings have called her Margarita the Storm of Destruction." Just as he finished, another demon burst in frantically. "Master, a message from the Demon King. Jolin has just arrived." His face went pale when he saw the demon carrying the paper. "What now?" The demon trembled under Pizzarud's gaze and reported, I don't know either." He stared at the proffered paper, silent, not daring to take it. This is not a good time. He stubbornly held it out in front of Pizzarud. "This?" He couldn't stop asking himself, what wrath have I brought upon myself now? In the end, despite his fear, Pizzarud managed to open the paper. His eyes widened, his words becoming incoherent. That woman." Pizzarud roared in fury, though there was a pathetic, tearful quality to it. "That thing! Why would she think I have it?" Watching him scream in a rage, he approached and asked, "What is it this time?" Vincent immediately fell silent, frozen by those words. "That crazy bitch is demanding I hand over that thing." He lightly covered his mouth, hiding his thoughts. He suddenly remembered Hessus, the fallen Margaret, and the white scroll, which made his heart uneasy. Why would Jolin think we have that thing? We didn't even get close to it. In fact, we lost track of Hessus while chasing Philip. This is highly suspicious. Margaret's revival and the sudden disappearance of that thing. The results are clear, but the cause is a mystery. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, stunning him. No way! Could it be that there's someone pulling the strings behind all of this? The scene changes to Ju, who is sneezing nonstop as if someone was talking about him. He had opened his mouth wide, but was still sneezing so hard he felt dizzy. Seeing this, Bip asked, "Master, are you ill, sir?" Ju could only give a dismissive answer. "No, my nose is just a little itchy." Hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions and got straight to the point. "Anyway, what do you plan to do with Philip's corpse?" He thought for a moment before speaking. "And what's more from now on, we will turn him into an undead servant who exists only to serve." Bip Part 2 hesitated for a moment, but still approved of Ju's words. "Ah, a truly fitting fate for an elector. I'm so looking forward to it." "I await your command, sir." He paid no mind to the flattery. Instead, he directly held out the paper in his hand. "Put that aside. The most important thing right now is this." Ju excitedly opened it while explaining the Golden Edict. At the same time, the system also provided information about the treasure. Golden Edict. A document bearing the Imperial Golden Seal. It is proof of an elector's authority. He only needed that confirmation, and his heart began to race as he remembered Philip's face. To think that I now have both Philip's corpse and the Golden Edict in my hands. Unconsciously, Ju suddenly called his name. Bip Part 2. Bip Part 2 was always ready to answer. "Yes, master." However, he didn't stop there and continued to call out, "Bip Part 2." Without a hint of complaint, he immediately played along with Ju. "Yes, master." That response made his laughter even more joyful. Ju raised his hand again and repeated his catchphrase, Bevenham. Bip Part 2 immediately joined in, laughing loudly. "Yes, master." On a bumpy road leading deep into a forest, a carriage rolled slowly along, followed by lightly armored soldiers. Two soldiers sitting at the front of the carriage were laughing and complaining when one spoke up. "The guildmaster made a real killing this time." Wayne, sitting next to him, heard this and nodded in agreement. Yeah, with this economic blockade. This is our last chance. We have to squeeze out everything we can. As the carriage entered the dark forest path, he chuckled and said with conviction, "When we get back, we're definitely drinking until we pass out." He was incredibly excited at this point. I happened to know the perfect spot. But just then, from the darkness behind them, two mysterious figures closed in. Choi was about to say something about it, but before he could finish his sentence, an arrow embedded itself deep in the back of Wayne's neck. He jumped at the sight before him, his eyes widening at the flowing blood. Before he could even scream, a flag was unfurled. A troop of black-clad assassins shot past like lightning. Zane roared, "Take everything, kill them all!" The soldiers rushed forward, their faces pale. Choi trembled and shouted, "We're under attack! Grab your weapons!" A warrior with a sharp gaze charged forward, swinging his sword at the opponent in front of him. Immediately after, his comrade was also attacked. The two blades clashed with a piercing clang on this side. He strained to block the man's powerful strike, but then Zane flashed a sinister smile and spoke in a mocking tone. "Hey, you merchants made a lot of money, didn't you? That must be what you got in exchange from Jolene, huh?" Hearing this, Choi growled in anger, yelling right at the man. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea where this money was supposed to go?" Without hesitation, Zane rushed forward, tightening his grip on his sword, his eyes filled with determination. The two clashed in an explosive moment. The man gritted his teeth and retorted, "So what if I do?" He was knocked back, squeezing his eyes shut in pain. Choi tried to regain his balance, but a powerful vortex of force immediately swept towards him. All around was the darkness of the forest. The bodies of his comrades were everywhere. One of them raised a weapon and approached him, lowering his voice. "If you've got a problem, go run home crying to Vampire Ghosty." Zane's face was filled with bloodlust. He gritted his teeth and whispered each word, "And remember to bring your boss with you." The scene shifts abruptly to a bright room where Ju is having his wound disinfected by Vampire Kid. He let out a soft groan. She looked at Ju with concern and ordered, "Stay still." His face was now flushed red. Ju grimaced in pain. "Ow, that hurts!" Vampire Eyes' gaze was now filled with worry, her voice soft but firm. "Just bear with it. What on earth did you do to get injured this badly, sir?" Suddenly, the door burst open and Margaret rushed in, looking panicked, shouting loudly enough to make him jump. "Valo is back!" The two of them looked in the direction of the shout, confused. The atmosphere became strangely silent. Her golden eyes widened in confusion. Vanpergus seemed frozen in place. The scene cuts to a large building where a piercing scream echoed through the space. Vanpergus took off her helmet. A moment later, she refreshingly downed a glass of water. Seeing the regretful look on her face, Margarita gently teased, "Oh, Vanpergus, are you trying to give an old woman like me a heart attack?" Vanpergus bowed her head and mumbled an answer. "I'm sorry, Lady Margarita." She smiled forgivingly, cupping her face and speaking cheerfully. "Oh, never mind that. I understand. The feeling of not wanting to hide your true self, isn't that just how a woman's heart works? Youth is wonderful." Hearing that, she faltered slightly. Ju's face was just as red. A moment later, Margaret rushed over, growling, "Valo, you better take good care of Vanpergus. If you dare make her shed even a single tear." She paused, there making him swallow nervously and shrink back as he asked, "Then what?" The atmosphere darkened. Margaret's eyes glowed a sharp, menacing red. "I will fold you in half." Hearing this, Ju was horrified and quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am," not dwelling on the issue. She sat down, crossed her legs and arms, and interrogated him. "By the way, Philip, you said he's dead." Hearing Margaret's question, he calmly explained, "Yes, his body is in the hands of my subordinate." From his memory, Ju shouted, "Take him away!" His subordinates quickly responded, "Yes, sir." He glanced aside, shrugged, and concluded, A friend of mine is handling him now." Hearing this, you held back your emotions, your voice trembling. "So he's really dead?" A probing voice called out. "Is that really such a serious matter?" Suddenly, the atmosphere darkened. Margaret's eyes glowed, her voice dropping, filled with killing intent. I really wanted to deal with him with my own hands. Seeing your sudden change in mood," a stuttering voice was heard. Ju sat casually in his chair, his expression growing more bewildered as Margaret continued, "Oh well, he's dead anyway. I guess that's fine too." He gave a strained smile, thinking to himself, "It probably would have been better if Philip died by my hands." Ju turned to her and said cheerfully, "On second thought, Ma, I have a gift for you." Hearing the word gift, Margaret's face lit up with interest. "What is it?" He calmly but confidently gestured to the pile of gold before them. This is what I gathered from the remnants of Philip's gang. His words took her by surprise. Zhu pointed to the sparkling pile of gold and said confidently to Margaret, "With this, you can buy any snack you want." Her eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you just say?" Margaret stared intently at him, praising him nonstop. "Valo, are you some kind of saint?" Seeing her expression, Zhu asked softly, "Does Angela starve you that often?" Margaret's face was radiant, sparkling, as if she were looking at heaven itself. "You know, suddenly you look kinda handsome." He shouted helplessly, "Stop it!" Just then Van Pergus approached, looking confusedly at the scene before her. She frowned and asked, "Valo, what's with all that paper?" Hearing that, Zhu glanced over and answered, a bit flustered, They seem to be letters." She approached, picking them up one by one to read. He explained, "They're letters exchanged between Philip and Jolene. It looks like Jolene is trying to make Philip the emperor." A black and red panel appears, sketching the majestic silhouette of a king and a woman. Zhu's voice rang out, "The relationship between the current emperor and Jolene is on very bad terms over tax issues." Margaret, who was standing nearby, agreed, "That's right. It's just like the current economic blockade." Hearing this, he frowned slightly. "Economic blockade?" She turned to look at Zhu, a little surprised. "Huh? You didn't know?" Amid a chaotic scene in the hall where many people suddenly collapse, Margaret's voice droned on. "The Emperor is currently seizing all goods from every merchant guild associated with Jolene. Seize, seize, seize. Because of that, the knightly families around here are in deep trouble." Images of bandits flash by as she continues her explanation. "That's the reason why the Ritter family attacked the Exness Merchant Guild." Hearing this, he shifted uncomfortably. Finally Margaret clarified. "And because of that, our poor Van Pergus is under a great deal of mental pressure." Beside them, Van Pergus's eyes widened in worry as she cried out, "Margaret!" Flustered, Margaret's face turned beet red with embarrassment. She gave a strained smile and stammered, Right." Zhu looked at her with a worried and slightly confused expression. "Is something wrong?" Standing behind them, holding a pile of papers, Margaret replied in a low voice, "Actually, over here." She pursed her lips, standing silently. Van Pergus, in her monastic robes, gently looked up. She gave a reassuring smile and said, "It's all right. Allow me to explain, Lady Margaret." In a dark room, shadows enveloped the space. A soft sigh echoed. He pursed his lips, sweat beading on his temples. Zhu thought to himself, "Everything is a complete mess." An image appears of a powerful king with a furious, murderous expression. Beside him, purple lightning crackles. He murmured, "I never thought the Emperor's economic blockade would escalate into a major conflict with the Elector of Bayan." The door to the room burst open. A familiar voice called out, "Valo, it's me." Recognizing the visitor, Zhu let out a sigh of relief. Van Pergus." At an elegant tea table, Van Pergus spoke in a steady, warning tone. "Valo, I hope you'll forget everything you heard today." She sat primly in her chair, her gaze calm but tinged with worry. "This matter has nothing to do with you." He looked at Van Pergus and gave a firm shake of his head. "I can't do that. If it has to do with you, Van Pergus, then I truly want to help." His words made her freeze for a moment. Van Pergus replied softly, "Thank you." But then her expression fell. "But this has gotten too big." Van Pergus gave a small smile and said, her tone half joking, "If you help me again, I'll feel terribly guilty." Zhu stood across from her, watching her intently. His face was pensive. An image of Van Pergus standing strong in her armor flashed in his mind. "I know Van Pergus is dependable, but she's still inexperienced. And her kind heart." Zhu took her hand, thinking, "That's the reason." He looked straight ahead and called out in a low voice, "Hey, Van Pergus." Zhu went on, a tired but sincere smile on his face. "It's true a matter this large is too much for a mere mercenary like me." She looked at him, her eyes full of gratitude. Van Pergus replied softly, "Yes, so this time." He sat in the large chair, tilted his head slightly, and said resolutely, "Even so, I still want to help." A voice echoed from deep inside him, "I want to be her strength." He chuckled softly and joked, "Mercenaries can be useful in their own ways, you know." Van Pergus looked up, her lips curving into a slight smile. "You can still make jokes at a time like this." Zhu smiled confidently, the corners of his lips curling up with a knowing look. What's more, he leaned forward, his smile becoming even clearer as if to issue a challenge. "I'm quite confident myself." His words made her tilt her head slightly. Van Pergus asked doubtfully, "Confident, huh?" The scene revealed a magnificent cathedral with towering white walls. Zhu strode quickly along the stone-paved corridor, the light casting shadows on his solemn face. In the hallway ahead, as Zhu approached, two nuns turned slightly, hearing the sound of his footsteps. His hurried footsteps echoed through the grand hall. Zhu rushed forward at a furious pace, bursting through the door and shouting, "Mar!" Inside the warm, bright room, Margaret jumped at the sound of his voice and looked up, calling out in confusion, "Zhu!" He was clutching a glowing, sparkling magic zipper, and he said between ragged breaths, "The magic zipper that Philip used to have. And there are countless gold coins inside it, too." Margaret looked up. Zhu was intentionally trying to make Margaret curious. "Aren't you curious?" He held up the zipper with a challenging air and declared, "If you can open it right now, the reward will be doubled." Zhu leaned forward, his voice dripping with provocation. "Want to give it a try?" Immediately. Margaret, her brilliant golden eyes flaring, gave a sharp response. "Triple it!" she yelled with determination. In the room, Zhu stood from a distance looking ahead and blurted out in surprise, "Ma, what's with that gauntlet?" Over on her side, Margaret was excitedly hugging a pile of gold. Zhu, now standing seriously, held up his hand and listened intently to her words. "This is the upgraded version of the magic zipper that I just opened. Now you just need to gently flip your palm." An intense blue light enveloped a vial that Zhu was lifting as Margaret's voice continued steady as ever. "Like this." In the middle of a lush forest path, he sat on horseback, looking down at the vial in his hand. Zhu let out a surprised laugh. "Well, well, I've never seen anything like this before. Did they sneak in an update or something?" He brought the vial closer, a relaxed, witty smile on his face as he said, "Convenient patches are always welcome." Then, in a startling moment, the horse suddenly lurched, splashing the liquid right in Zhu's face. He immediately looked at the horse and yelled angrily, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden, filly?" Immediately after, the horse took on a helpless expression, continuously motioning forward while Zhu, beside it, watched with unease, his face suddenly hardening. Before him hung a ribbon banner that read, "Welcome to the Grand City of Bluzen." Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhu gazed ahead and suddenly cried out in astonishment. "Huh, what the hell is this?" The vast clear blue sky carried a gentle breeze. Then a brilliant stage light flared up as he walked, in one hand raised high in confidence. "I finally made it inside." The scene of a jam-packed amusement park appeared. A voice rang out, "This feels like waiting 3 hours at Disneyland." The estimated time was about 3 hours. Each word made Zhu's expression darken. In the middle of the crowded square, a young man holding up a red sign made him stop in his tracks. The man's voice boomed, "Welcome to the city of Lord Ru." At that moment, Zhu continued walking, observing his surroundings and murmuring softly, "Whoa, this place is exactly the same as before." Amidst the bustling city scene, a tavern owner enthusiastically bowed and called out, "My lord!" The girl next to him waved happily. "My lord, please visit our tavern." A thought echoed in his mind. Bluzen is a city where various races coexist. The lord they're referring to is the Demon King Kuban. A man was showering a woman with compliments. "My lady, your skin has gotten even more beautiful lately." His words made her endlessly happy. "It's all thanks to the great lord." Right after, Kuban appeared with a heroic aura. Kuban made great contributions to unifying the culture thanks to his vast knowledge and eloquence. He was also considered a demon king, the most human-friendly, second only to Jolan. Zhu stared ahead pensively, thinking nonstop, "He's also a key figure who will be useful for this. I have to meet him no matter what." His eyes widened as he suddenly spotted a figure approaching with a "hello." In front of Zhu was a goblin speaking cheerfully with his arms wide open, adventurer with an extraordinary aura. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and asked back, "You know who I am?" The goblin continued, his voice full of sarcasm, "Oh no, but your aura is so powerful it's impossible not to notice." A skill notification window appeared in the air. This made Zhu wonder, an extraordinary aura. Is it because of this skill? At that moment, the goblin cheerfully struck up a conversation. "Is this your first time in Proton, sir?" Just then the notification flashed, "Majesty of the Great Chieftain, rank SS. A skill that increases charisma and divine presence as proficiency grows." He pictured himself as a guardian, which made him secretly pleased. Not bad, this could be useful later, he thought. Zhu immediately replied to him, "Yes, I'm here to see Kuban." Hearing this, the goblin jumped up in excitement, clenching his fists and cheering, "Oh, you really are an extraordinary figure. This must be that feeling of witnessing great figures attracting one another." He started running, shouting loudly with unconcealed glee. I have business with his lordship as well. Please let me guide you there." Following behind the goblin, Ju heard this, and his eyes revealed a look of confusion. His lordship? At a massive, magnificent castle. With splendid architecture stood Kuban's castle. In the grand hall, a large door with luxurious golden patterns came into view. The small goblin bowed politely before Ju. "Please wait here. Tea will be brought for you, sir." He smiled and replied, "All right." Suddenly, a skill notification flared up before his eyes, startling Ju. "Wait, it's only reached level 1. How did that goblin recognize me then?" Seemingly too tired to care, he brushed the thought aside with a sigh. Whatever, it's not important right now. Afterwards, Ju stood before a statue, staring at it and wondering. Looks like he's still a narcissist, huh? A work of art based on his own image. Suddenly, the goblin peeked out from behind him, announcing, "Your tea has arrived, adventurer." Ju jumped and let out a yelp. The goblin burst out laughing, then bowed his head in apology. "My apologies for startling you." Still shaken, Ju warned in a strained voice, "Next time, please announce yourself first." But the goblin just shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "As you can see, I'm a monster." As the atmosphere calmed down, Ju sat on a chair and asked directly, "Anyway, what brings you here?" He smiled half joking and half serious as he answered, "Me, I'm here to register my marriage with his lordship." The goblin blinked, then immediately started acting dramatically. "Our relationship is very sweet." From a distance, a man sighed in exasperation. "Here we go again." Ju recalled the welcome scene from earlier, a thought echoing in his mind. Everyone else calls him Lord Kuban. Only this guy calls him his lordship. Thinking about it, he narrowed his eyes and decided, let's test him. Ju stood before him and began his probing question. "In that case, that ring must be a wedding ring, right?" Hearing him ask this, the goblin froze for a moment, right after he regained his usual confidence and said in a smug tone, "So you noticed? As expected of you, I poured 15 paychecks into this thing." Hearing this, Ju just smirked and replied, "Is that so?" He glanced at the timid goblin behind him and offered a compliment. "That's some pretty impressive acting, Kuban." The goblin's pale green hand trembled, a sparkling red ring spinning slightly on his finger. The goblin stammered, What do you mean?" Before he could finish, Ju cut in. "That ring." He pointed, his voice sharp as if exposing a secret. "Isn't that the ruby ring that Kuban always treasures? And the fact that you called me extraordinary when very few people even know I exist was also highly suspicious." Then Ju continued to voice his thoughts. "On top of that, no one just calls themselves my lord." Just then, darkness and green smoke erupted as a voice spoke up. "Indeed, the information is very accurate." The smoke swirled violently. He gave a knowing smile. "Your intuition is sharp indeed." Kuban, with his short platinum blonde hair and sharp eyes, stood amidst the hazy smoke. "That's right, Valo Steph Valo. I am the ruler of Prozen." The expression on his face was not friendly. His eyes showed his determination. Kuban, the Dark Overlord Kuban. A moment later, he was sitting and sipping tea. He didn't forget to ask, "You must have come to see me about the Walpurgis incident, am I right?" Hearing this, Ju quickly replied, "That's right." He looked straight at Kuban and gave a self-satisfied smirk. "I figured you might know a useful clue or some information." He gently set down his teacup and spoke in a thoughtful tone. "I know what you want." After a short pause, Kuban let out a soft chuckle and stated his demand, "But there's one condition." Ju's expression immediately darkened. "I knew it, Kuban." But then he gave a wry smile and asked, "A condition?" An image of the man appeared surrounded by endless letters. Ju's thoughts raced. His obsession with knowledge was already well known. In the early chapters, he was the infamous pervert willing to pay just to know the color of the Emperor's underwear. But then, he recalled the scene from War and Peace. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. "I know every juicy tidbit from future wars to real estate trends." Thinking he had found Kuban's weakness, Ju couldn't contain his excitement. "Just name it, I know everything." But the man before him just kept smiling that gentle smile. A moment later, Kuban made his request, "Be my friend." Without hesitation, Ju agreed immediately. "Done." But right after that, he realized something wasn't right here. Seeing Ju freeze up, he quickly explained, "You may not know this, but you're about to become the center of attention. From the conquest of Hessus." Kuban even knew his secrets. "To your relationship with that rigid holy knight." That statement made Ju stiffen. He grimaced and asked, "Are we that close or something?" At this, he beamed. "If I associate with someone like you, it will definitely be very profitable for me." Seemingly left with no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. I understand. Later, Ju was lost in thought. So how are we supposed to show that we're friends? Not letting him think any further, Kuban brought out a shining ring. Take this ring. It carried an immense aura of power. As you can see, this is a communication ring. It's just for calling each other when we're bored. Every word he said made Ju suspicious. What is he planning? He thought of a study session with a pained expression. He's like the type of person who smiles while lecturing you that you should study harder. He pictured Kuban nagging him from under a desk. You should study harder. The more Ju thought about it, the more he couldn't believe the word he'd used. Friends. His thoughts about Kuban just kept piling up. I can't understand him at all. Without further delay, he spoke again. Next, as a gift of friendship, a piece of information that you want. Instantly, a snap of his fingers echoed. Ah, I have just the thing. Hearing this, Ju asked curiously, what is it? Kuban didn't hide anything. The clue is in the capital of the Saxon Duchy, in the electoral district of the Saxon capital, Dresden. A voice echoed, Dresden. Ju walked straight ahead, towards the gate to the astonishment of the guards. A guard immediately shouted, Who are you? His expression was not good now. Ju summoned his system panel and shoved it right in each of their faces, making them scream in pain. His face grim, he growled out each word, Don't get in my way. With that, Ju walked briskly forward with his system panel. Wherever he went, people screamed in fear. They kept running away, wanting nothing to do with him. A moment later, right in front of Ju, rows of people knelt down. Seeing this, he shouted in frustration, Get out of my way! At the Velia Merchant Guild, an urgent voice called out, Guildmaster! Lena burst through the door, her voice filled with panic. There's a terrifying pressure heading towards our guild. DM heard this and was surprised. A terrifying pressure. She seemed to have lost all composure, screaming in panic, He's almost here! As soon as Ju got close, Lena fled, yelling, Don't come here! Seeing him, the Guildmaster's face was no better than hers. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. DM asked in a challenging tone, Why would someone like you come here? But Ju didn't answer right away. Instead, he quickly operated his system panel. A moment later, he gave a demonic smile and enunciated each word, I've come to make a deal, Guildmaster. From those last words, Ju faintly guessed what he meant. You mean Dustin? Kuban leisurely sipped his tea and confirmed, That's right. The Velia Merchant Guild and the Ritter Knightley family are there. He also let Ju know that they were in massive debt. They're in a creditor-debtor relationship. Ju couldn't help but be surprised by the information Kuban provided. Inside, he was marveling at Kuban. I had no idea about this kind of information. That's Kuban for you. Ju understood Kuban's abilities well. Right now, he's the one who has overwhelmed me in countless information warfare confrontations. He really can know everything. Thanks to his power, his intelligence network spreads across the entire continent. That is the Dark Overlord Kuban. Kuban had guessed Ju's thoughts. He continued speaking. From your expression, it seems you're satisfied with this information. But there's one more thing. Ju looked bewildered and asked, What is it, model? He stood quietly looking at the little girl lying in bed. James placed a hand on her forehead and introduced her to Ju. Oh, great adventurer, this is my daughter Marin. His eyes filled with sorrow as he spoke of his daughter, even as she lay in bed like this. James remembered a time not so long ago when his daughter was still healthy and playful. She was such a healthy and radiant child, but then, suddenly, something strange happened to her. Then one day, she just began to wither away. Eventually, she didn't even have the strength to hold anything. And that's how we ended up here. Every healer James summoned to treat his daughter just shook their heads. We brought in all the most renowned healers from across the continent, but every one of them shook their heads. His daughter was his weakness. He collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably, and choked out the words, If this continues, I'll lose my daughter forever. I can't. Suddenly, James stood up and shouted right in Ju's face, There has to be a way. There must be a way to save her, he cried, bursting into tears again as he stammered out his plea. Sir, great adventurer, please bring my daughter's smile back. Suddenly, Gio placed a comforting hand on his face. First off, forget that whole great adventurer title. Just call me Valo. Yes, Sir Valo. He wiped his face and explained to James, In any case, that's why I'm here. For a transaction. That was poorly timed, my apologies. Gio's tone became serious, his voice lowering. He placed his hand on Marin's forehead to check her condition. It was obvious even to the naked eye that his daughter's condition was extremely serious. Based on her state, Ju made his diagnosis. Significant muscle loss, a persistent low-grade fever that won't break. Marin's situation is truly at a critical stage. This illness cannot be cured with conventional medicine. Ju looked at the girl, then revealed, "But there is still one way to cure this disease." Hearing this, James grew agitated and shouted, "What is it?" Ju told him the cure to save his daughter, Rose Lochner. "We need the elixir from there." Upon hearing that cure, James's hands began to tremble. Oh no. He was so shocked, he collapsed to the ground. "Are you saying we can't save her?" "That's right. Rose Lochner is that kind of place. Two young boys once challenged each other. If you can return from Gross Glockner, I will grant you any wish in this world." That was the same as saying it was impossible. The demon dragon's Gross Glockner. A place seemingly devoid of life, gloomy and terrifying. A colossal canyon famous for its majestic landscape. It seemed something was lurking there. Located in the southeast of the Empire, it is the domain of the demon dragon School Steel Fan. The ancient dragon there is incredibly powerful and ferocious. Although there are very few ancient dragons left on the continent, his power is immeasurable. Even the Demon King would struggle to deal with him. Furthermore, the place is also home to countless magical beasts. And the canyon he rules is teeming with demonic beasts. Realizing the only cure was in that place, James fell into despair. Simply put, it's a living hell for both humans and demons. For a normal person, it's a hopeless challenge. Yet Ju just smiled, seemingly intrigued by the place. Only for a normal person. He stepped forward, placed a hand on James's shoulder, and called out, "Guildmaster." With eyes full of confidence, Gio declared to him, "Don't worry, I will go." Upon hearing those words, James felt a glimmer of hope. In that moment, Gio was like a ray of sunshine to him. At the same time, Gio himself acquired a new skill. The skill Mephistopheles' acting has been activated. With this demonic acting skill, you can deceive and mock your opponents. James grabbed Gio by the collar, insisting, "Oh no. If anyone has to go, it should be me." Gio explained with sincerity what his daughter needed most at this moment. It isn't an elixir. He told him what he should be doing right now. It's the sincere love of her father. Hearing those words, James was deeply moved. "Sir Valo, what can I do to help you?" Hearing that question, Ju let out a faint smile. He feigned awkwardness as he said to James, "It's nothing complicated. I've heard that the Ritter family owes an enormous debt to the Valia Guild." With teary eyes, James waited for his request. "That debt..." Seizing the opportunity, Ju asked him, "Could I take it over?" Before James could object, Gio gripped his shoulders tightly and shouted, "What's this Guildmaster? He was using moral pressure on him. Do it for your only daughter, for Marin." With her frail body, she tried to call for him father. James remembered all the times before. His daughter would playfully call out to him, "Daddy, Papa." So innocent back then, she had even proposed to James, "When I grow up, I'm going to marry you, okay, Daddy?" Thinking of his daughter, James agreed to Ju's proposal. All right. After securing the agreement, Gio made his way to Gross Glockner. What a perfect moonlit night for a climb. Looking at the scenery around here, he couldn't help but feel a thrill. What a magnificent view. Gio pulled an herb from the ground, marveling at it. This thing is huge. He held the herb up to Philly's face and asked, "Philly, do you know what this is?" Philly sniffed the herb deeply as Ju revealed, "This is a precious herb that only grows here." Ju had already fed it that herb. "Go on, eat up. Listen closely, Philly. This forest also has some very trustworthy guardians. Thanks to this excellent lineup of protectors, no evil humans or demons. I can get inside." Philly's stats skyrocketed. Even the weeds that grow here have spiritual power. The weeds all over the canyon are saturated with the demonic dragon's magic. Outside of this place, they're considered rare medicinal ingredients. Ju bent down and picked some up from the ground. In other words, he seemed fascinated by anything here that had spiritual power. Here, and over there too, a single handful of dirt from this place is a precious treasure. And so Ju wanted to gather all the herbs here. The herbs here. The herbs here, Philly. Every patch of soil is worth a fortune. As he pulled up the herbs, he calculated, "Not only can I save the merchant guild leader's daughter, but I can also make a killing." Ju shoved a handful of herbs into his mouth and chewed greedily. So delicious. Suddenly, a rock flew straight at his head. Angrily, Ju whipped his head around. "Huh!" The silhouette of a monster appeared, yelling at him. "Get lost, human." Ju was surprised to see them. A group of hobgoblins had appeared, declaring their territory. "This land belongs to us." The system revealed everything about this place. Protector of mankind. Sidebar Grossglockner. A canyon located at an altitude of 3,798 meters. This is the territory of the demonic dragon skull Steelfang. Although it's filled with elixirs and rare herbs, This place is considered a dangerous land open only to demonic beasts, permitted by the demonic dragon, regardless of their species. With tears streaming down its face, a hobgoblin tried to dig up the herbs. Ju leisurely sat and drank water served by Clark, while the hobgoblins had to toil away digging herbs. Ju, looking cool in his sunglasses, seemed to notice something. He pointed at the hobgoblins in front of him and yelled, "Hey, you lot, dig properly!" Ju even showed them a sample for reference. "Look, it has to be this clean. I told you to dig without damaging the roots." The hobgoblins were terrified by his threat. "If you keep working like that, I'll send you all to your graves." Like an overlord, Ju roared, "Do you hear me?" 1 hour earlier, the hobgoblins were still very aggressive. Seeing their numbers, Ju felt a little worried as they quickly charged toward him. As they moved to attack, Ju dropped the act. He immediately unleashed a skill. His eyes turned blue, and with a single move, Ju wiped out the charging hobgoblins. Leech. He slowly absorbed their life force. Seeing the hobgoblins scattered on the ground, Ju said sarcastically, "You idiots! Why did you even bother attacking me?" Leech skill proficiency has increased. He cast another complex skill. The hobgoblins revived, their eyes changed. They slowly stood up. The hobgoblins now obeyed Ju's commands. Seeing this, he even clapped, praising them. "Very good. Very good." Ju suddenly licked his lips with a look of desire. "You goblins." A glass of wine swirled in midair. That's right. Ju was leisurely drinking tea and chatting with Clark. "Why would you attack when you knew from the very beginning that you couldn't win? Am I right, Clark? We did not recognize your power, Master. We are eternally grateful that you have accepted us, even though we are of a lowly race." All right. I'm also glad you're willing to work for me." "Yes, Ju." He also wanted some information from him. "More importantly, report to me. Besides you lot, who else is in this canyon?" "Yes." Clark held nothing back and told him everything. "Besides our hobgoblin clan, this canyon also has many other demonic beasts, werewolves, giant wyverns, and a large number of ogres, too." After listening, Ju praised him. "You're quite well informed. I'm glad I chose you as my subordinate." "It is my honor." Suddenly, the communicator on his hand lit up. Someone was calling Ju. He answered, looking annoyed. "Hello." The person on the other end reminded Ju, "Have you forgotten? I'm the one who gave you that communicator. Welcome to the city of Pluzin." Ju finally recognized the person on the other end of the line. "I almost forgot. You've got a sense of humor, don't you? By the way, how are things at Grossglockner?" "This guy's intuition is sharp," Ju replied while adding a piece of fruit. "Well, the weather's great. The wind is cool and the moon is beautiful." "Is that so?" Kubai seemed unconvinced and extended an invitation. "Coincidentally, we're busy preparing for a festival here in Pluzin. If you have time, you should come for a visit. If I'm free, I'll stop by." "By the way," he added, "Lady Vanpergus paid a visit." "Oh, and what happened?" "The compensation claim was submitted. Well, just as you said. The compensation fee is 100,000 flan. She's demanding a huge sum. Those utterly cunning merchants are the ones who put this together. And they're also saying they'll confiscate the goods we plan to trade with Jolin. All they talk about on the other end are unfair demands." Ju wasn't happy either. Those bastards are starting to go too far. Perhaps this is just the beginning. Ju also asked Kubai to pass on a message. "Please tell her to pretend to agree to the deal, but stall for as long as you possibly can." Upon hearing this, Kubai gave a sinister smile. "That's the least I can do, because this is a matter between myself and Lord Valoma." Ju also cheerfully made a generous offer. "I will be sure to reward you handsomely upon your return." "That sounds good." Kubai on the other end must have guessed I was getting impatient. "I hear Rose Lochner is a gold mine, is that right?" "Yes, my lord. You can look forward to it." He suddenly hung up the phone, leaving Ju bewildered. "Hey, it sounds pretty noisy on your end. I'm hanging up now." Ju didn't expect Kubai to hang up so quickly. What did he really just hang up on me? He leaned back, sighing to himself. "I'm only putting up with this for the Vampire Knights." "Sir Ju," Clark said, looking a bit irritated at his state. "Why do you look so panicked? Do you need to use the restroom?" "No, it's not that. Something terrible just happened." Seeing his reaction, he looked to the side. "What is it?" Giant monsters had surrounded Ju at some point. Clark jumped in fear at their appearance. Ju stood up to protect him. "Clark, get back." "But I must protect you, sir." He pushed Clark behind him and commanded, "I said get back." Ju turned his head to the side. The hobgoblins had been defeated by the ogres. They've all been wiped out. Seeing the sheer size of the ogres, Ju couldn't figure out a way to deal with them. At his current soul-drained skill level, these monsters were too high level and would resist the ability. It looks like it won't work on them. He knew that if he did it that way, it wouldn't be feasible, and even if he summoned the undead, they would just end up like that. Just then, the emblem on Ju's hand began to glow. All right, then. He felt a surge of power ready to face the ogres. I guess I should get a little more serious. The mercenary emblem was emitting a great power. That delicious power enveloped Ju's body. A sword of immense power slowly materialized, one of the 12 great swords of the Empire and the indestructible treasure of the Ju family. He now held that sword. Holding Ljubljana, he felt a new level of strength. Ljubljana S rank. An heirloom of the fantasy family passed down for 200 years. It enhances the user's proficiency with the Moon Shadow sword style, the exclusive technique of the fantasy family. You all recognize the true value of this sword, don't you? This sword is a specialized weapon for the Moon Shadow sword style. That fool Philip chose another flashier sword and left this one to rust in the armory. Moon Shadow sword style. This overflowing energy, the aura radiating from Ljubljana, made even the ogres wary. Ju seemed to conjure countless images of Ljubljana as he attacked. Void Moonlight. One of the ogres was wounded by the sword. After being hit, the ogres quickly grew cautious of their backs. Ju weaved back and forth right in front of them, appearing beside an ogre like a lingering spirit. The ogre's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Very quickly, Ju had wounded all of them. He stood proudly atop one of the ogre's heads, then suddenly leaped off. With his swift movements, Ju finished off the ogres. Just as he took down the last one, Kola came running in a panic. Sir. Looking at the defeated ogres, Ju sighed in relief. It was a success. I was a bit worried at first since it's been a while since I used this technique. Seeing that he had defeated them all, Kola clapped and praised him. That was amazing! Being praised, Ju's nose grew long as he laughed loudly. It was nothing. He even confidently boasted about his nose. I used to be able to maintain it for 10 minutes, but now I can only manage 30 seconds. Your nose has gotten even longer than mine, sir. Suddenly a dark figure appeared and questioned, Was this your doing? Hearing the voice, Ju turned his head to look at the person. The mysterious person lunged in front of Ju and growled, I asked, was this your doing? He continuously backed away, avoiding the mysterious person. Since when? Suddenly a large clawed hand shot out, gripping Ju by the neck. Teofan, with an emotionless face, threatened, I will break your neck. Teofan used immense force. Her arm, in a fit of rage, threw Ju far away. The system also issued a warning, Warning Ju, you have been attacked. HP has dropped to 10%. Hearing his health had dropped so significantly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? Just from one hit. Teofan slammed her foot on the ground, her dark silhouette looming as she growled each word forcefully, you. But Ju, unafraid, questioned Teofan. Then who in the world are you? If you want to know someone else's identity, shouldn't you give your own first? Without hesitation, Teofan revealed their identity. I, the master of Rose Blogger, know no rules. But after hearing this, Ju was dumbfounded. He recalled Rose's majestic form, a blogger. I can't believe it. The master of Rose Blogger, the demon dragon. Is that demon dragon? What kind of way is that to talk? Ju kept staring at Teofan, his mind a mess. Could it be? Since the last round, they've always been that giant dragon loading. Master. What the hell is happening in this round? Seeing him staring, Teofan confronted him. With swift movements, they appeared right in front of Ju. After sizing him up, Teofan sneered, You're far too relaxed. They could also sense the power within Ju. I sense an energy from another dimension. While he was still pondering this, Kala stepped forward to shield him from behind. Don't tell me that self-proclaimed lizard can break the fourth wall. Master, I will protect you. Judging by Kala's attitude, Teofan decided, There's no need for discussion. You are arrogant and ill-mannered. They raised their hand high and passed judgment. You die. Only then did Ju panic and beg, Wait, please listen to what I have to say. But Teofan wouldn't hear his pleas. Questions are useless. They lunged forward, about to strangle Ju. He quickly revealed, If I die, then you die too. Teofan's sharp claws were about to touch his eye when something seemed to make them stop. What the hell? Teofan realized Ju wasn't that person. That's right, it's really true, Good Morning explained. After composing himself, Ju began to explain, Sometimes I have prophetic dreams, and I saw it. An image of Teofan being destroyed appeared in his mind. You, the demon dragon. A gruesome death. With a bewildered look, Tufan sought confirmation, me dead. Zhu pointed to his own head, assuring them, exactly. If you don't believe me, why don't you try reading my memories? Hearing this, Tufan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised their hand, frightening Zhu. Finally, Tufan sighed and accepted it. Agreed. But they pointed a sharp claw at Zhu, threatening, lie and you die. Terrified, Zhu agreed with them. Tiofan's clawed arm began to slowly crack apart. At last, their real arm emerged. Tiofan gently placed a hand on Zhu's head, threatening him at the same time, tilt your head and you die. With sweat rolling down his cheek, Zhu agreed. Yes, ma'am. As Tufan placed their hand on his head, the wind began to howl. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored light appeared, and Tufan was pulled into Zhu's memories. They began searching through his mind. Zhu exclaimed, "This is humans, overloaded with unimportant memories." Tufan slowly explored the memories in his head. I need to see more. What memory are you looking for? You don't need to do all that. Zhu directed a giant sphere towards Tufan. Here, you only need to see this part. They seemed displeased by his action. Suspicious. So ill-mannered. Suspicious. The memories in Zhu's mind appeared blurry and indistinct, and then the image became clear. Origin memory unidentified. After seeing it, Tufan couldn't help but be surprised. Is this real? Yes, this should be enough. Yes. After showing them, Zhu pushed Tiofan out. It seemed to have taken a lot of his energy to let Tiofan see his memories. Zhu thought to himself, feeling lucky. That was close. A little more, and they might have dug into my memories from the previous rounds. In a panic, Tufan failed. Confirmed, my corpse. The question, who killed me? Their eyes became lifeless, as if they had realized something. Tufan waved their hand, bestowing a reward upon Zhu. Thank you for the reward. You won't die. You are exiled from this mountain. I don't like it. Tufan used an intimidating glare to threaten Zhu. But Good Morning Zhu suddenly stood up and made a request. Let's make a deal instead. Subi. Because of Tiofan's name, the two of them started arguing just like that. Your name is too long. Way too long. From now on, I'm just calling you Subi. What an arrogant tone. Zhu confidently thumped his chest and declared, Listen to me, Subi. You can live. This is the information you'll receive. Tiofan seemed deeply offended and couldn't accept it. Subi, I refuse. I'm 3,000 years old. And so the two of them went back and forth arguing about this. This is how Gen MZ talks nowadays. Just accept it. MZ meaningless words. Subi, I refuse. Just accept it. Just then, the system updated with a new quest for Zhu. A new quest has been updated, Dragon's Trust. With the quest update, the game's difficulty has slightly increased. In the forest, the fog grew thick. A small snake was slithering along looking for food. Someone approached and stepped on it. The figure's shadow moved as they sang out loud, Master of the Abyss, deeper than darkness itself. King of chaos and disorder. The person flexed their bicep, confidently proclaiming, My name is none other than the mighty Lord Odgas, he roared with his muscular physique. The great demon king Odgas. My lord, Ganek, who was beside him, reported, We are about to arrive. My lord. Odgas, his mood ruined by Ganek, was furious. How dare you interrupt me in the middle of my grand debut speech? Please, my lord, forgive me. The man sat down to rest by the roadside. Forget it, my mood is ruined. A figure spoke up, pleading with Odgas. They are my subordinates. I beg you, please forgive them. He seemed surprised by the person's appearance. Oh, so it's you. Kaliwan walked towards Odgas. My daughter, Kaliwan. She bowed respectfully to Odgas. Kaliwan greets you, master. He then remembered what he had once promised Kaliwan. That's right. I promised that once this campaign is over, I will grant one of your most heartfelt wishes. Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Odgas seems to dote on Kaliwan. Of course, you are my beloved daughter. This is only natural. He immediately summoned his retinue. Hear me, my minions. Using his authority. Oscar gave the order. We will now advance on Gross Locker, where the demon dragon stands guard. Those low-level beasts are nothing to fear, but the demon dragon will not be easy to deal with. Furthermore, he instructed everyone there. But do not let that deter you. Lord Odgas had given them a mission to carry out. All you have to do is devour everything that enters your sight. Not only that, he even permitted them to do more. And cruelly trample upon all living things beneath your feet, Oscar declared with a confident smile. As for school steel fun, Oscar, the third-rank demon lord of greed. He is mine. The demon horde roared as if in response to Oscar's words. Perhaps it was because Oscar radiated such an overwhelming power. Wherever he went, he led the demons forward. Now advance, my children of darkness. Among the dark crevices, echoes resounded in the night. Assemble. Assembled Ju's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke. A new night has begun. He glanced over at the restless goblins. Even though we were harassed by some strange beasts, and a dragon with its patchwork language, our mission is still to gather as many precious herbs as we can to bring back to Dresden. As their morale peaked, he shouted, "Now advance!" The goblins shouted in unison. Advance, Ju motioned with his hand. Good. Everyone to your positions, to your positions, to your positions. Then he slumped into his chair, a makeshift one, and panted, "All right." Just then, Clark the Double-Edged approached with a drink. A man. "Rick cocktail, sir." Ju accepted it and replied cheerfully, "Thank you. Clark, bring one for Philip, too." He immediately bowed. "Yes, master." Joe took a sip and noted the strange taste. An unexpected encounter with a dragon in a place like this. Without my memories from the previous round, I would have had my neck snapped long ago. He teased himself lightly. Why is it so strange this time? At the same time, he mentally pieced together the clues from Philip's betrayal to the dragon's sudden design change. Thinking of Valpurgis, he couldn't help but chuckle with delight. And that beautiful face of Valpurgis, too. Ju's eyes widened as if he'd just remembered something. He raised his hand and opened the system panel right in front of him. Ju immediately initiated Open Main Scenario. Numerous notification bars cascaded down. He became even more certain in his heart. As I thought, it's not just this time, Ju calculated silently in his head. Everything that's happened so far doesn't match the previous round, compared to my memories from before. It's all completely new. As Korea's #1 protector of humanity, I remember almost the entire map of Gross Locker down to every single stone. He crossed his arms filled with doubt. So there's no way I could have mistaken the dragon's spawning point. Something's not right. Let's sort this out. As he thought this, the major scenarios appeared in his memory one by one: the Battle of Hotham between the Steel Elector and Bahamut, the betrayal of Friedrich the Steel Elector's aide, and the crisis at the Grand Abbey of Valpurgis. The important scenarios are all the same. However, when it comes to the minor details, the small events inside are different. This isn't just a new world. Why is there such a huge difference? He pondered while tapping lightly on the table, wondering, did I miss something? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Right beside him, a timid goblin spoke up. Hey, I told them to be careful. Sorry, Ju asked. What's wrong? Zaruk clutched his bleeding hand and gave a reassuring smile. It's nothing, master. Just a minor wound. Ju's voice tightened as he warned, be careful. You know the consequences of being careless, don't you? He hesitated, then replied, Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Ju sighed in exasperation. The moment I look away, something happens. Right after two goblins turned away, hurriedly reminding each other. Be careful? Yes. Brimo leaned down worriedly. Is the wound serious? Zaruk shook his head slightly. It's fine, brother. I'm completely okay. Watching them, Ju suddenly thought, it seems they're brothers. From there, his memories unexpectedly shifted to Saklot. Come to think of it, Saklot also had a younger sister. I never knew that in the last round. Suddenly he froze. The image of Valpurgis clinging to him all day came back vividly. She was always sidling up to me. The image of a cheerful Margarita, the girls in his subconscious. Valpurgis, a lovely young woman. He finally understood the reason. So that's it. Because my position has changed. My perspective has changed with it. At that moment in front of him, a trembling insect crawled by. Ju was lost in thought. In the world I built before I was the Steel Elector, the Emperor of the Empire, the majestic image appeared in his mind, and a hero who saved the world. He told himself with pride. I always started with extraordinary abilities and sky-high stats. However, comparing that to the present. But what about now? Ju sighed softly. There's nothing special about me. He carried a hint of unconcealable disappointment. Just a mediocre character. All I have are the memories from countless past lives. He let out a pathetic, self-deprecating laugh. But strangely, a part of him felt relieved, and that was precisely the reason. I was finally able to see the expressions of everyone around me and the small connections that I'd once overlooked. In a fleeting thought, he suddenly remembered Baptist. In the next moment, the name Vanpergus and her beautiful face flashed into his mind. Starting out as a commoner had finally made everything crystal clear, and this situation was no different. In the previous loops, I had simply repaid my debt to Vanpergus, and that was the end of it. I never knew the true circumstances, until now. He suddenly jolted to his senses. His memory led him to Aquila. Zhu recalled her surprising proposal from that day. She had given him a piece of a puzzle, claiming it could unlock the true ending that no one had ever found. In that instant, the magic circle above Aquila's head suddenly began to glow. The mysterious space she had created. Zhu held his glass, sinking deeper into thought. And the fact that the commoner class was suddenly unlocked. He whispered her name in his mind, Aquila. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. Why was this all part of a guide? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from his hand just as he crushed the glass he was holding. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed as Clark rushed in. "Master, a dragon is charging right at you!" Immediately, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the ground violently. Next, Tiufan charged forward, yelling, "Zhu, they're here, just like you said those things." Zhu stretched nonchalantly and said, "Thanks, Aquila. The outcome is just as predicted." Tiufan was stunned. "What?" Zhu just gave him a meaningful wink. "This just makes me realize once again that this game really knows how to keep a person on their toes." He became even more bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Zhu just waved his hand. "All right, let's go." Tiufan called out in confusion, "Zhu." Clark was just as clueless. "I don't know either." But in Zhu's heart, everything was clearer than ever. "I understand now, Aquila. The way to truly enjoy this world. From now on, I'm going to chew it up, savor it, and enjoy every last bite." Suddenly, he shouted out loud, leaving them both stunned and speechless. "The new strategy starts now!" Zhu burst into excited laughter. Tiufan was flabbergasted. "He's lost his mind!" Clark only dared to whisper, "Yes, master." And so in Clark's mental diary, countless images of his master's erratic expressions were recorded, not a single one missed. Every time Zhu did something unexpected, Clark's heart would leap into his throat. Do it properly. And when he got angry, Clark had to watch his every step. As for the moments when Zhu laughed to himself like a lunatic, Clark would tremble so much he barely dared to breathe. Elsewhere, Osgus charged forward aggressively, axe in hand. He madly destroyed everything in his path, screaming like a madman wherever he went. "Come on out, Demon Dragon Tiufan!" Just then, Kaliwan seemed to notice something. She immediately alerted him. "It seems something is—" "I'm approaching, sire," Osgus spoke up. "Is it the Demon Dragon?" Just then, from out of nowhere, a human and a goblin landed with a loud thud right in front of them. He was baffled. "What's this?" "It's just a human and a goblin." Her eyes filled with vigilance as she said, "There are others, sire." He was surprised. "What?" While he was still confused, a huge explosion suddenly erupted. A wide, excited grin spread across his face. As the smoke and dust cleared, a dragon's foot slowly stepped forward, accompanied by a powerful and magnificent voice. "Morning comes with sharpened claws." The voice continued steady and strong. "This is a dragon's territory," Tiufan warned in a cold voice. "Get lost." The moment he saw him, the man shouted with excitement. "Long time no see, Demon Dragon. I've come with a proposition." Osgus continued gleefully. "Just hear me out and you'll find it incredibly appealing." But Tiufan's reply was brutally blunt. "Refused. Everything you say is rejected. Deploying manifestation magic." The man still tried to persuade him. "My offer is very alluring, you know. Just like you are. Very well. Let's begin. Right now." He nodded slightly in understanding. A powerful pressure radiated from Tiufan's entire body, his eyes burning with killing intent as he charged forward with a cold cry. Osgus just smiled and nodded. "I see. So you want a private chat. What a coward." As he finished speaking, he zipped away with Tiufan in hot pursuit. Watching them go, Zhu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zhu lowered his head, thinking to himself, "I anticipated Osgus's attack, but this time it's happening much earlier than before. I can overlook it for now, but I might need the Demon Dragon later on." He pondered for a long moment and, while he was thinking, he suddenly spoke with a warm smile. "To think that the continent's most stunning beauty, Lady Kaliwan, is standing right before me. I am truly honored." At that moment, the layers of the metal mask on her face began to retract. Her cold blue eyes, showing not a hint of emotion, stared at him. Behind her stood Sarah and Mara along with an entire orc army. He let out an amused chuckle. Zhu thought to himself about the woman before him. She's the character with the highest risk factor. Depending on the player's choices, she can become either an ally or an enemy. What's more, she's even stronger than Bahamut. She's no ordinary opponent. There's a reason they call her the Ice Queen. He started calculating. I must recruit her for my strategy, my future. Just you wait, Valpurgis. I'll resolve this matter quickly, and then I'll come for you. Zhu began to lay on the charm. You're even more beautiful in person. But she was not one for games, and with a fiery temper she pointed the tip of her spear directly at his throat. He only saw Mara, spear in hand, standing before Zhu, her face scowling with annoyance. He smiled and replied, Pardon me, but I wish to speak with your princess. So a mute underling like you should step aside, please. She didn't say much, simply lunging forward and swinging her sword at him. A startled Kolak screamed, You despicable demon, get the hell out of here! He held his weapon, blocking Zhu's path, and shouted, You are lower than the dirt beneath my feet. Kolak, trembling and stuttering, added, If you want to harm my master, you'll have to get through me first. He chuckled softly and continued, You've grown up, haven't you? The last time we fought the demon dragon, you ran away all by yourself. Kolak was flustered. I sincerely apologize. He glanced back over his shoulder. You hear that? He's even braver than you. In that very instant, something whizzed past him. He saw Mara bound tightly before she could even react. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared, holding the rope taut. He chuckled softly. Hera. She moved in close, licking her lips with eyes full of desire. Hera excitedly yanked the rope hard. Restrained, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Mara's eyes burned with fury, but it didn't end there. Biff the Second appeared like a gust of wind, attacking Mara so suddenly she coughed up blood. He growled every single word, I will cut down anyone who dares to threaten my master. Kaliwan narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation. A vampire, Zhu grinned. My people have all gathered now. He spoke up, exactly. Now our numbers are even. So then what do you think? Kaliwan continued. I see, so that's why you're so confident. Her grip on her sword tightened. However, we are the army of the Demon King Odgus. Kaliwan's armor and helmet reactivated, covering her entire body. She shouted the command, All troops hear my order, tear the enemy to shreds, leave nothing behind. Her subordinates roared in unison, Yes, Lady Kaliwan! On Zhu's side, his people also charged forward in a massive wave. Protect our master! He didn't just stand by and watch, he immediately rushed into battle. Kaliwan charged, and the two of them clashed with ferocious power. He quickly jumped back to retreat. Kaliwan exclaimed, Impressive! Not only did you block my corpse summoning technique, but you also blocked my attack. You truly surpass even Bahamut. Zhu chuckled in reply, To be praised like this by the princess, what an honor. But to call Odgus the Demon King... His tone dripped with contempt. If your father knew, he would surely weep tears of blood. The one and only daughter of the former #1 Demon King Kimus, Lady Kaliwan Raminia Kimus. She asked suspiciously, Just how much do you know? He scoffed. How ridiculous. Kaliwan couldn't understand why. Zhu mocked her outright. How could I possibly not laugh? When you are so foolish. He shook his head in weary disgust. That you follow the very man who killed your own father. The words struck Kaliwan like a bolt of lightning. Who? Killed who? Memories of Kimus began to flood her mind, the person I respected more than anyone in this world. The warmth in your eyes whenever you looked at me, along with your happy expression, it made me feel at peace, and it gave the other demons the strength to believe in themselves. And in my eyes you shone with a brilliant light. My father, the one who always made me feel endlessly proud. The more she thought about it, the happier Kaliwan became. Father, you were my happiness. Suddenly the scene turned bloody with the sight of Kimus's head. And yet right before her eyes was a crowd of demons celebrating. Kimus had been killed by Goro Kangam and Kantos, and Kaliwan was held back tightly by Odgus helpless. From now on, we are the #1 Demon King. As for them, they were so overcome with joy they paid her no mind. It was then that he whispered indignantly into her ear, Kaliwan, I hate them no less than you do. Lord Kimus was not only my one and only master, but also my dearest friend. From the corner of Odgus's eye, a tear of hatred trickled out. But now is the time to be patient. When the time is right, I swear I will help you. His gaze was fixed intently on Goro Kangam and Kantos as he emphasized each word, get revenge. And then everything returned to the present. Kaliwan was now completely losing her composure. That's what he said. Shut up. How dare you insult my master who killed who? I'll tear you to pieces. In contrast to her, Ju simply placed a gem gently on the ground. You pitiful thing. Then he let it roll away naturally. All right, look at this first. This. Very quickly, the small gem touched the tip of Kaliwan's boot. What happened next instantly made her jump in shock. The smug face of Odgas suddenly appeared. It's romantic in its own way, isn't it? Then he spread his arms wide and declared, just the two of us alone in a place like this. It's truly moving. On the contrary, Teofan asked curiously, so you didn't kill Kimas, but why are you using his daughter Kaliwan? Faced with this question, Odgas simply gave a nonchalant smirk. You think I killed Kimas? How ridiculous. He was clearly killed by Goro Kangam and Kantos. But that explanation was exposed by him as a lie. Useless excuses. I know all about you traitors. At his reaction, Odgas scowled and said, you're a stubborn one, aren't you? However, he then took the initiative and confessed, fine, you're right. There's no way those idiots could have killed Kimas. And that scene was immediately captured by Teofan, with the image of him being projected at the perfect moment. It was all me. Unaware of this, he continued, when they found out I held Kimas's only weakness, they craved the opportunity. Those words were beyond imagination. It immediately caused Kaliwan to freeze. No, I can't believe it. At the same time, the sword in her hand fell heavily to the ground and she collapsed to her knees in despair. No, it's impossible. Sir Osgas was her father's most loyal subordinate, and his sworn brother. From Kaliwan's bewildered tone, she's just as confused, he thought. Good, she's breaking down. The moment flashed back to when they were discussing tactics. Listen closely, Subi. I'm going to explain the plan. You have a magic projection screen at the base. Right. She immediately nodded. I do, Ju replied with satisfaction. Good. Then he snapped his fingers as a signal for her to use it for a broadcast, but he also took the chance to explain, add the shocking truth about Kaimas's death to make Oscar confess. Ju looked at her with complete confidence. Simple, right? That's the whole plan. Meanwhile, Teofan was still a little skeptical. That's it, he answered calmly. Yup, that's it. Can you do it? Returning to the present situation, Kaliwan was so helpless she sat completely still. He watched her closely. You did well, Subi. Thanks to you, half of the plan is already a success. The gem I threw is gathering power. I'll handle the rest with Kaliwan. Tears were streaming down her face. So, everything up to this point, was it all just an act? Her mind flashed back to the happy memories from the beginning after they had grown so close. As for Ju, Heija appeared right on cue. Cleanup is complete, Master. He nodded. Good. Hold your position as instructed. Receiving his praise, her face bloomed into a bright smile. As for Ju, he slowly took a soft breath. Then he began to speak. Just think, you served him for 55 years. All while having no idea who your true enemy was, such remarkable loyalty. And yet, Kaliwan didn't respond, only continuing to sob. Seeing her mournful state, Ju's expression gradually softened. Then he stepped towards her. Are you just going to stand there forever? Don't you want revenge? Once he was very close, Ju held out his hand. From now on, I will teach you Kaimas's true name ritual. How you choose to use it is up to you. Kaliwan herself froze. It's been so long since I've heard that name. A few remaining memories made her think of Kaimas, a spell that borrows the vast power of the cosmos, powerful enough to wound even a great demon. It was what made my father the #1 demon king. Then she asked doubtfully, how could a foreigner like you possibly know about that? Only my father knew the details. Faced with her question, Ju simply thought to himself, because I've studied everything from beginning to end thanks to the strategy guide. By now he remembered Kaimas better than anyone. That means I know it inside and out, both the overwhelming power of the true name ritual and its single fatal weakness. However, Ju was more concerned with something else. But for now, it's better to just make up a story. And so he improvised. I have read the chronicles of the 7 warring demon tribes. In it, they explain methods to fight against great demons. Outwardly, Ju also looked nonchalant, and one of them was Kaimas's true name ritual. It was truly useful. Luckily, Kaliwan actually believed him. I see. No wonder you don't seem like an ordinary person. That's great. His success made him smile to himself. The all-powerful cheat code, the chronicles of the 7 warring demon tribes. Suddenly, her mood turned to despair again, but it won't do any good. He's immortal. At the same time, Kalawan recounted, "Before he became my father's subordinate, he took a direct hit from that spell. Of course he was crippled for a while," she continued to mumble. "But if even father couldn't finish him, how can I?" But this time he cut her off directly. "You're gravely mistaken." Then Ju slowly walked towards Kaliwan. "Listen carefully, Kaliwan." She followed his words and looked behind her. "The comrades who once protected you have all been neutralized by my vampire legion. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight that many soldiers all by yourself." When her eyes returned to the front, he had knelt down to speak with her. "So listen to me." Ju pointed a hand at himself as if to affirm his words. "I am offering to be your new ally." Those words went straight to her confused heart. "Now choose. Will you follow me or will you die right here?" In that instant, tears once again rolled down Kalawan's cheeks. The promise she made to Chimus echoed in her mind. "Daddy, when I grow up, I want to be a great demon king. Just like you." Hearing that, he chuckled. "Is that so? Well then, Kalawan will have to be even stronger than her father." In return, she was very surprised. "You think I can, Daddy?" Suddenly, Chimus gently lifted her up. "Of course you can." Then a cool breeze blew past, making the scene even more dreamlike. And at that moment, Chimus also told her with pride, "Because you are my daughter. Chimus's daughter." Okay, it was because of those memories that Kalawan was now on the verge of tears. "So, can I really kill Osgus?" In response, Ju just became more flustered. "Are you crying?" Teofan suddenly reminded him, "Sir, that's going a little too far." He cried out in confusion, "What? What else am I supposed to do?" Even Heja added, "Master, you're going a bit too far." Left with no other choice, he had to try and calm her down. "Hey, stop crying. You're the battle commander, aren't you?" Hearing that, Kalawan resentfully replied, "You're the one who should be the commander?" Biff Part 2 then added, blaming the master, "Please remember that by demon standards, she's still just a child." She then pressured him, "You really do enjoy making children cry, don't you, sir?" A desperate cry of "No!" came from Ju, while Clark hesitantly asked, "What about Lord Maron?" Regarding his question, Odgas's battle had just ended with his body covered in injuries, but those wounds were already healing at an incredible speed. In contrast to him was Tufen's battered and somewhat weakened state, while Odgas just coldly said, "How disappointing for Maron to fall so miserably." But she showed no fear, even smirking contemptuously at him. She gave Odgas a loving middle finger. In midair, an evenly matched clash ensued between Odgas and Tufen. She then broke away, but he immediately gave chase right behind her. He even exclaimed excitedly, "So disappointing!" Unlike him, Tufen turned back, filled with rage. "I actually thought you would happily accept my offer." But that arrogant expression immediately froze for some reason. Tufen was taking a deep breath, causing the flames in her mouth to flare up. The next second, she spewed a stream of hot fire directly at him until the attack ended. Tufen finally stopped, smoke still lingering at the corners of her mouth. Everything the blast had swept over was now engulfed in a sea of smoke and fire. "Get lost!" But suddenly, a very familiar blue light flashed from behind her, moving faster than the wind. Odgas retaliated with a giant pillar of lightning, and then his powerful body and formidable aura slowly emerged. At that, the corner of his mouth lifted into a gleeful smile. Odgas's feet stomped hard on the ground. "If that's what you want, then so be it." And with a single push-off, he shot high into the air. Somehow, Odgas's hand was already holding his axe, and he suddenly appeared right in front of Tufen. He then brought it down hard on her with a single blow. It sent her crashing straight down below. Tufen's body was flattened against the ground as she let out a pained groan, but this only enraged her further. "I'll kill you!" A pair of massive wings then spread out from within the thick dust and smoke. Tufen had now returned to her true form and was absolutely furious. Upon seeing Odgas, she immediately let out a deafening roar. Because of that, the very space around them began to shake violently. Clark hurriedly clung to him. "An earthquake! There's an earthquake, Master!" In response, Ju urgently said, "Back up now. Clark, you're in my way." Meanwhile, Hera suddenly exclaimed cheerfully, "How adorable! Perhaps I'll keep you as a pet." But he immediately shut it down. "Not a chance." At the same time, Biff Part 2 also spoke up. "Master Lady Subi's mana is surging." Ju nodded in understanding. "It seems so. Biff Part 2, she's even breaking her current form." He then raised his eyes to follow Tufen's massive form. "I was about to say something too." Biff Part 2 suddenly asked with some curiosity, "In any case, someone like Lady Subi will be able to hold on, all right?" However, he just replied coolly, "You don't understand. Here, the fight's at Roselochner." Ju's voice gradually became more mystical. are a massive punishment for Subi. After that, he fell into deep thought contemplating something. When he figured it out, Ju quickly called out, "Kaliwan." He stopped moving to give her instructions. "Your mission is even more important now. Can you do it?" "Yes," faced with that trust. Kaliwan was silent for a moment with a very serious expression, but they didn't have to wait long before she answered confidently, "Yes." The situation shifted once again. Despite facing the attack, Odgus remained cocky. Meanwhile, Tufen seemed to have lost her composure, attacking erratically. However, her sharp senses immediately warned her of nearby danger, but in her line of sight. Odgas now had his axe raised, ready to strike. His mouth, however, didn't forget to boast, "Is this what you call a duel, demon dragon?" There was no reply as Tufen focused on gathering magical fire in her mouth. Then they both unleashed their attacks at the same time, causing them to collide violently. A dividing wall was instantly erected by their sheer fury. Odgas laughed ceaselessly and charged forward. In contrast, Tufen focused on unleashing another wide-area attack. After just a short exchange, the ground and mountains around them were almost completely incinerated. Yet his body quickly regenerated as before. "Unbelievable! To think I'd lose in a contest of strength. It only makes me want you more." That confession made her scowl in annoyance. "Arrogant." Tufen then said in a serious tone, "I'll say it again. I'm telling you the world's destruction is nothing if you and I work together." But that only unintentionally strengthened Odgas's resolve. "I have no other choice." His weapon was instantly imbued with more magic. Not only changing his method, Odgas didn't hesitate to swing his hand, unleashing a current of electricity that shot out instantly. In no time, it reached the other side of the mountain. In midair, an evenly matched clash between Odgas and Tufen was taking place as the attack shot out and instantly reached the other side of the mountain. Odgas's signature blue light gradually became more visible inside the cave over there. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in the darkness, followed by a huge explosion that sent earth and rock flying. Caught off guard, Tufen took the full brunt of it and collapsed to the ground. The sight made him burst out laughing. "How pathetic, dragon!" By now, Tufen seemed to have fallen at his hands. "I can't believe you've already lost just from that." Gradually, that massive form vanished amidst the thick smoke and dust. Tufen was forced back into her human form, covered in injuries. At the same time, the butt of his axe slammed hard into the ground. Odgas then spoke nonchalantly, "I know there's a reason you're bound to this place." The nearby crater was still smoldering from the ultimate attack. "In any case, I don't even know what this place is." Just then, Tufen slowly propped herself up into a sitting position. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curled into a mysterious and confident smile. He then gave his opponent a loving finger, which was utterly pathetic. In Oscar's eyes, this was a joke. "Still stubborn to the very end, are we fine then?" Then he raised his weapon. "I'll split you in two." On the contrary, Xiaofan was thinking to himself, "My role is over." The moment he finished that thought, Zhu dashed past and slashed across the man's body. At the same time, he announced, "Now it's my turn, you bastard!" The move was completely unexpected, so he only had time to glance over, but before he could react, the wound on his body erupted violently. As for Xiaofan, he had already seen Zhu's silhouette from behind. Thanks to that, Xiaofan cheerfully cursed him under his breath, "You little brat." Meanwhile, he had appeared right before them. "You're late." Zhu's first words to him were a taunt. "What's with that pathetic look?" Xiaofan angrily yelled, "Shut your mouth!" He was then helped up, but not without letting out a cold snort. After that, Xiaofan gave a warning, "Never let your guard down." Odgas was now furious. "You persistent leech of a human, where is my Kaliwan?" In response to that question, he glanced to the side. "Her, you mean?" Without any further hesitation, Zhu took a deep breath and used all his strength to call out, "Kaliwan!" Right after that resonant cry, a gentle light appeared in midair. "Father!" From within the light, Kaliwan's flowing white hair appeared. Her state was now completely different, surrounded by a powerful magic circle. Then she slowly began to speak. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" The one she addressed, Odgus, looked at her with an awkward frown. However, he immediately began to praise her. "My daughter, Kaliwan, you've finally mastered the true name ritual." Odgus continued grandly. "Now hurry and use that powerful magic to eliminate those pests." But Zhu cut him off. "What are you doing?" He pointed a hand at Odgas, annoyed. "Are you just going to let him run wild like this? Do you want to get kicked out on your very first day?" With his next words, he deliberately emphasized him. "It was him, your sworn enemy, the one who killed your father." Oscar looked over, astonished. "What did you just say?" He even laughed as if it were a joke. "What nonsense is this human spouting?" Oscar continued to defend himself. "Kymus and I were drinking buddies, and yet the forced expressions on his face grew more and more obvious. Why would I ever kill him? Suddenly, a memory flashed through Odgus's mind. "No, you killed Kymus. But why is Kymus's daughter, Kalawan, with you?" He even recalled the words Zhao Fan had said. "Denial and rejection are meaningless. Everyone knows you're the traitor." In the end, faced with the harsh truth, this is what Oscar himself blurted out. "I set it all up." The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Then, looking like a madman, he unleashed his magical power, laughing maniacally. "So that's how it is," Oscar said. "You all set me up, huh?" Meanwhile, Zhu was yelling urgently, "Zhao Fan, what are you doing? We have to bind him before he goes completely berserk." Flustered by his shouting, he yelled back, "Don't rush me!" Suddenly, thorny vines erupted from the ground. At Zhao Fan's command, they shot forward and tightly bound Oscar's limbs, but it didn't stop there. Surrounding him was a magic formation created by Kaliwan herself. Even so, his reaction was one of pure excitement. "Interesting. Very interesting. Come on then, you bastards," from high above Kaliwan, immediately gripped her giant sword tightly. At the same time, a seal began to expand above his head. At the perfect moment, she cried out, "Die, Odgas!" Then the blade plunged decisively downward. A beam of light enveloped Odgas, incinerating him with its power in his final moments. He wore an expression of deep satisfaction. Meanwhile, the attack had created a massive explosion of light, nearly destroying the entire area. But as for Kalawan, after landing the finishing blow, she simply collapsed quietly to her knees. Before her lay a body, motionless amidst the thick smoke and dust. Odgas was now unconscious, causing her to sob. "Finally, I finally did it." A happy memory of her and Kymus flashed through her mind. "Oh, Father." Because of this, Kaliwan couldn't hold back her tears. However, Odgas suddenly regenerated, looking even more terrifying. "Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful!" The already warped look he gave Kalawan was now filled with even more desire. Too shocked to move, she could only stare at him stunned. But at that moment, Zhu himself intervened, attacking Oscar. Enough, that's more than enough. As soon as he recognized Zhu, he roared in anger, "You persistent human leech!" But right after that, Oscar flinched from a sudden pain in his shoulder. It was then he realized in a panic that it wasn't regenerating. As for Zhu, he skillfully spun the horn and raised it high. Protector of Humanity trick number 8. Reaching a certain height, Zhu stopped and gripped it tightly. The next second, he landed a stunning blow straight to his opponent's head as Zhu exclaimed, "If you want to defeat an immortal, use his own body against him." And with just that one blow, the guy's head exploded, leaving nothing behind. Just then, the system quickly displayed, "You have defeated the Demon King Otka." And that wasn't all. The rewards came pouring in. Dropped items, Otka's sarcophagus fragment, Otka's horn, Otka's cloak. Additionally, you have acquired a new ability, S-Rank Skill Mastery. Summon Undead has leveled up. Summoned vampires have been upgraded to Daywalkers. You can now summon stronger undead. You have acquired the S-Rank skill Endless Vitality. You have acquired the S-Rank skill Black Lightning. You have acquired the S-Rank skill Opera Nova. You have acquired the SS rank skill Phantom Step. And finally, a message of congratulations. You have received the title Hero. The scene then shifted back to the crater that Zhu himself had created. At that moment, Zhao Fan was actively transferring mana to Kaliwan, scolding her as he did, a stupid ending. Survival error due to minimum mana. Zhao Fan pressed on, "So what, all your comrades are dead?" At his question, Kaliwan dejectedly lowered her head. But just then, Zhu and the others were already there, waiting. "Hey, aren't you coming?" The sight of them made her cheeks flush with emotion. Finally, Kalawan broke into a smile. "I think I've found the place where I belong, Father." And so everything passed peacefully, except for Marin, who was struggling to drink her medicine. She whined to James, "It's too bitter, Father." He replied, flustered, "I know, but you still have to drink all of it." Meanwhile, Zhu was watching from the side. Lord Valo and his comrades risked their lives to bring this back for us. And thanks to those words, Amarin happily asked, "So if I drink it all, will you grant me a wish, Father?" James immediately nodded. "Of course, my dear. I'll grant you anything you want." Suddenly, Zhu's voice came from behind. "So, has the matter I requested been dealt with yet?" Zhu was about to add the word debt, but James quickly cut him off. He then leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Let's not discuss this." "In front of my daughter, all right?" And as James suggested, they moved to a more private room. Ju now had a displeased look on his face. So is it done or not? James, for his part, hesitated. Well, actually, there's been strong opposition from the Ritters. Hearing this, Ju became even more annoyed. Why are those debtors daring to cause a scene, huh? Regarding that issue, he sighed wearily. Perhaps it's because of Kuchi Sasoni. Then the events from before flashed back. Guildmaster, we're VIP customers who have spent a great deal of money here, you know. Are you really going to go through with this? Even so, James was in a tight spot as he replied to the man, now. Despite that, Alex deliberately leaned in close to him. Don't be so difficult with me. I'm only asking for your help this one time. Don't the Belia Guild and us have an incredibly close relationship? Slowly, their faces drew closer to each other. Just arrange a meeting for us with Kuchi Sasoni. And that pressure was precisely what made him finally give in. I understand. The man, as if just waiting for those words, said, Thank you, Guildmaster. Back in the present, after listening, Ju declared, So they're the ones who caused all this, just because they were afraid their connection with Sasoni would disappear if the debt was settled. James's dejected voice replied, That's right. In fact, it's infuriating. How absurd. After that, he also thought to himself, So that's why those scoundrels from Ritter are acting so recklessly. If it were just a confrontation between the Emperor and the Bayan family, it would be manageable. But if they drag the entire Sasoni into this, it's a situation of 2 dragons against 1 tiger. Ju quickly came to a conclusion. It was understandable why James was so worried. After that, he ran his hands through his hair, trying to come up with a plan. Isn't there any other way? Think, Valo. You were even one of the top players in that game, for crying out loud. And very quickly, an idea sparked in Ju's mind. Meanwhile, James was gently suggesting, So besides transferring the debt bond, is there another way to compensate? Sir. Suddenly, Ju's hand slammed down on the table, startling James. Ju looked straight at him and asked, Hey, Merchant Guildmaster, are you any good at making threats? And just like that, a business plan was formed. Meanwhile, for Ritter, the day was passing with unusual normalcy. He was still sitting in his office with a letter in his hand, his expression extremely grim. What is the meaning of this Sasoni is going to wipe us all out? Gradually, his entire body began to tremble. They said that if we acknowledge the debt transfer, they'll extend the repayment period by another 2 years. So you have no choice but to recognize the transfer to a complete stranger. Someone I've never even heard of. Robin, who was beside him, could only stammer, We couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, the wine bottle on his table shattered. As the red liquid spilled, Ritter clenched the letter and pointed at him. Get to the capital now. Ritter's anger was palpable in his every word and action. Even if you have to cling to the Emperor's cloak, he then roared in a stern voice, You must resolve this at all costs before you can return. Under the gentle afternoon sun, Ju was walking while looking at the notification in front of him. Proficiency for the S-rank skill. Summon Undead has increased. Summoned vampires have been upgraded to Daywalkers. Daywalkers, huh? Then he slowly gave a command. Arise. Deep at the second, with just that one call, countless small bats slowly appeared in midair. From them, the form of Deepit II immediately materialized. Greetings, Master. Ju got straight to the point without any preamble. You and the other vampires have now become true Daywalkers. Therefore, I'm giving you a special mission. Hearing this, he exclaimed, It would be my honor, my lord. After that, Ju held a letter in his hand. Good attitude. This letter contains my will. Deliver it to a man named Rebeshan. Yes, he immediately replied, holding out his hand in excitement. This is... On the other hand, Ju calmly added a warning. Be careful. Under no circumstances are you to damage it. Deepit immediately replied, Yes, master. With that done, Ju waved his hand as a signal. You may go now. He nodded. Yes, master. Finally, at that moment, someone next to Ju suddenly called out, Has he left already, sir? James enthusiastically informed him, I have prepared what you requested. Then he began to introduce it. This is a carriage crafted by the finest artisan. Only a select few nobles have the opportunity to use one. The intricate patterns and glossy material passed before their eyes one by one. I was fortunate enough to acquire it through a business partner. Its beauty also piqued Ju's interest a little. This is incredible. And that wasn't all. James thoughtfully added, I've also included the fee for the medicinal herbs and some travel money, so it should definitely be enough for you, sir. An impressed sound came from Ju. Wow, you've really thought of everything. Suddenly, James had a question. But what do you intend to use such luxurious items for, sir? Ju didn't hesitate to confess. I plan on smashing it right over the heads of those Ritter bastards. Then he asked his opinion. Do you want to know how I'm going to teach them a lesson? However, James hastily refused. No. Suddenly, Ju's gaze caught sight of Marin peeking out from behind James. He immediately patted her head. You came too. Even though you're better now, you should still take care of your health for a while. As for Marin, she looked at him with sparkling eyes. Servalo, I have something for you too. Hearing that, he grew curious and said, What is it? And completely off guard, Marin suddenly placed a kiss on his cheek. The sight was like a bolt of lightning to James. As for Kalawan and Mara, they also looked very surprised. Only Ju was left bewildered, his cheek blushing. With the beautiful appearance of a young lady, she gently added, It's a gift. And so they said their goodbyes as the carriage rode further and further away. Waiting until they were out of sight, Marin once again asked James, Father, do you remember when I told you I had a wish? He, however, hadn't recovered from the shock, so his reply was extremely weak. Yes. In contrast to him, she smiled cheerfully. Then Marin honestly said, I want to become Servalo's bride. Father, from that moment on, the image he previously had of her in his mind began to shatter. Daddy, look. Daddy, when I grow up, I'm going to marry you, okay? He couldn't bear the shock and exclaimed, No! Time passed quickly again. The convoy was now crossing a dirt road. Kaliwan said with amusement, I see that little girl is going to be a warrior. I can't believe she'd dare to declare she'll claim her mate so boldly. Suddenly, she got a little flustered when she saw his expression. Besides that, do you really like money that much, sir? Master Zhu immediately burst out laughing. If you say that, it means you don't understand. This world runs on money. But the only looks that answered him were full of doubt. Hey, don't look at me like that. You girls are always copying me at times like this. The ring on his hand chimed. Lord Kuban immediately appeared, his voice cheerful. Young Valo, I hear you're on your way back from Gross Locker. So you really did make it back alive. Zhu calmly replied, Yes, I've returned safely, Lord Kuban. Still, he couldn't help but notice, You're always so grumpy, aren't you? In response, he just coldly brushed it off. But that's not important. Zhu then asked, Anyway, have those damn Ritters left yet? Kuban was quick to respond, I've already checked with my flock of crows. The real reason I contacted you is because I just received some news. But at that surprising speed, Zhu grew even more curious. That was fast. So what's the situation? Just then, a black crow landed gently on a roof tile. Just as you predicted, Valo, Kuban said as the crow's cunning eyes fixed on its target. They left for the capital this morning. But what on earth did you do to them? They looked pretty furious. From below, Ruther yelled, Hurry up! While Zhu calmly explained, Yes, my lord, I just provoked them a little. Hearing this, Kuban gently pushed up his glasses. Well then, shall we move on to the more surprising news? Zhu immediately asked, What is it? This time he delivered something quite unexpected. They say Jolin the Rose Demon King is currently in the capital. Hearing that, Zhu looked out the window. Interesting. If that's the case, could you spread this rumor throughout the capital for me? An amused laugh came from him. As expected of you, Valo. Meticulous as always. Then Kuban added, All right. After all, we're close, aren't we? But that only creeped him out more. You can skip that last sentence. I'll repay you properly later. On the contrary, Kuban was quite cheerful. Oh, there's no need to be shy. Even so, Zhu bluntly dismissed him. Well, I'm hanging up now. After saying that, Zhu quietly clicked his tongue. So creepy. What the hell does he mean, close? Meanwhile, Kaliwan was rather impressed. Kuban. As in Kuban of Bruce Gen Master, your influence is truly far greater than I imagined. His reply was somewhat nonchalant. Well, you're not wrong. Suddenly, Zhu's gaze became incredibly strange, causing Mara and Kalawan to react strongly at the same time. Why are you suddenly looking at us like that? Despite their reaction, a cunning smile spread across his face. Kalawan, what do you think about making a public debut? The carriage led them to the imperial capital Win, where a typical bustling scene was unfolding. Gentlemen and young ladies strolled along the sun-drenched streets. At that moment, Renner began to spread the news. Have you all heard? Kaimas's daughter is arriving in the capital today. The person sitting with the old man asked in surprise, Kaimas, you mean the Demon King who died long ago? Seizing the opening, the old man continued, That's the one. They say Demon King Odgas killed Kaimas and kidnapped his daughter. The other person was immediately drawn in. But why would he do that? Renner then leaned in and whispered carefully. It's rumored to be for Kaimas's techniques, but in my opinion, the real reason is, this piqued the other's curiosity. The real reason is, With a serious face and a mysterious tone, the old man proclaimed, "Because his daughter is exceptionally beautiful." The other person responded with skepticism, "Are you kidding me?" Just as their conversation ended, the wooden wheels of an approaching carriage kicked up a cloud of dust. Renner pointed towards it. "Look, she's here." As for Kaliwan, she shyly asked Ju, "Master, is this really necessary?" He answered decisively, "Of course it is. Your face is a strategic weapon." But she asked worriedly, "A weapon? Shouldn't a weapon be a greatsword or a battle axe?" Ju immediately admonished her, "Don't say such crude things when you look so beautiful." The approaching crowd made her very flustered. "But there are so many people looking. This feels strange." On the contrary, he insisted, "No, the more the better. From now on, just do as I say." Ju then demonstrated himself. He cupped his face with one hand, drew his two legs together, and placed his other hand on his knees. The sight that followed made even the horse shudder. "And then make the most bashful face you possibly can." With an impossibly coy expression, Ju uttered, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." However, Kaliwan was still resistant. "Are you really making a former commander who led an entire army do this?" He tried to reassure her, "Just do it. Let all those people look at you." At his words, her voice trailed off. "But the burden of a commander." At this, Ju grew irritated. "I'm starting to get bored of this. Hey, do you want to get fired?" He then added another threat. "If you don't want to do it, then just leave." At that, Kaliwan's hands clenched tightly. Just then, the faces of Sarah, Mara, and Ju all lit up at once. As for Kaliwan, she slowly began to do as he had instructed. She supported her face with one hand, her slender legs drawn together, the other hand resting on her knee. Her gaze quickly swept over the crowd, and with a shy expression, Kaliwan finally murmured sweetly, "This is so embarrassing." At that, the people on the street were all stunned or gaping in astonishment. Their reaction made her a little anxious. Did I do the right thing? But just a second later, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the capital. The event was so sudden that it scared Kaliwan pale. Even so, the cheering didn't stop bringing tears to her eyes. Is this really what you wanted? Meanwhile, at a grand mansion the servants had all gathered, Jolene gently made an announcement. "Everyone, today we will be receiving a very important guest." At the same time, her hand glided over the railing. "I deeply regret that this is not the Rose Palace. To me, this person is more important than even the Emperor or any Demon King." Then Jolene's voice became serious as she continued, "Therefore, I have a request for all of you." Tasks were immediately assigned. Chefs, prepare the most delicious meal you have ever made. The instructions quickly moved to the other servants. Maids, make this place more splendid than even the Rose Palace. Lauren carefully informed her, "My lady, they are about to arrive." Hearing this, Jolene was a bit surprised. Already, then, without further ado, she left them with her final words. "All right, everyone, do your absolute best. Let's make today the most special day for that person." Suddenly, a shadow of sadness crossed her face. "For my master, Lord Kaimas, the Rose Demon King Roline." Her beauty and singing voice could make any man's heart flutter. She was the object of envy throughout the entire demon world. However, her true nature was revealed elsewhere. With her clever words, she wielded diplomacy as a weapon. With her outstanding management skills, she transformed Jostan into a comprehensively powerful nation. Everyone called her the Bride of Jostan. The scene now returns to many years ago, but there was one thing the public never knew: the story behind her crown. Jolene earnestly confessed to Kaimas, "The only one I can truly open my heart to is you, Kaimas." Then she pleaded earnestly, "My heart will never change, so I beg of you." Suddenly, Kaliwan's voice rang out, "Daddy!" Just like that, she immediately hugged Kaimas. "Who is that beautiful lady?" He replied gently, "She's a colleague of mine." Hearing that, Kaliwan said, "Oh, she's really beautiful." In addition, Kaliwan innocently held out a bag of cookies. "Miss, please have this. I made them with Uncle Odgus." The small, lovely cookies rested in her hand. "Because you're so pretty, I'll give you the prettiest one." Jolene looked at them with tears in her eyes. "Is that so?" "It seems I no longer have a place to belong." Suddenly, she knelt down before the young lady Kaliwan. "If one day I were to build a castle of my own, could I ask you to name it for me?" At that moment, the innocent Kaliwan uttered a name. "Since you're so radiant and beautiful, how about the Rose Palace?" And thanks to that, she was able to smile peacefully, full of happiness. Returning to the present, Kaliwan was very confused. "Since Lord Kaimas is no longer with us, I have come to see..." Roland willingly bowed her head to greet her. "His only remaining relative, Lady Kaliwan." Then she lifted her head, her eyes filled with affection. And so the meeting continued. Now, before their eyes, a sparkling aura radiated. But Jolene seemed somewhat disappointed. It's a shame. If this were the Rose Palace, I could have prepared a much grander feast than this. But they exclaimed joyfully at the lavish table. This is more than enough. She also had a private message for Ju. I also wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Valo. The fact that you brought back the princess, whom we all believe to be dead, is truly a miracle. He replied politely. It was the natural thing to do. Suddenly, she leaned on the table cheerfully. I've heard a lot about you from my dear friend Count Niederbayern. They say you can always overcome difficulties. In very special ways. The words that followed were even stranger, and it seemed there was some kind of clandestine connection between the two. Ju, for his part, was blushing crimson. Let's put that aside for now and continue with the matter at hand, seeing that Jolene feigned a little sadness. What a pity. I quite enjoy hearing stories about love. Despite that, they both chuckled. Discussing work is just as interesting. In that atmosphere, Daomara and Sarah stepped back. We'll take our leave first. Right after Ju took the initiative to speak. Actually, I came here today to deliver a message from Philip of the Steel Limb Lady Jolene. Hearing that, she nodded. I know. So he's still alive. At the same time, Jolene made a request to him. May I go see him in person? However, he quickly refused. Unfortunately, his current condition isn't very good. That's why I've come here on his behalf. Because now Philip is nothing more than a living corpse. With that answer, her expression shifted mysteriously. Suddenly, she intentionally revealed a flash of interest. Well then, let's get straight to the point, shall we, Sir Valo Step Valor? Ju, on his end, calmly relayed everything. His Highness Philip said this. And as I explained, I also remembered what I'd done. Since we couldn't act openly back then, I made an incredibly cruel threat to force Philip's compliance, which is why we will be appointing Valor. Step Valor will be our plenipotentiary representative, and those last words of his were just a desperate outburst. Jolene will assist him in retaking Punch in the near future. With that thought, he set down his teacup. That's right. Even if I have to lie now, I must bring Jolene to my side at any cost. He continued to scheme in his mind. Based on the fact that Margarita is under a curse from her servant in the grave, it's clear Pisimus is also receiving support from the Great Master. And very quickly he figured a few things out. That means Margarita alone isn't enough. I can't kill someone who's protected by the Great Master all by myself. Zu even imagined this guy falling into ruin. So winning Jolene over is essential. I'll just pin all the blame on Pisimus. His train of thought ended as the tea was poured. That is the entire message from His Highness. After hearing this, Jolene let out a cold hum as if lost in thought. Slowly, she reached out and touched the hot teacup on the table. After a long moment, she spoke softly. I have one condition. Zu's mood instantly became incredibly tense. What is it? As for her, she answered while tracing the rim of the teacup. I assume your side is fully aware of my current situation. He immediately understood what she meant. The economic blockade. Meanwhile, Jolene added with a hidden meaning. If you are truly His Highness's representative, then even the Emperor wouldn't be able to ignore his words correct. At first, he was quite surprised. If it's about that, then it's no problem. A second later, Zu didn't hesitate to let his cunning nature show. Everything has already been arranged. At the same time, in the capital of the Wynn Empire, the atmosphere in the royal palace was very different. Robin was desperately trying to persuade the other party. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? You said you would help us reconcile. On the other hand, the old man just answered him calmly. About that, I am sincerely sorry. Frank, the fourth emperor of the empire, revealed a sorrowful tone in his voice. But when I understood the situation, my heart felt as if it were being squeezed. Even so, he still found plenty of excuses. Be that as it may, everything should have its proper order. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon something that startled Robin. Right next to Frank, a pile of glittering gold coins was blatantly on display. What is that? He slowly began to understand the situation, so shocked he was speechless. Meanwhile, the old man said sarcastically, I already made it clear the answer was no. But since they were kind enough to offer a small tribute, I hear the Valia Merchant Guild is backing them. At that moment, he recalled the anger and bitter words from Ritter. Robin grew so furious he couldn't hold back. Damn it. Just then a soldier suddenly shouted, Your Majesty, Lord Valor has arrived. Frank was visibly pleased. Oh, has he arrived? Then, with a nod from the old man, the great doors slowly swung open. Very quickly, Zu appeared impeccably dressed. It is a true honor to be in your Majesty's presence. He had intentionally arrived right after Robin to make his greeting. Valo step Valo at your service. As for Frank, the old man showed clear satisfaction upon seeing him. Excellent. I've been waiting for you. Pay no mind to that one. The old man even judged him directly. He's nothing more than a figurehead. However, he expressed a different opinion. But I would like to discuss this privately. Just the two of us. Frank, though curious, waved his hand in consent. Is that really necessary? Fine, whatever. Immediately, two soldiers quickly seized Robin. He struggled with all his might. Your Majesty, please, you can't do this. The Ritter family has supported you so much. In return for his efforts, all he got was a face of panic and confusion. In Robin's line of sight, Zhu was cheerfully waving goodbye, and just like that, he was getting, further and further from the king's throne. For a fleeting moment, he saw the words Zhu was mouthing. It was this that left Robin utterly stunned. Idiot. At that very moment at Old Gas Castle, a place where lightning continuously struck the ground, the creatures there were covered in wounds as if they had just survived a brutal battle. Vantas couldn't stop herself from cursing. Damn it. That pig-brained old man, her anger even made her kick the table repeatedly. I told you to just let me handle it. Someone is definitely behind all of this. It's that bitch Kali 1. And the more she thought about it, the more anger contorted her face and the aura around her. Suddenly, Kai tremblingly held out a white letter. My lady, an urgent message. The moment she saw it, Vantas roared, "What now?" He, terrified and flustered, held up the letter. The Emperor has just issued an economic blockade on this region. After hearing that, the scowl on her face remained frozen. The entire room fell silent as no one spoke. After a long moment, Kai hesitantly called out to her, "My lady?" At this, Vantas just blankly uttered a phrase. What does that mean? Someone behind her immediately said, "We're doomed." Back at the solemn palace after having Robin thrown out, Frank asked, "Is it done?" He cheerfully replied at once, "Yes, it's completely clean now, Your Majesty." Following that, Zhu laid on more flattery. Before we begin, just look upon the prosperity of this capital. I cannot help but feel the magnitude of Your Majesty's great achievements. I feel truly unworthy to set foot in this place. In contrast, the old man coldly brushed it off. All right, enough with the pleasantries. In his mind, Frank had already judged him. A cunning weasel. The old man was paying close attention to every single move he made. In the short time since he'd entered politics, the old man keenly recalled every scheme he had used, like using Kaima's daughter to calm the anti-demon wave in key regions. Therefore, Frank was now viewing him with caution, even having turned them into allies. That wasn't all. The old man waited patiently, certain that he had come here for a reason. And so Frank thought smugly to himself, but even so, he's just a drunken mouse flailing around in front of a cat. Go on, say everything on your mind. On the contrary, Zhu had already figured it all out. He must be thinking something like that, huh? He himself was also incredibly pleased. It seems he knows everything. In that case, I just need to handle this skillfully. After all, in the end, you're going to be swallowed whole anyway. Just then, Frank took the initiative to speak. You seem to be in a very good mood, so speak. What is it you want to say to me? This was exactly what he was waiting for. Kneeling on one knee on the red carpet, Zhu placed one hand on his hip and bowed his head slightly. Your Majesty, he said politely. Then he declared in a clear voice, I humbly request that the economic blockade on Ajostan be moved to the territory of the Demon Lord Oscar. Frank immediately got straight to the point. And what do I gain from that? He immediately had an answer. A friendship treaty with the Rose Demon Lord, Your Majesty. However, the old man just scoffed. How ridiculous. That 1,000-year-old Black Widow would really submit to me. For me, there is no compromise. But Zhu remained calm and presented the documents. She will do exactly as Your Majesty wishes. The document was presented. He formally presented it with both hands, surprising the old man. What? Frank was so incredulous that he fell into deep thought, but he was even more shocked after reading the agreement. Are you certain? Jolene herself has agreed to pay me 10,000 florine every year, he asked. He answered with a firm yes, but Frank's expression became grim once more. So, what proof is there that this document is real? This was also within his calculations, so he just smiled faintly. Zhu immediately shot to his feet and enthusiastically explained, Your Majesty, Odgas is currently the most hated man on the entire continent. If you impose the blockade on the Demon Lord's territory, His next words were aimed at the common people. Then your reputation will surely resound throughout the world. Hearing this, Frank let out a cold, That does sound interesting. Then he suddenly slammed the scroll against his throne. But even so, that's not a good enough reason politics is not a game of emotions? These words unintentionally made him grind his teeth. Oh, please! You didn't say anything when Josten was blockaded just because Jolene refused to pay tribute, you arrogant old man? But Zhu recomposed his expression and focused on telling his story. Your Majesty, as you already know, Odgus died in the Great War, and he mysteriously revealed bit by bit. But his followers are now preparing to declare war on the Dragon Demon. Then he added a little spice to the story. The seeds of conflict have not yet been completely eradicated, Your Majesty. The people of the Empire are living in terror. Finally, Zhu emphasized his point forcefully. The time has come to make a decision, Your Majesty. Slowly, the old man's hand moved to stroke his chin in thought. Very quickly, he gave his assessment. Valor, step Valor, you certainly have a silver tongue, with a mouth that smooth, and you could probably pay back 10 million florin in the blink of an eye. On his end, he nonchalantly replied, Your Majesty is too kind. At the same time, the system displayed activating Mephisto Flea's acting skill. You can deceive and manipulate others with a devilish talent for acting. A magical glint instantly flashed in one of Zhu's eyes. I only wish to repay Your Majesty's grace.
With my humble loyalty.
As he was still speaking, the old man slammed his arm on the throne again. Oh, as a humble subject of this glorious empire. Then Frank roared with fury, Fool, do you think I would be moved by such sweet words? How dare you test the patience of the ruler of this entire continent? This shocked him so much that his whole body went stiff. He resisted it. Meanwhile, the old man had already given a decisive order. Guards, what are you waiting for? Are you planning to let him walk out of here alive? At his command, they immediately seized him. Yes, Your Majesty. In the midst of the situation, Zhu could only cry out, Your Majesty, what are you doing? However, Frank ignored him and continued, Take this bastard away immediately. The soldiers quickly began to drag him away. Over here. Hurry up, you trickster. At this point, Zhu himself was terrified. Wait, how did things suddenly turn out like this? Because of this, sweat poured down his face. This can't be happening. However, the place Zhu was taken to was a banquet hall filled with the melodious sound of horns. Kalyan was standing awkwardly by himself while Mara and Sarah were focused on eating. The conversations of the guests around them were also disrupted. In the middle of the party stood Frank, a glass of wine in his hand, roaring with laughter. In all my life, I have never met a subject who could speak such sweet words. He who was standing right next to him forced an awkward smile. So, you mean, your ma... But before he could finish, the old man cut him off in a very brusque tone. No. Frank cheerfully raised his wine glass and reminded him, I already told you to call me uncle. If you call me Your Majesty again, I'll be very disappointed. Yes. And so, although he didn't want to, Zhu had to say it. Yes, of course. Uncle. Thanks to that, the old man's mood got even better. Sounds much more endearing, doesn't it? My lovely grandson. And those boasts continued to echo outside. My good grandson, what do you desire, money or power? But outside the garden, Robin was so bitter that he bit down hard on his handkerchief. I will give you everything. His eyes immediately clouded over with jealousy. That position should have been mine. In addition, Robin's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. How did things turn out like this? Mako, who was nearby, quietly observed the situation with apprehension, but then he had a great idea. How about we kidnap Vanpergus right now? However, Felix fearfully tried to stop them. Hey, that's not a good idea, Marco said helplessly. But we don't have any other choice. He immediately lowered his voice to give a warning. Even so, it's not going to be that easy. If we fail, our entire family will be... However, Robin cut him off. You fools! At that moment, both of them turned to look at him. To think you could come up with something so absurd. And Robin, with an extremely wicked look, urged them on. Good, let's do it. In contrast to that group, Zhu had finally found a room to retreat to. As soon as he found the bed, he collapsed onto it. I'm dying. Kalawan, who was with him, said worriedly, It's because you didn't refuse. A single glass of wine you were offered. On the contrary, he boasted proudly, You fool, this is called socializing. Back then, I could drink 7 rounds of wine at once and still stand firm. In my past life, even my boss was impressed with me. You're holding up better than I thought. Though Zhu was completely wasted, he was still laughing and joking. No, you're the amazing one, sir. He tiredly waved her away. Anyway, don't talk to me right now, just go somewhere else. Before he could even rest, Ju's eyes were caught by something. Kuban immediately exclaimed, Master Valo, something terrible has happened. He groaned in frustration. What is it now? My head feels like it's about to explode. I'm hanging up. But he hastily stopped him. This is no time for jokes. Just then, Vanpuris was shown tied tightly to a large pillar. Something really serious has happened? Facing her was Robin and his gang. The tense situation then shifted elsewhere. At that moment, in Odgas Castle, Vanta sat on a chair and said, This is no time to hesitate. I must avenge my father. As Margarita Vantas, daughter of Odgas, she declared with even more confidence, and then I will devour that dragon demon. The other demons were also whispering among themselves. Impossible. There's no way Lord Odgas could have fallen so easily. As for her, she commanded powerfully, See who is still able to fight. Gather all the able-bodied warriors immediately. Next, Vantas pointed directly at a dog. Train them rigorously. No rest until everyone is ready. Suddenly, Sven reminded her, It seems the dragon demon isn't alone. However, his advice was dismissed as her hammer came down heavily. Vantas maintained her resolve and pointed to the sky. Good. Now we head straight for Gross Locker. Kai suddenly cut in, trembling. But my lady, now is the time we must be cautious. She immediately asked him why, but faced with her questioning, he hesitantly explained. The Emperor has ordered an economic blockade on this place. And recently, Vanper also resurrected Saintess Margaret of the convent. In addition, Kai carefully added more information. Also, the Joestan blockade has been lifted, so Jolin surely won't stand by idly. Then he slowly lifted his head to advise her. We must proceed with the plan cautiously. On the other hand, Vantas cruelly stepped on Kai. Don't get in my way, you weakling. A shrill scream from him rang out, causing Sven to sigh. That's it. We're truly done for. Vampirus faced them. Though furious, she could only grit her teeth in bitterness. Then she shouted, Kill me! Why are you keeping me alive? Meanwhile, Ritter was scoffing. I already told you. I only came to persuade the Emperor. Robin, standing next to him, said nonchalantly, It's fine. Our fortress has steel defenses and is surrounded by a lake. Even if Bayan attacks, they won't take it down easily. He even confidently declared everything will be just fine. Hearing that, Vanpergus criticized him fiercely. You fool. Do you think they're just going to politely knock on the door? Those words made Robin's eyes instantly turn menacing. Then he brutally kicked her. Shut up. After that, Robin continued to vent his anger. You're so loud, you stupid prisoner. You're close to that Valo guy, aren't you? At the same time, he remembered the previous scene, which made him even angrier. The humiliation he made me endure. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Then Robin bluntly boasted, I'll make you taste that humiliation in his place. In return, Vanpergus weakly retorted, You pathetic bastard, at her insult. He gloated, adding more harsh words. That's right, I'm pathetic. What can you do about it? You can't do anything at all. Robin even pushed down on her head. You have no one left, Vanpergus. But just then, a soldier rushed into the room and shouted, Sir, we have an intruder. Hearing this, he said in shock, What? In contrast to the warm room outside, there was only a chilling wind and a mysterious army. At that moment, Heja spoke first, sounding amused. All troops except for the 2nd Culinary Unit on special assignment have assembled. We are ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Clark was very confused. Master, he asked, do I have to participate too? Ju immediately replied, but we're friends now. Of course you have to come with us. That answer made him scream in fear, but he was immediately told to quiet down. Ju turned his eyes to the fortress. Our mission is to rescue Vampire Ghost and destroy Ritter. Those bastards have gone too far. At the same time, he summoned his sword with divine power. I was going to let it slide if they had kept quiet, but it seems that's not an option, is it? Ju immediately tightened his grip on it. His voice rang out coldly. The hunt begins. With just that command, their army quickly advanced, led by Heja. Once things were underway, Ju immediately split off. Heja, I'm leaving this place to you. She winked at him in delight. Yes, master. Seeing this, Clark hurriedly ran after Ju. Let me go with you. However, Heja immediately bound him. You're staying with me. He immediately protested no. However, Ju gave a direct order. Clark, stay and help Heja clean up this area. This left him shocked. Huh. Then Ju continued to rush off, leaving Clark behind in a panic. No, I don't want to. I already said I don't want to. Meanwhile, Ju was heading straight for the door ahead. Damn it! I don't have time to waste on these weaklings. I have to hurry. Their actions were soon reported. Through a recording device, Robin's anger reached its peak. That disgusting face. I'll never forget it. Because of that, he violently snatched a sword from a soldier's hand. "Give me the sword." With the weapon in his hand, Robin muttered madly to himself, "That's right, I'll use this to slit his throat." Just imagining the sweet screams of that bastard and is getting me excited. Then he charged straight out of the waiting room. Valor. Step. Valor. Meanwhile, the other soldier was bewildered. "My sword." Ritter only had time to exclaim, "Hey!" But it was too late, so he gave the order in frustration, "Hurry and follow him." The other man quickly nodded. "Yes, sir." In that same place, Valpurgis was stunned. He came to save me. Suddenly, old memories flooded her mind, recalling how he was always there for her through every moment. Her voice grew choked with emotion. "All this time, he has always been by my side." Returning to the present, Valpurgis silently gritted her teeth. "But now, I'm just angry at my own powerlessness." "Of my own." Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the pillar that was binding her. Ritter didn't notice, lost in thought. Everything was going so smoothly. If I had known, I would have gone to the capital myself. But he was suddenly startled by a movement beside him. At that moment, Valpurgis, having broken free, was slowly walking toward him. In his shock, Ritter hastily grabbed his sword. "You monstrous bitch! You broke free. It doesn't matter. You don't even have a weapon." Then he leaped forward to attack her. "Die." However, Valpurgis was one step ahead, her body immediately leaning to the side to gather momentum. The next second, with a single kick, she shattered the sword blade. Seeing the fragments fly, Ritter froze in shock for a moment, but still yelled defiantly, "You think you can get away with this? The price for that act." It was a powerful punch from Valpurgis. The impact was so strong that Ritter was completely dazed, teeth flying from his mouth as his body fell heavily to the ground. As he lay there helpless, she spoke. "I can't keep depending on others. I will end this myself, Lord Ritter." At this, Ritter hastily cried out, "Wait!" Holding his bleeding mouth, he desperately tried to explain, "I never intended to kidnap you. It was all my idiot son's doing." However, Valpurgis had already prepared another blow for him. "You think I care?" Her punch came crashing down, shattering the wall behind him into pieces. Ritter, now sitting in the rubble, turned pale with fear. "Monster," meanwhile. Valpurgis calmly replied, "Calling a lady a monster. How rude!" Suddenly, her sharp warrior's senses sent her a warning. From behind the wall she had destroyed, a mysterious figure was slowly emerging. Upon seeing him, Ritter exclaimed with joy, "You're awake!" "That's right. It takes a monster to fight a monster." As he spoke, all attention turned to the thick cloud of dust. "It's your turn now." There stood Ego, exuding an incredibly aggressive and robust aura. As for Zhu, he was moving through the fortress at top speed, scouting his surroundings while contacting Kuban. "Are you sure this is the right way?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Kuban added, "By the way, I'm observing through the spirit beasts, and someone named Ego has just appeared on the other side." Zhu's voice held a note of curiosity. "Ego," to which he explained, "That's right. He's the human weapon that Ritter has been developing. He's the one who caused that horrific massacre at Ritter Castle. A truly brutal creature." After hearing this, Zhu muttered, "This wasn't in the original story. It was nothing but suddenly someone from behind intentionally called out, making him stop to observe. Valor, step, valor." Before that, he had carefully informed Lord Kuban, "Thanks for the info. I'm hanging up now." Kuban also cheerfully replied, "All right then, good luck." And with that, Zhu's gaze shifted to Robin's crazed appearance. He himself wasn't frightened in the least and took the initiative. He snapped his fingers to provoke him. Over here, Robin immediately stopped and started screaming curses. "You disgusting piece of trash!" Meanwhile, a stream of magical energy was slowly appearing on the ground. He was too focused on Zhu to notice the phantom. "How dare you insult me like that?" Before Robin could even finish his sentence, he was hit with a stunning punch. He immediately collapsed to the ground without any other resistance. To Zhu, the sight was incredibly annoying. "What the hell is this?" After dealing with it, he immediately rushed off again. Damn it, what a waste of time. Gradually, the atmosphere grew more tense, with Igor's absolute power facing off against Valpurgis, who maintained her proper calm demeanor. As soon as he slammed a blow into the ground, then she flipped backward to dodge. Her agile body even helped her easily retreat a great distance. Taking this opportunity, Valpurgis made a few remarks. "I had a feeling, it's so familiar. You're the one who ambushed and dragged me here, aren't you?" she retorted, exposing him right then and there.
A member of the vampire monastery? I shouldn't have let my guard down.
Those very words provoked Igor into an even greater frenzy. He began to roar like a wild beast. Ritter saw this, and couldn't hide his smug smile. On the other hand, Vanpergus was a bit bewildered. What the hell is happening to him? He, however, gloated and burst out laughing. You're the one who said it. You dared to utter that word, Vanpergus. Even so, she was still quite confused. That word, Ritter then replied aggressively with a sly look in his eyes. That's right. It's the word he hates the most. He slowly revealed to his opponent that word is... At the same time, Igor was lunging straight toward them with a punch. Vampoga Monastery. In that critical situation, Vanpergus revealed a look of utter astonishment. Right after that, a shocked voice echoed throughout the fortress. Why, unlike those fierce battles, this was a platter of food with a few simple dishes. Vantas couldn't help but shout, "What is this? Why is all the food so meager like this?" Kai, standing nearby, hesitantly explained, "Our budget is in a very bad state, so we have to be frugal, Lady Vantas." Hearing that, she grew even angrier. What? Aren't we supposed to be rich? Just then, he reminded Vantas of a few things. Please lower your voice, my lady. We even had to sell the castle because of the economic sanctions. On the other hand, her attitude was very nonchalant. Is that so? Then Vantas roughly stabbed her fork into the plate. Whatever. How are the army's preparations? At that question, Kai hurriedly reported, Yes, we've received a portion of the sales money, so the treatment for the soldiers is complete. However, she snapped curtly, Not treatment training, train them. In response, he weakly said, But they still need to be treated. After hearing those words, she just scoffed and leaned against the wall.
Just let them eat meat. Any wound will heal.
Suddenly, Sven chimed in with a comment, Actually, when Lord Odgas was still here, things were better than this. However, Vantas just loudly ordered them, Eat that. Then gather everyone for me. The two creatures could only obey in unease. Yes, my lady. We're doomed. Then everything gradually shifted into a flashback. There, Ula and Iris were looking surprised. Before them was Igor as a child. A kid like you wants to join the vampire monastery. The question had barely ended when he nodded decisively. However, Ula suddenly flexed her muscles. We prove our faith through sheer strength, but look at you. You probably can't even lift 100 kilograms. Let alone the 500 kilograms for the 3 main exercises. Your piety is truly commendable, but you lack strength. Next, she judged him so bluntly it hurt him. And unfortunately, this is a monastery. If it were for any other reason, this place would always welcome you. The scene returns to the fierce battle. The punch that Igor threw was blocked by Vanpergus just in time. But before she could react, he continued with a backhand swing. That blow instantly and mercilessly sent Vanpergus flying into the wall. Ritter witnessed this and boasted nonstop, No one can stop Igor's wrath in moments like these. He wouldn't even recognize his own father if he were standing in front of him. But he himself never expected that Igor would attack him straight in the face. With his frail body, Ritter was sent flying right out of the fortress, falling to the ground below. Meanwhile, Vanpergus had just managed to regain her footing. I don't know what has made you so enraged, but I do know one thing. Facing her now was Igor's sheer madness. Your fists carry sorrow. With those words, Vanpergus's foot quickly stomped down to gain momentum. Her palm simultaneously clenched into a fist enveloped in divine power. Then the two of them clashed head-on with a powerful punch. But this time, Igor had to flinch from the pain that shot through his arm. However, the fire of rage in his eyes immediately flared up again. Because of that, Igor began to roar and continued to attack unconsciously. In his mind, he started to remember the harshness of the past. We prove our faith through sheer strength. But look at you. You probably can't even lift 100 kilograms, let alone the 500 kilograms of the 3 main exercises. The more time passed, the more that guy improved, fueled by the criticism. Your devotion is truly commendable, but you lack strength. One random day that's going to matter. Igor looked in the mirror to admire his results when suddenly his hair started falling out in clumps, leaving him shocked by the memory. Igor's body froze for a few seconds, distracted. Vanpergus immediately seized the opportunity, landing a flurry of punches on his vital points to end this fight. She, too, seriously put all her strength into her fist, then landed a decisive and powerful straight punch to her opponent's face. Because of that impact, the ceiling, large cracks began to appear. Vanpergus panted, exhausted, standing over the unconscious body. Until you no longer hesitate when you throw a punch. When that time comes, I will fight you again, but very soon after that. The floor also began to shake relentlessly. Only then did she realize in a panic, did I go too far? The entire fortress felt like it was collapsing. Ju, who was moving about outside, also heard the noise and immediately stopped to assess the situation. What's going on? An earthquake. Suddenly, in that perilous situation, a heavy mass of rock and debris fell straight down toward him. Ju instantly summoned his sword, Rublanya. He then directly shattered the debris that threatened him, but the fragments rained down inadvertently, creating a terrible mess. Ju grew more frantic. The path is blocked. There's no more time. Suddenly, Kuban contacted him. Valo, are you all right? Ju regained his composure and replied, yes. What about Vanpergus? In response, his tone was urgent. She's safe, but the fortress is about to collapse. Kuban then thoughtfully added, I've already sent a spirit beast. Hurry and save her, then get out of there. Just as he said, a bat quickly appeared. I will ensure your safety. Reassured Ju said, perfect timing, thanks. She was still flustered by the dangerous situation around her, but she quickly calmed herself down. Valo must be on his way here.
I have to meet him soon.
Her next words were only a thought.
And tell him what I couldn't say back then.
Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the movement nearby. When she looked up, countless giant rocks were falling on her, but before they could hit her, a sharp sword slash cut them apart. At the same time Ju landed effortlessly, the rock split in two. The moment she saw him, the vampire's face visibly lit up with joy. Then she joyfully exclaimed, Valo! He immediately replied, Vampire. His eyes then fell on Igor. Who's that? Vanpergus quickly explained, That's Igor. It doesn't matter, we have to get out of here first. Kuban's spirit beast also urged them, She's right. Let's hurry. Their urgency made him a bit flustered. I get it. This way. They immediately rushed away from there. To Vanpergus's surprise, she couldn't believe that huge guy fit inside the gauntlet. Just then Ju reassured her, just a little longer. She nodded in understanding. Okay. It was because of his concern. The smile on the vampire girl's lips grew warmer. Right after she blurted out, I have something to tell you. On the other hand, Ju said hurriedly, I have a lot I want to say too. Let's get outside first, then we'll talk. But Vanpergus insisted, it's really important. In the end, he relented. All right then. Seizing the opportunity, Vanpergus gathered her courage to confess, actually, Vanpergus is just a fake name. My real name is something else. Ju, who was in front, replied casually, I heard you. Let's just get outside first. Suddenly, Vanpergus loudly shouted her name at him. Chastia! Hearing that, Ju forced a smile. Really? That's a beautiful name. But at the same time, he glanced up in surprise. A name? Just a second later, everything began to collapse and his face went pale. Chastia barely had time to shout a warning, Valo behind you, watch out! But in that instant, he was already surrounded by rocks and debris. He was frozen to the spot. Then it all came crashing down, creating a shockwave that startled even the spirit beast. It was so panicked it screamed, Valo's going to die. But Ju immediately refuted it. I'm not dead yet. At the same time, he looked up at the sky now visible through the hole. The ceilings collapsed. Behind him, Chastia hurriedly asked, Lord Valo, are you all right? Standing on the pile of rubble, Ju answered, I'm fine, what about you? She quickly replied, I'm okay. Suddenly, Hera appeared from afar. What perfect timing! The moment he saw her, he quickly called out, You're just in time. Come help us. Once they were airborne, he hurriedly reached his hand out to Charlie Vanpergus. Take my hand. She also reacted immediately. Just like that, their two hands strained to reach for each other, gradually closing the distance. Meanwhile, Hera was marveling at something she saw. She even cheerfully announced news that sent them into a panic. The fortress will collapse in 5 more seconds. In those brief moments, he grew even more desperate. Hurry up! Jacquier, for her part, also strained to pull herself closer to him. And thanks to that effort, their hands seemed about to touch. At that same moment, the fortress didn't wait any longer and became a chaotic mess. Jacquier, thick smoke and dust billowed up. As a result, visibility dropped to 0. But from within the scene, something shot out from those fierce remains. In the end, all 3 of them had escaped the place safely, and they were getting farther and farther away from it. Just then, Zu was looking at Charlie with a tender gaze. You have learned Vanpergus's real name, Charlie. As for Charlie, she was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears. Vanpergus's favorability towards you has greatly increased. Once things settled down a bit, Charlie spoke up. That was so close, Sir Valor, we were almost crushed under all that rubble. He nodded in relief. Just in time, Haja suddenly chimed in to remind him, Master, someone's calling you. Zu then checked his ring. It was Cuban. Out of habit, he took the initiative to answer, "Hello, Sir Cuban." But the person on the other end screamed, "Valor." Zhu immediately recognized the voice. It was Margaret. Meanwhile, she was angrily asking, "Those Ritter bastards!" They dared to kidnap Van Pergus. Hearing this, he hesitated and said, "Well, actually..." However, she immediately cut him off. "I'm on my way there now. I'm going to tear them to shreds myself." At that declaration, Zhu glanced to the side. "What, tear them to shreds? Not far away," Margaret roared ferociously. "That's right, those wretched insects!" The Ritter soldiers stood bewildered beneath the rubble. "Behold the secret art of the great Abbess Margaret of Vanpaga." The fortress had already been reduced to ruins. Margaret was creating an enormous sphere of energy. Because of this, she laughed with great excitement. "Supernova!" As for the unfortunate souls who had to face it, they only had time to gape in astonishment before the magic descended upon the land a second later. The pressure instantly created a massive explosion after she unleashed that attack. Margarita was even more gleeful. She even smugly declared, "Margarita is invincible." As for Zhu, his expression was now somewhat fearful. Maybe I shouldn't try to act so tough in front of her. Some time passed just like that. The morning sun once again shone upon the administrative center of Nidobai and Landswood at the Van Pergus Villa. Margareta Chattier and Zhu each wore a different expression as they stood in the courtyard. Very quickly after that, the carriage they were waiting for slowly came to a stop. At this, Margaret just showed a bored expression and said, "They're here." Then she continued her critique, "Another flashy entrance." On the other hand, Zhu was completely stunned. "What is this? Their armor might be even heavier than the Emperor's elite Imperial Guards." Meanwhile, a majestic red carpet was rolled out from the carriage. The person being welcomed placed their foot on it gracefully and began to walk. Following that, Maximilian, the Prince Elector of Bayern, appeared looking very handsome. Upon seeing him, Chattier politely greeted him, "Uncle, have you been well?" As for him, he choked up as he called her name, Van Pergus. Caught completely off guard. Charlie was pulled into a gentle hug by Maximilian. Then he began to ask faintly, "Are you hurt anywhere? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Have you been eating properly? Why are you so thin?" Faced with his enthusiasm, she could only answer awkwardly, "I'm fine, Uncle." But his expression immediately shifted when she mentioned Zhu. It was thanks to Sir Valor. With undisguised hostility, Maximilian furiously shooed him away. "You Valor Vapor, or whatever the hell you're called, get out of my sight!" Just like your name implies. Even he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What a quick change in attitude." However, Margaret angrily reprimanded him, "You idiot. If it weren't for Valor, something terrible would have happened. It's precisely because Valor arrived so quickly that Van Pergus was able to return safely. Even so, he still looked at Zhu, gritting his teeth. If only I hadn't been slower than this damn brat then." In the end, Maximilian left him with a threat that made him laugh awkwardly. Consider yourself lucky. Following Zhu's gaze, he was silently assessing that formidable army. Could he really have arrived any faster with that many people in tow? On the other hand, he is also trying to persuade my beloved niece, Charlie Van Pergus, to stay with the man she calls her uncle tonight. That was immediately shut down by Margaret. "Stay away from her. She's clearly uncomfortable with you, Uncle. And I was the only one standing aside observing them. It seems Vampire didn't have a very easy childhood, huh?" Then after that welcome, they moved inside the Valor Mansion. "Step Valor, for your great contributions, you shall be granted the title of Knight," Maximilian declared to him in a stern voice. "Serve Van Pergus with unwavering loyalty." Zhu cautiously bowed his head in response. "Thank you, Your Highness." Inwardly, he thought, "So the Prince Elector of Bayern has granted me the title of Knight. He can't deny my role in rescuing her." While observing Maximilian again, Zhu also felt a little concerned. And he doesn't look too happy about the Ritter debt. The contract states that the Knightly Order of Ritter will repay Valor. He stepped Valor with Ritter territory in lieu of debt repayment delivered in the form of a land certificate. Besides that, there was a commotion behind Zhu. Some people looked displeased about it. To deal with that, Frank's face appeared on a screen. He immediately waved them away. "Do you all have a problem with my beloved grandson?" Thanks to that, I thought with satisfaction. The Emperor says life is about money and power, and he just taught them a lesson. Zhu even turned his nose up in delight. Man, this feeling is incredible. Finally, the last place he ended up was his bed. And so a long day came to an end. "I'm dead tired." After complaining, Zhu wearily turned over, the Ritter pests who were harassing. "Van Pergus have disappeared. I'm now an official knight, and I even have my own domain. As he followed that train of thought, an indescribable emotion flickered in his eyes. Still, it's pretty surprising. Memories of Chartier appeared before his eyes one by one. I've watched over her countless times. That radiant smile suddenly muddled his thoughts, and yet until now, everything about her felt so new. But Zhu couldn't relax for long before someone interrupted him. When he looked, he exclaimed in surprise, "Kaliwan!" In return, her face was furious. Sir, Kaliwan immediately criticized him. "How could you do that? You were the one who told me to follow you closely, and then you just suddenly disappear like that." What was I supposed to do? Faced with the situation, he tried to calm her down. Calm down. But she was still upset, retorting, "How can I possibly be calm?" Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Kaliwan's shoulder. "Princess Kaliwan." Just like that, Jolin's gentle smile came into her view. Jolin slowly advised her, "For now, just step back. Calm yourself down before you challenge him again. Okay?" Hearing that, Kaliwan asked in surprise, "Calm down. Do you mean physical training?" "If it's training, I did that plenty of times when I was under Oscar." But Jolin's tone suddenly became mysterious as she leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Not that kind." Then, as she whispered countless secrets to Kaliwan, making her blush with embarrassment. With that shyness, she hurriedly exclaimed, I understand, I'll retreat right now, va." "Lord, just make sure you answer when I call you. Here." Jolene also cheerfully saw Kaliwan off. "Goodbye." Meanwhile, Zhu was silently wondering what on earth did those two talk about. After she left, he spoke politely, "Jolene, you saved me." Hearing that, she replied softly, "Well, suddenly disappearing from the capital would be a shock to anyone." Then, Zhu let out a big yawn and was about to head back to bed. All right, time for bed, but suddenly someone else approached him. "Valor." This time it was Chartier, dressed in casual clothes, but still incredibly beautiful. With that charm, she hesitantly made a suggestion. "Could you take a walk with me for a little while?" As for Zhu, since he couldn't resist, he quickly replied, "Of course, let's go right now." And so they walked together under the full moon. "It's been a chaotic day, huh?" Zhu beside her just kept smiling awkwardly after that exchange. The two of them suddenly fell into an awkward silence, but he quickly found a topic. "By the way, Van Purgis, is that name fake?" This question was answered by Charlie with a firm nod. Then she explained further. "To be more precise, that's my baptismal name. The festival honoring Van Purgis is called the Van Purgis." Hearing this, Zhu was impressed. "Oh, I see. That's why it sounds so similar to the name of the goddess of mercy." At the same time, he recalled some knowledge from the game. There are countless different gods in this world. Reuben, the god of justice. Van Purgis's face appeared clearly. Van Purgis, the goddess of mercy. Next to her was a still hidden figure, Orbiana, the goddess of nature and life. The next name was also a mysterious figure. Maga, the god of light. Suddenly his tone faltered a bit as he mentioned the last one. "And the one who holds time and space?" "Shish, Aquila." But Zhu quickly turned his thoughts to something else. "Since she serves at the Van Purgis monastery, Chartier. That's a beautiful name." His compliment made her very happy. Really. He, however, was still pensive. "And it really suits her." Then she shyly spoke up. "You can call me by that name." And when it's just the two of us. Seemingly understanding her feelings, he immediately agreed. "All right then. When we're alone, I'll call you by that name." Zhu himself was getting more and more excited. This is great progress at this rate. We might even get it to a kissing scene. But just as he finished that thought, something slammed down right next to them. The expressions on both Zhu and Charlie's faces were pure shock. Since he had no idea what was going on, he showed up looking extremely rushed and anxious to leave. His request made the other man let out a sudden sigh. What a miserable life. Meanwhile, Vanta stood before her army of demons and declared, "Everyone assemble." Her subordinates all just bowed their heads and obediently listened to her command. Seeing this, she wondered, "Why are all of you only wearing underwear?" Kai quickly piped up, "Because we have no money." Hearing that, Vantus started to grumble. "But we already sold the entire castle, didn't we?" He just shrugged as he began to explain. The payment was delayed due to an economic blockade. Even so, she stubbornly ordered, "That's enough. Hurry up and take care of it." Sven then spoke up, trying to persuade her, "That's not possible. Let's drop it for now." Vantus firmly pointed ahead. Brimming with confidence, she declared, "Regardless, the place we are heading for now is the lair of the demon dragon Rose Lochner." Following her gesture, Vantus powerfully bellowed their slogan, Face your fears and devour all. Finally, she thrust a finger toward the sky, aggressively declaring, "The demon dragon will be mine."